Ito ang News TV Live. Nagsimula na ang ikalawang pagdinig ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee kaugnay sa umunoy tangkang panunuhol ng negosyanteng Chinese na si Jack Lam sa ilang opisyal ng gobyerno. Panoorin natin ito.
Prompted us to recall, and he's under notice anyway to come back, the Honorable Secretary of Justice to come back. The last statement made at that time was that allegedly Secretary of Justice told Mr. Argosino, bahala ka na dyan. So this opens up a lot of questions and that needs to be answered. And there are many more things that we have to undertake in order to go to the bottom of this. Oftentimes, the public, kung magkamisan po, ay sinasabi na wala nangyayari sa mga investigasyon. Hindi po totoo yan. Ang trabaho po ng Senado ay to legislate. Kaya nga po tayo ay tinatawag na in aid of legislation. Lahat po ng pinag-uusapan natin dito ay ang kalalabasan po niyan ay maglalabas po tayo ng batas na panukalang batas para ito ay maiahin sa Senado, sa plenary at ma-approve ho. At meron lang kung konting gusto doon dahil ang pinag-uusapan namin ay kung lalabas na ba sa committee na nag-imbestiga ay pwede na bang ituloy na yan at hindi na ipasa sa ibang committee pa. Dahil na-imbestiga na yan itong committee on Blue Ribbon or the respective committee that has been assigned to it. Kaya medyo may katagalan nun sapagkat ang demokrasya ay medyo may kabagalan ng konti pero sinusiguro lang na pare-parehong mga karapatan ng tao ay hindi masasagasaan o masisira, malalapastangan. Kaya yung araw po nito ay minarapat ko pong tawagin ulit itong hearing na ito ulit at ang dito po ngayon ang ating majority floor leader, si the Honorable Senator Soto. Andito rin po si Ms. Laila de Lima, ang ating Senator from Bicol. Senator Pangilinan is here. And of course, Senator Villanueva is here. We have an order of opportunities to interpolate. The rules still stand. It will be a 10-minute interpolation by everybody based on the questions. Unfortunately, the clock isn't working. So we have somebody from the Blue Ribbon Committee who will tell you that, about a minute before that your time is up. The toll is on the questions, not on the answers. But please keep your questions brief so we can make it, gain more ground. There are two podiums here in the interest of order. So that nobody will grab microphones, and I don't think that will happen anyway. For so long as nobody does that, you can sit on your chair, but the moment the chair decides you have to stand up here in the interest of order, please respect the wishes of the chair. I'm here to conduct an orderly proceeding. I do not want to make a mockery out of the Senate deliberations. So please follow the advice and direction of the chairman. Some of you have already been sworn in. I believe Mr. Argosino has been sworn in, and Mr. Robles has been sworn in, and so General Calima, General Morente, Secretary of Justice has been sworn in, the Undersecretary, Balmes has already been sworn in. Attorney Giran of the NBI been sworn in. First time. I'll call you. Ms. Andre Domingo, is she here? No, she's not. Represented by Arnaldo Ignacio and Attorney Sharon Quintanilla. Is Sharon Quintanilla here? Please raise your hand and I'll call you. And Jose Tria Jr., Special Assistant to the Chairman of PAGCOR. It is the desire of the Senate that when we call a particular personality, she should attend. And only under extenuating circumstances will we allow that she does not attend. There are certain matters that have to be asked that within the purview of her experience that she must testify on. In addition to this, we have Attorney Marisa Toma Cruz, Academia, Vice President of Legal Affairs of City of Dreams. Have you prepared have you gotten any, you have the tape, no? I was talking to about Shangri-La. I will go to that later on. Mr. Francis Galindez, Secretary Manager of Shangri-La, is here. Have you gotten any tapes from the last time? Please do not nod your head at me. There's a microphone. That's what it's used for.
No, no, sir.
Huh? I'll talk to you later. Christian De Luna, Assistant Director of Events Management. Is she here? And of course, we're favored by the presence of Mr. Ramon Tulfo, columnist of the Daily Inquirer, who has somehow written articles about this. So may we request the people who have not been sworn to stand up, the NBI Director and Mr. Tulfo to stand up, and the General from the PNP. I believe that's not Wally Sombero, but
I am sitting in, Your Honor, for General De La Rosa, who will be here in a few minutes.
and what is your name?
Police
For the record.
Director Augusto Marquez Jr.
General Marquez, pin sitting right now for General De La Rosa. They're not yet here, and the gentleman who stood up is also, beside Mr. Tulfo, Deputy Director
Deputy Director de Guzman.
Guzman. Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead. Just a moment. There are two more, Mr. Tria of PAGCOR and Ms. Quintanilla of PAGCOR. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. You may sit.
The gentleman in the back, what is your name, please? And the two gentlemen, just for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Attorney Eugene Javier from the NBI, sir.
Can you state your name, please?
Eugene Javier, sir.
Eugene Alvier.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the other one?
Attorney Sixto Burgos Jr. of the NBI.
Attorney Burgos, assisting, and who else?
Good morning, sir. Attorney Gregorio Zuniga Jr., NBI.
Gregorio Zuniga,
Yes, Your Honor.
as in the singer.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you. So let the record say that the gentleman and lady have been sworn, and let me also state that Attorney Robles, and this is the reason why we were slightly tardy this morning. We got an affidavit from Attorney Robles. I don't know if that has been distributed. Comsec, has the affidavit of Mr. Robles been distributed?
Sir, we're reproducing it, sir.
Okay, currently under reproduction. It came in at 10 o'clock. We were about ready to start. It came in. I had to read it. So let me get Mr. Robles to read it until we get the copy so that we don't waste time. Attorney Robles, you have an affidavit?
I have a copy with me,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Joy, can you show this to Mr. Robles if it is the same copy that he's going to read? Yes. Senator Pangilinan? You can stand up here. Sorry, they took away the microphone in the interest of economy and discipline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to, before we proceed with the testimonies of our resource persons and witnesses, I'd like to raise a matter of personal and collective privilege in this committee.
What is the matter of collective privilege?
Well, Mr. President, it's about the reports in the media as to my alleged involvement in having attorneys Argosino and Robles undergo or be granted legislative immunity. I'd like to place on record, Mr. President, that I have never spoken to Attorney Argosino or Attorney Robles. I've never authorized anyone to speak to them or any of their representatives. There is no effort on my part to ask for or seek their legislative immunity in exchange for a testimony that would pin down Secretary Aguirre. So I'd like to perhaps, if allowed, with the permission of the chair, we'd like to hear from Secretary Aguirre regarding this statement made in the media.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The chair has no recourse but to recognize you because it's a matter of collective privilege, although I would prefer that it be done in the plenary because that's a wider area. But if you so desire, I will allow you to do so. But I will ask you to be brief because to me, the proper venue for that would be the plenary session. Just a moment. At the same time, we want to get to the bottom of this, and I don't want the investigation to be dragging on, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think Secretary Aguirre had wanted.
So you have made your matter of collective privilege already.
But I would like to hear briefly from.
What do you want to hear from the Senate, from the Secretary of Justice? Are you trying to find out whether he in fact
Yes.
quoted the paper and said that that you made statements against him?
Just to clarify, if
Well,
he wishes
I
to
wish
clarify.
you could be brief. I wish you would make the statement because I don't want him to be groping in the dark. So so did you make any statements in reaction to that the newspaper misquoted you, or quoted you?
Yes, Your Honor, and if I may be allowed to
Of course. Go
read
ahead,
it into
please.
the
Proceed.
records.
You will appreciate the fact that I'm trying to speed up the deliberations without sacrificing quality. And for the record, the steer has made a statement cautioning all members of the Senate and any other kibitzer to stop making references to this investigation so that we can get to the bottom of this so that it will not be diluted. We do not appreciate the media being used for political intramurals that will dilute the principal issue here, which is bribery and violations of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, along with immigration violations and labor violations, and maybe trafficking. So I would appreciate very much, and let it be on record, that the chair will not tolerate whoever it is, and I caution anybody who makes statements here because you're interfering in a legitimate investigation by the Senate, and we do not want to be interfered with. Let the record so state that, and let everybody be on notice. Go ahead, Secretary Aguirre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished members of the Honorable Committee, to the Filipino people, I take this opportunity to rectify an error and hopefully blot out any tarnished cost on the reputation of a member of the Senate. After our hearing on January 23, 2017, in my interviews, I said that 3 members of the Senate were planning to offer immunity to some of the personalities involved in this hearing in exchange for putting all the blame on me. One of the senators I mentioned in those interviews is Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan. After verifying from my sources and referencing the information we have, let me state for the record that a good senator is not involved in any plot or any plan as reported earlier. I apologize to Senator Kiko, a good public servant and an even better person, for any blemish caused to his unsullied reputation. Frederick Douglass once said, "I prefer to be true to myself, even at the hazard of incurring the ridicule of others, rather than to be false and to incur my own abhorrence." It is for this reason that I make this manifestation, Your Honors. Integrity is very important to me and to everyone else who have labored the long and arduous years to build it. I will endeavor to correct any inadvertence which affects the reputation of any person in the same way that I will fight passionately and furiously, tooth and nail, if need be, to preserve mine. It is on this note, Mr. Chair, and to the rest of the members of this august committee, that I make my second manifestation. I've always believed that integrity is everything. It is the only thing that remains long after the dust has settled. A person's integrity and reputation, if unflawed, is immune from decay, unaffected by decomposition, and impermeable from the ravages of time. It is for this reason, Your Honor, that I've spent all my waking and working hours in preserving my reputation. What I am and who I am now is the end product of my toils, of my sweat, of my blood, and of my tears. A good name is the only real legacy that I can give to my family. In the same way that it is the only real wealth that my father and father's father have left us. I will fight to preserve this cherished legacy. Resultantly, any imputation against my reputation should not be allowed to flourish any moment longer. I should not be allowed to fester into a gangrenous wound any moment longer. Verily, a lie told 1,000 times will become the truth. I simply cannot allow it, Your Honors. It is for this account that I respectfully request that I be allowed to read into the records of this proceeding my short but point-by-point answers to the questions asked by Senator Antonio Trillanes III during the January 23, 2017 Blue Ribbon Committee hearing about the Jack Lam investigation. The first question he posed is, why did the Justice Secretary meet with suspects in the case in a hotel? My answer, I met them on November 26, 2016 at the Shangri-La BGC. The meeting was held in that hotel due to the fact that I'm also attending the awarding ceremony on the same venue and not for any malicious reasons. It was only to save time and convenience. The meeting was staged in answer to the request of Jack Lam through Wally Sombero in order to address several issues concerning the complaints of the detainees whom were placed in the Fontana Convention Center. All 1,316 of them, which only have 2 toilets. I even ordered the installation of several showers right after the said meeting. Why did Aguirre invite Argosino? This is the second question of Senator Trillanes. Why did Aguirre invite Argosino, his fraternity brother, both came from Zambeda College of Law, to the meeting with Lam instead of the BI chief Jaime Morente? Answer. This question is deceptive. To clear out things, I did not invite Commissioner Argosino for that meeting. First of all, the meeting was not set by me, but by Jack Lam through Sombero. When Commissioner Argosino came to know that I'll be meeting with a group at 5 o'clock in the same day, he asked me if he could join the meeting, and I agreed. Third question, Senator Trillanes. Why did Aguirre tell Argosino, ikaw nang bahala, after he left the meeting with Lam? Answer. The phrase, ikaw nang bahala, was understood and appreciated by Senator Trillanes with malice. In fact, I could not remember uttering that to Argosino, those words. As a matter of fact, it was only Sombero and I who were talking, and no other person participated in our conversation. And even if it's true, perhaps I uttered it casually as I was in a hurry to attend the meeting in the same hotel, and for no other reasons. I may have uttered it as I was in a hurry. It was never an instruction to do illegal things. An overseer of all agencies of the Department of Justice, I have the prerogative to give direction respecting my function. The statement might have been uttered in relation to the inconvenience or plight of the illegal aliens in Fontana. Why did I meet in that hotel? I know myself. I could not be bribed. I believe in my integrity. And so I have nothing to fear that I will be corrupted. Why did Argosino ask for 100 million pesos from Sombero if his frat brother and boss Aguirre did not approve of it? Sombero could simply validate this directly with Aguirre. Answer. I am completely ignorant of this amount of 100 million. He could ask Associate Commissioner or General Sombero about this. The next question of Senator Trillanes. If Aguirre wasn't part of the extortion, bribery, why would Sombero give 50 million to Argosino when he knew that Argosino didn't have the authority or power to release the Chinese workers? Answer. I repeat, I know nothing about this. If he wanted to know the reason why Sombero gave 50 million to Argosino, then he should ask General Sombero or perhaps Associate Commissioner Argosino. He should have asked me. Next question of Senator Trillanes. Okay, kaya ko tinanong kanina kung meron bang nagsabi kay Secretary Aguirre nung 50 to 100 million dahil noong December 1 na press ko ni Secretary Aguirre, sinabi niya noon sa kay Mr. Ted Filon na kung umuo sana siya doon sa transaction, meron siya sanang 50 to 100 million. Yun ngayon ang malaking milagro dito. Sabi ni General Calima, nalaman niya yan through kay Wally Sombero. Sabi ninyo, hindi niya sinabi. Saan nalaman ni Secretary Aguirre yung figure na yon noong December 1? Answer. I was interviewed by Ted Filon on December 1, 2016 on DZMM Teleradyo in his program Filon Ngayon. In the said interview with Mr. Filon, I said, okay na, sige, General, ayos na sa akin yan. Ay siguro batang-bata yan, 50 to 100 million bibigay sa akin. I mean, kung ako ay pumayag o kung ako ay nagpatuloy yung pagsuhol sa akin, batang-bata ang 50 to 100 million. As from whom I got the information about the 50 to 100 million, I got the same from no one. It was only my own estimate of the minimum bribe that would be given to me had I agreed to be bribed or corrupted. Next question. Ngayon, sinabihan ka na huwag mag-coordinate kay Gerald Calima. In addition, Senator Trillanes said, kasi sinabi kanina ni Secretary Aguirre, sinabihan si Mr. Sombero na huwag mag-coordinate kay Gerald Calima. Sinabihan ka rin na huwag kang mag-coordinate kay Gerald Calima, hindi ba? Parang kayo mag-usap. Answer, I did not ask Commissioner Argosino not to coordinate with Gerald Calima. It was Gerald Sombero I asked not to coordinate with Associate Commissioner Argosino. I replied to the text of General Sombero telling them not to coordinate with General Calima because I've been hearing so many reports that the group of General Calima had been accepting bribes for the escape of the detained Chinese. Furthermore, I told General Sombero to coordinate instead with Associate Commissioners Argosino and Robles, Attorney Jake Licas of the BI, Mr. Victor Uy of the DOJ, and Mr. Sherwin Uy of the DOJ. Hindi lamang po yung dalawa, 50 tao ang binigay ko sa kanila para mag-coordinate si General Sombero. I texted this to General Sombero on November 25, 2016, one day before the meeting. However, I do not discount the possibility that I might have told Associate Commissioner Argosino of this text to General Sombero. Another question from Senator Trillanes. During the same hearing, Senator Trillanes asked Attorney Argosino further to it. Well, pagbalik na lang ni Secretary Aguirre, Mr. Chairman, dahil lumalabas dito kasi bakit bibigyan ni Wally Sombero ng 50 million ang Associate Commissioners kung wala naman silang power na pakawalan yung mga detained na workers? Ang may power dyan ay si General Morente at si Secretary Aguirre. Ngayon, I can imagine, hindi lang ganon kadaling maglabas ng 50 million pesos, kaya maraming kasagutan na kailangan nating makuha kay Secretary Aguirre. Plus, yung sinasabi niya noong December 1 kay Ted Filon na 50 to 100 million. Dapat ang makukuha niya. December 1, according dito, sa mga statements dito, wala namang nagsabi sa kanya. So, ibig sabihin, noon, all this time, alam niya yung transaction at baka kaya siya naglabas sa media ay dahil nagkabukuhan na. Sinabi ko na rin po yan dito, pero to first state, wala po akong karapatang mag-release ng sino mang detainees doon. Ang may karapatan lamang po ang BI, specifically ang ating Commissioner Morente. My further answer, I have no personal knowledge of anything regarding the giving of money by General Sombero to the Associate Commissioners. Senator Trillanes should have asked General Sombero the reasons why the latter gave money to the two BI Associate Commissioners. I was deliberately misquoted to put me in bad light. In the actual interview with DZMM Teleradyo, Filon said, I said, okay na, sige na, General, ayos na yan sa akin. Yun ay siguradong batang-bata, yung 550 to 100 million pesos ang bibigay sa akin. In fact, Sombero told me that the bribe would not only amount to 100 million, but 150. So, talagang mali yung quotation doon. Kasi kung si Sombero ang tatanungin mo, sinabi niya sa akin, 150 hanggang 150 million po yun. I learned about the amount on December 9 only, not December 1, 2016. During the interview, it was only an estimate of the probable amount of bribe that Mr. Lam and Sombero would offer me. It was not an assertion. I would like to state further that all the four personals involved in this case, namely Associate Commissioner Argosino, Associate Commissioner Michael Robles, General Wenceslao Wally Sombero, and General Charles Calima, have proclaimed to high heavens that have no involvement in this 50 million bribery extortion incident. It was only the fertile imagination of Senator Trillanes who is seeing ghosts when there are none. As a matter of fact, General Calima, just last Friday, January 27, 2017, at 4:44 in the afternoon, reiterated and again proclaimed my innocence in this incident to it. Sir, Kong Hei Fat Choi, si General Calima po ito. I was following up your pronouncements in media and you mentioned that ako nga mismo na tinanggal ninyo sa trabaho ay nagsasabing wala kayong kinalaman sa ginawa ni na Atty. Argosino and Robles. Tatay pa rin, sir, ang trato ko sa inyo as our DOJ Secretary. May mga kamag-anak nga po kami sa Luna, La Union, na mga kamag-anak ninyo rin sa Napeña side. I firmly believe in your integrity, sir, and I will stand by it. Sundalo po ako, and loyalty, just like you, is one of the values that I stand for. Stand by, sorry. Of late, Senate, 1 minute, Your Honor. Of late, Senator Trillanes said that I was connected with Clark Development CDC from 2013 to June 30, 2016, 3 years. That is not true. I was the Vice President and General Counsel of CDC upon request of CDC President, now DOTR Secretary R. Tugade, for only 5 months to help streamline the CDC legal department. For the record, I was only with CDC from the 3rd week of March to August 31, 2013. 5 buwan lamang po ito. This is contrary to what Senator Trillanes said in the papers. I found out that perhaps he got this fact from my Wikipedia. In my Wikipedia, you will note that in my Wikipedia nakalagay doon, noon lamang daw po akong June 30, 2016 nag-resign sa CDC. That is not true. It is common knowledge that I campaigned for President Rodrigo Duterte and served as his chief legal counsel in the disqualification cases in the COMELEC and during the canvass of votes in the 2016 elections. Thus, I cannot have done all these things if I was still in the CDC. Otherwise, I'll be liable for electioneering and many other criminal offenses. Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we will actively support any investigation of this Honorable Committee in the aid of legislation. Under my stewardships of the DOJ, we will be your partner in the service of the people. We just pray that no unguided soul be allowed to use this hallowed proceeding as a venue to tarnish or leap untruths and upon reputation of anybody. We fully trust in the fairness of the Honorable Chairman as we thank him for this opportunity. Gandhi once said, "There is no happiness like truth. There is no misery like untruth. Truth nourishes the soul, untruth corrodes it." The best pillow is a clear conscience, and I thank God that I still sleep soundly every night. Although may gising lang po dahil sa daming trabaho sa DOJ. Once again, Mr. Chair, to the honorable members of this committee, fellow public servants, and to the Filipino people, thank you for this opportunity to set the record straight.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Are you satisfied, Senator Pangilinan? Go ahead.
Yes, for the record, we'd like to thank the good secretary for that clarification. Thank you.
Welcome. Yes, is this about an interpellation?
On the same matter,
Just a moment. Let me just do some housekeeping. The chair has, the committee has invited Mr. Wally Sombero. Is he here? Is the lawyer here? Attorney Canolete, if I'm not mistaken.
Attorney Contacto, Your Honor, please. Attorney Ted Contacto. My client is still in...
You, huh?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, please. My client is still in Singapore, and he's under medical observation. But we have submitted his complaint affidavit and his supplemental complaint affidavit that we have submitted with the Ombudsman in accordance with the subpoena. Your Honor, please.
All right. Let it be stated here that if he did not attend the next hearing, consider this as a show cause order to him that he will be cited for contempt if he does not appear. Medical observation doesn't sound like an emergency. And we have enough doctors here in Manila who can take care, I'm sure, of his problem. Unless he has a problem on terminological inexactitude. All right? Thank you. Let it be so ordered. Go ahead, please. Senator De Lima.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I was raising my hand earlier because I was going to raise the same matter as that raised by Senator Kiko Pangilinan. I believe that I was also among those mentioned by the Secretary as the alleged plotters to access or to convince either or both the former associate commissioners to be state witnesses against him. Kung binawi niyo po yung salita niyong yan kay Senator Kiko, can I expect you, Mr. Secretary, na pakibawi rin po yung pagturo niyo sa akin because I have nothing to do with that.
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Aguirre,
Opo.
can you please be brief so we can go to the meat at hand?
Opo, I have to verify again because of the three that I mentioned, only Senator Kiko Pangilinan denied his role. With respect to the other two, Senator De Lima and Senator Trillanes, could I be given time, perhaps until next week, within which to verify? Because it is a case of them being overheard discussing this matter of immunity giving to the two commissioners.
Oh,
So
my.
at this stage, I could not yet change my statement with respect to the two.
So you're saying you have no knowledge sufficient to form a belief that Senator De Lima, you're saying, may not have said that or may have said that.
Yes, Your Honor, because it was only told to me.
So you're not prepared to make an apology because you still have to do a research on the matter.
Well, if to cut the
Did you do a
story
research on
short,
Senator Pangilinan that you made a quick apology right away?
I talked to him yesterday.
So he spoke to you. So
yes,
if Senator
yeah.
De Lima had asked you, had called you, and assured you that she did not do any plot, can we make the matter short by saying if she's not part of the plot, would you apologize to her now?
I will do, yes, Your Honor.
Senator De Lima, did you say it?
I am denying it. I have denied that, and I don't see any reason why I have to talk to him.
I like these kilometric denials. Please go be brief. All right? Okay.
Why should I talk to him, sir?
Well, you stood up, ma'am. You stood up and you spoke with him. You asked him a question, so he has to reply.
Mr. Chair,
I mean, it's not
I was
made of
referring, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I was referring to his statement that if I also approached him, just like what Senator Kiko Pangilinan did, then he probably would have done the
Well,
same.
that's what I'm trying to keep short on. Please.
But why
let's
should
keep-
I?
Let's keep to the topic. So she denied. Are you apologizing?
Yes, Your Honor, and to Senator Trillanes, if they did not do it, but somebody told me, so it's a hearsay, and it's very easy.
We're all
for-
lawyers here.
Yes, Your Honor.
We should not be balat sibuyas.
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact,
Let me
Your
commend
Honor.
the fact that Sambeda still has not forgotten chivalry,
Yes, Your Honor.
gentlemanly conduct.
I clearly remember.
Thank
That's
you.
why I regret it, because
You
I
don't-
clearly
you
remember
don't have to answer.
the
You don't have to answer. I was just commenting on the education in Sambeda. That you have not been, you have all been taught chivalry, and integrity and good conduct. Thank you for your apology.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Shall we proceed? All right. Are you okay? Let me just call on Mr. Robles to continue now with his testimony so that we can all be on the same page. I would appreciate it very much if we all stick to the topic so we can proceed. Post haste on the matter. You have something to ask? Okay, all right. Go ahead, Senator, Mr. Robles.
Mr. Chair, do I have to read the entire sworn
It's
statement?
all right for you to read.
Okay, yes. May I proceed then, Mr. Chair?
Please do.
Sworn statement that I, Attorney Michael B. Robles, of legal age, Filipino citizen, married and presently residing at Las Piñas City, after having been duly sworn to in accordance with law, hereby depose and state. Number one, that I am submitting this sworn statement pursuant to the order of the Honorable Blue Ribbon Committee last January 23, 2017, and hereby narrate the incidents which lead to the so-called BID Jack Lam bribery incident. That I was duly appointed by President Rodrigo R. Duterte on August 15, 2016, to assume the position of Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Immigration and Deportation. That I assumed office the following day, August 16, 2016. Number 3, that on November 21, 2016, pursuant to a DOJ memorandum, the Honorable Secretary of Justice directed the Bureau to conduct law enforcement operation at Fontana Leisure Park and Casino, Clarkfield, Pampanga. The memorandum mentioned of an alleged presence of several undocumented Chinese nationals purportedly involved in illegal online gambling operations and whose presence in the Philippines may be deemed inimical to the country's national interest. Number 4, that forthwith, the Department of Justice memorandum directed the Bureau's Fugitive Search Unit, headed by Attorney Jose Carlito Licas, to conduct this law enforcement operation. That true enough, after the conduct of the pre-operational plans and validations, and on the strength of a mission order issued by the Bureau's Commissioner Jaime H. Morente, the FSU, in coordination with DOJ's Cybercrime Unit and Philippine National Police Special Action Force, the operation was launched at Fontana Legion Park and Casino in the afternoon of November 24, 2016, up to 2 o'clock in the morning of November 25, 2016. Resultantly, the operation was a success, resulting in the apprehension of some 1,316 undocumented Chinese nationals engaged in illegal and unlicensed online gambling operations. That in the afternoon of November 25, 2016, I, together with Attorney Argosino and some other employees of the Bureau, proceeded to the Fontana Leisure Park and Casino, arriving on site at around 5 p.m. After overseeing the post-operation proceedings, we met over dinner at a Korean restaurant together with the company of Bureau's Chief Legal Division, Attorney Arvin Santos, Head Deportation Prosecution Section, Attorney Homer Arellano, and Board of Commissioners Secretary, Attorney Jing Oliver Balina, to discuss the conduct of the subsequent inquest proceedings after arrest. That on November 26, 2016, I woke up early in the morning at around 4 o'clock a.m. to attend to a Commissioner's Cup in Camp Karingal, Quezon City, to represent Commissioner Morente, who was not available during that time. That after that tedious activities, I fell asleep as early as 8 p.m. on that day, and I was awakened by a call from Attorney Argosino requesting me to accompany him to the City of Dreams and meet a certain person named Wally Sombero. Attorney Argosino also told me that we will discuss the inquest proceedings and ongoing inventory of illegal Chinese arrested in Fontana. At first, I was hesitant because I was tired and I hardly remember Mr. Sombero, and I just told Attorney Argosino to proceed without me. That according to Attorney Argosino, Mr. Sombero was the one who furnished us with a copy of a letter he wrote to Commissioner Morente through General Calima on November 22, 2016. Wondering why it was set in City of Dreams, I still acceded to the request of Attorney Argosino because at any rate it is near our place in Las Piñas. I changed clothes and went directly to meet Attorney Argosino at City of Dreams, wherein I arrived at around 9:15 p.m. That when I arrived at the City of Dreams, Attorney Argosino was already there. Attorney Argosino and I then stayed in a restaurant for more than 1 hour, and we were discussing the inquest proceedings that were ongoing in Fontana, as well as the temporary custody and physical inventory of the 1,316 arrested Chinese aliens. That around past 11:30 a.m., we decided to leave the restaurant and to walk around the City of Dreams. We looked for a restaurant and found Erwin's Gastro Restaurant. We went inside Erwin's around 12:30 a.m. and we continue our discussion about the inquest proceedings and the custody of the arrested Chinese aliens. That around 2 o'clock in the morning, General Sombero carrying 2 bags arrived, and he started talking about his advocacy on online gaming. That most of the time I was standing and leaving them to smoke. That after some time, the waiter approached us to inform that Erwin's was closing already. We transferred to Ginger Restaurant, which was very near Erwin's restaurant, around 3:20 a.m. already. That even when we were at Erwin's Gastro Restaurant, I was already exhausted and sleepy, while Mr. Sombero was still energetic and was talking about his advocacy to Attorney Argosino. That after transferring to Ginger Restaurant, Mr. Sombero decided to leave the place and asked us to wait for him while leaving 2 paper bags near the table. I already wanted to go home, but I don't know how to tell Attorney Argosino how uncomfortable it was to wait for Mr. Sombero for a few more minutes. I requested him to call Mr. Sombero to tell him that we have to go home. Attorney Argosino called Mr. Sombero and told the latter if we could talk on another day, but Mr. Sombero asked to wait for him. Thus, we had no other choice but to wait. That after Mr. Sombero left, I was told by Attorney Argosino that Mr. Sombero told him that the 2 bags contained the money. That I was surprised and I asked him if he asked for the money and what is the purpose of the money. Attorney Argosino told me that he still does not know the purpose of the money and he did not ask for it. He also told me that he is conducting an investigation for violation of the immigration laws and anti-human trafficking against Jack Lam. that I asked Attorney Argosino what he will do if the money will be given to him. He said he will use it as evidence. That after less than an hour of waiting, or around 5:45 a.m., Mr. Sombero returned. That upon his arrival, we told him that we will be going home. Mr. Sombero also told Attorney Argosino to get the bags, but Attorney Argosino told Mr. Sombero that we will go home and he does not need it. Mr. Sombero was insisting to Attorney Argosino to bring the bags. We then stood up and left, but Mr. Sombero followed us and his assistant carrying the bags. That as we were walking towards the elevator, Attorney Argosino told me that he will use the bags as evidence and asked me to take 2 bags for security reasons. Attorney Argosino and I met during the party of our common friend in the night of November 27, 2016 in Dasmariñas, Cavite. At this party, we met in the parking area to consolidate the evidence, where I took out the 20 million from my car and put it in Attorney Argosino's car. That on November 28, 2016, Attorney Argosino called me up and told me to accompany him because Mr. Sombero arranged for a meeting at Diamond Hotel. I was reluctant to go, but I still went to the place. That during the meeting, I used to stand and leave them talking to each other and just smoke outside the hotel. After the meeting with Mr. Sombero, I asked Attorney Argosino to stay for a while and discuss the situation. I told him that I was puzzled why Mr. Sombero never mentioned anything about the money. I told Attorney Argosino that the money was forced to us to be used as a leverage to advance Mr. Sombero's interest. That on November 30, 2016, Attorney Argosino called me up and again told me that Mr. Sombero was asking for a meeting in a place he arranged at Crown Hotel. This time I already told him that it would really be too risky to proceed with the meeting. Attorney Argosino told me to just accompany him for us to find out what really was going on. I was surprised that we were brought by Mr. Sombero in a quiet, private room where a person who introduced himself as interpreter for Jack Lam was waiting. I felt uncomfortable and I was thinking of leaving them. I just smoked at the farther side of the hotel and left Mr. Sombero, Attorney Argosino, and their interpreters on the table. That after the meeting, I suggested to Attorney Argosino to immediately report it to SOJ. But according to him, circumstances prevented him to do so. That on December 2, 2016, I was surprised when General Calima, the acting Intel chief, informed me that he was in close coordination with Mr. Sombero from day one and that they have evidence of what had transpired in City of Dreams. It strengthened my suspicion that we were framed up because an acting Intel chief of BI, instead of warning us about Mr. Sombero, had connived with the latter in plotting a frame-up operation on us, despite the fact that we have no history of wrongdoing and that there was no complaint against us by anyone. That General Calima even told me, "Kayo kasi, hindi nyo kami sinasama," and burst into laughter about it. He started mentioning about this case being leaked out in the media as if he was saying that he can stop this in exchange for something. With what General Calima was doing, we decided to seek audience with Commissioner Morenta to inform him about General Calima, about what General Calima was doing, and if he has knowledge of it. The meeting happened in the afternoon of December 8, 2016. General Calima pulled out his laptop and showed the recorded conversation. He called also Mr. Sombero and Mr. Montulfo on speakerphone to let us hear their voices. That I heard Montulfo utter that he will publish an article that states that the 2 BID commissioners are extorting money from Jack Lam. That I was surprised to hear that, as I do not know Jack Lam, and I have not demanded any money from Mr. Sombero or from Jack Lam. With the revelation, I became afraid as my life and my family might be in danger, and we will also be portrayed in the public as having extorted money when in fact we never demanded anything from any person, and the money in possession of Attorney Argosino will be used as evidence to expose the syndicate in the Bureau. That on that night, I was informed by Attorney Argosino that General Calima is really connected with Mr. Sombero and Jack Lam, and General Calima is asking for the amount of 18 million. According to General Calima, the amount of 18 million will be shared by some people. Attorney Argosino told me that he decided to give the amount as the money was theirs anyway, and that this will be the evidence which is needed in his investigation to establish the link between Mr. Sombero and General Calima. On December 9, 2016, around 2 p.m., the amount of 18 million was delivered to General Kalima in 2 bags in Motec repair shop along Boni Serrano, Quezon City, just in front of Avida condominium. That when the news article of Montulfo came out, we were placed in a difficult position to file the case immediately with whatever evidence we have against Jack Lam. This was because in not doing so, it would only make the public believe that this was a case of bribery or extortion, not corruption of 2 public officials in the Bureau of Immigration. That with the evidence in our hand, we filed on December 13 before the Parañaque Prosecution Office NPS docket number 16-3000 entitled Deputy Commissioners Argosino and Robles versus Dr. Lam Yin Lok alias Jack Lam, Norman Nang, Alexander Yu, General Wally Sombero, and General Kalima for violation of corruption of public officials and wiretapping. In witness whereof, I have hereunto affixed my signature this 30th day of January 2017, Santa Cruz, Laguna. Signed, Attorney Michael B. Robles. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will interpolate you a little later. In the meantime, I would like to hear the testimony of Mr. Montulfo, who came in here. Mr. Tulfo, do you have anything to say about what Mr. Robles just stated? Meron po ba kayong masasabi doon?
I don't know why he mentioned my name.
Ang sabi po niya ay tumawag si Mr. Kalima sa inyo at pinarinig niya yung boses nila at sinabi niya raw na susulat kayo ng article tungkol sa kanya, tungkol sa kanilang ginawa, na nangihingi sila ng pera kay Mr. Jack Lam.
I remember Wally Sombero telling me that 2 BID commissioners were extorting money from, or extorted money from him in the amount of 50 million pesos. And the payoff took place at the City of Dreams.
But you do not remember this conversation made allegedly by General Kalima when he called you at in the office of from the office of Commissioner Morente at that time, and he let you hear the voices of these 2 gentlemen who said that, and you said that you were going to write an article.
I remember talking with General Kalima twice over the phone. One was to congratulate him for a job well done, and second,
In connection with
exposing the extortion, and second was to ask why he didn't arrest on the spot the 2 commissioners after they received the 50 million pesos.
So it is not true that on December the 8th, General Kalima did not call you. Called you. Hindi totoo yan.
Hindi. Ako ang tumawag.
Kayo ang tumawag sa kanya at the time.
Opo. Yes.
So, Mr. Robles, sino ba tumawag? Si General Kalima o si Mr. Tulfo?
It was, I think, hindi ko po malaman kung sino tumawag talaga, but I think,
Nakalagay sa sabi ito, ang tumawag, he called Mr. Tulfo. He called also Mr. Sombrero and Montulfo on speakerphone.
yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
So, binabago
I
na
suppose that it was, I think it was General Kalima who called him up.
You think?
Because I have not seen him contacting Mr.
But you
Montulfo.
took an oath and you're a lawyer and you had an affidavit here and you said he called also Mr. Sombero and Montulfo on speakerphone to let us hear their voices. Ba't mo sinabi yan? Para nagyayabang si Colonel General Kalima sa'yo, nakilala niya itong mga tao ito?
Ganun na po.
Ha? Anong
Ganun na
ganun
po. At para sabihin na rin sa amin na alam ni Mr. Montulfo ito at na-narrate na rin mismo ni Wally Sombero sa kanya para ito ay mapublish sa article.
Alright, I'll get back to you later. Mr. Tulfo, when did you first find out about this extortion or bribery?
After I turned over Wally Sombero to the NBI, he surrendered to me and asked that he be placed under protective custody of the NBI, which I did.
This is the question I'd like to ask Secretary Aguirre. There have been statements here stating that Wally Sombero is supposed to be under protective custody of the National Bureau of Investigation. Is that true?
Initially, that's true. As a matter of fact,
No, I don't.
during
I
all
don't-
the
I
time
don't-
that he was there at the NBI, he sought the protective custody of the NBI, Mr. Chair.
So he is under protective custody.
He sought the protective custody of the NBI, which I can come to know now through Mr. Tulfo.
My question is he under protective custody of the NBI?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
As of
He
when?
was. On the time he went for the first time, which date I could no longer remember.
And why would he be under protective custody?
Because
Is that
at that
something that
time,
you give casually?
At that time, Your Honor, General Bato, the President asked for the arrest of Jack Lam, and followed by General Bato for the arrest of
Jack
Mr.
Lam
Wally Sombero.
and Wally Sombero.
Because of that threat that he might be harmed, he sought the protective custody of the NBI.
And why would he do that? These are legitimate authorities. General Bato wants to arrest him. So he is forum shopping. He wants to be protected by the NBI and he doesn't trust the police. Is that what you're trying to say here?
I don't know, actually, Your Honor. I could not read their minds, but that was the reason given to me by General Sombero himself. That because of, he heard that General Bato formed 4 tracking teams to arrest him, so immediately he went to the NBI.
That was December 3 when General De La Rosa ordered the arrest of Jack Lam and Mr. Sombero. Is that General Sombero? Is that correct?
If that's the date, that's correct, Your Honor.
Well, that's the date we got here under our own investigation. And because of that, you agreed to put him under protective custody. Is he under threat of being eliminated like Tokham?
Actually, Your Honor, it was the NBI who allowed and gave him protective custody. It was I was only informed as Secretary of Justice.
So it was not you. The director of the NBI, Attorney Giran, did you put him under protective custody?
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning,
Chair,
sir.
and your fellow members of this honorable committee.
Did you put Mr. Sombero under protective custody?
I don't know what is the right terminology, but
Well, your Secretary of Justice just said and kept using the words protective custody and did not question the chair. And how dare you say you don't know?
that's why,
Is
sir.
he under your protective custody or not? Protective custody is a technical term which means you put somebody under the protection of the National Bureau of Investigation because there is a threat and that he could be a possible witness and you want to keep him there.
I would submit that would be the right terminology, sir.
What is the right terminology?
So,
Or are you also guilty of terminological inexactitude, which according to Winston Churchill are lies?
Mr. Montolpo called us up, indicating to us that Mr. Wally Sombero's life was in danger, and so he was seeking custody, or rather seeking our protection, because eventually he might be a witness.
And what did you do? He was seeking protection from the police then. Is that correct?
Not necessarily from the police, but from harm, sir. Not the police.
Well, harm from whom?
Well, at that time, sir, we don't know what.
You mean to tell me any citizen can go there to your office and say, I'm going to be harmed by somebody?
That
You're going to give him protection?
it appeals to us, sir, because the point there is he could be a possible witness to the.
Do you know him
Right.
personally?
I don't know him, sir.
And you just gave orders to put him under protective custody?
First, there was a call from Mr. Montolpo.
Oh, Mr.
And then-
Turbo now runs the NBI?
That's why, sir, I also made a clearance with my chief, if we would.
And who is your chief?
My chief is Attorney Aguirre, of course, the Secretary of Justice, sir.
He's not here.
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
One person.
Is he under protective custody by somebody else?
Home, sir.
Where is he? I'm just funny.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Where is he? Why is he not here? He's your chief.
Attorney Aguirre, sir, is my chief, sir.
Oh, so he's your chief because you were mentioning somebody else. So you cleared it with Secretary Aguirre that he will be placed under protective custody.
Yes, sir.
And Secretary Aguirre, do you confirm that?
I do not exactly remember, but if I've confirmed that, I believe I did the right thing. Because it was Mr. Sombero who told me that General Bato formed 4 tracking teams from the CIDG to arrest him. So he might have been afraid of his life.
Secretary Aguirre, I do not cast aspersion on your character, but please be candid and be direct. I detect a certain amount of flip-flopping. Earlier, you said that with the question of Mr. Trillanes, that you might have said, bahala na kayo, you don't remember. We have to be precise here, as you know. And now, you're not sure kung anong status ito si Sombero. So what is he? He's under protective custody per your representation.
Yes, Your
Simply
Honor.
because he is afraid that the police might get him. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think that's the reason.
See, that's what concerns me. I'm a senator of this country, and it concerns me that when a certain Colonel Marcos commits a crime, the police don't act, and the NBI acts in spite of the orders of the president. Correct?
That's correct.
And I remember having said, even if the president says Mr. Marcos or Colonel Marcos is not going to be incarcerated, we will still proceed with him, and that is very commendable. Bilib ako sa inyo na sinabi niya yan. Because
Yes.
dapat lang imbestigahin at ikulong itong si Colonel Marcos, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And now, the shoe is on the other foot. General Bato says 4 teams are tracking this elusive Mr. Sombero or General Sombero. At ngayon, binigyan niyo siya ngayon ng custody ng NBI. Don't you bother to call General De La Rosa and say, bakit ba hinuhuli mo ito? Nandito sa akin ito. Bakit nangihingi sa akin ng protected custody? Did you do that?
I did not anymore do it, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, I think initially, the Wally Sombero was there in the NBI before I came to know about it. So if ever I gave any instruction or any approval to that, it must have been later or a few days later.
Later, meaning you gave the instructions to put him under protective custody after a few days?
Later, before if ever I gave the instruction to,
If ever,
to
what does that
approve,
mean?
that must have been done days after because
Sir, did you or did you not order that? Because if ever means if ever. It doesn't mean that you did it. If ever could mean you didn't do it. Sa Tagalog,
I'm
kung
sorry,
sakaling ginawa ko yun,
I'm
kung
sorry.
sakaling ginawa ko yun, kung sakaling ginawa ko yun, yun ang sinasabi nyo sa Tagalog. At tinatanong ko, in-orderan nyo ba? Kailan nyo po in-order yun?
that's what I'm saying, Mr. Chair.
Opo,
I
go
could
ahead.
not remember exactly
yun
whether
po ang sagot.
whether I gave that order or not.
Whether you gave that order or not.
That's right. I could not remember. Because when I was told that General Wally Sombero was there, I think it was several days after the MBDI has taken custody of him, protective custody of him.
But sir, you do know Mr. Sombero or General Sombero.
That's
You-
right.
You testified to the fact that a few months before, you met him in the BI because he was giving a lecture.
That's right. He was one of our resource persons in connection with the STL of PCS. of
Were you not
small-
surprised that suddenly he is now being pursued by the police?
It was because of this Jacklam thing, Jacklam controversy.
And when did you find out that Mr. Sombero has given money or whatever it is, that your people accepted money or whatever it is? I'm just following your statements. Because hindi pa mapapatunayan natin yan. Na kailan nyo naalaman na tumanggap sila?
December 9, Mr. Chair.
And you put And you put Mr. Sombero when under protective custody?
I think December 8, Your Honor, according to the NBI.
And that was the day, allegedly, Mr. Colonel General Kalima called Mr. Tulfo, allegedly, of course, hindi malaman kung sino tumawag, at sinasabi niyo ngayon doon na at that time, nalaman niyo na tumanggap itong mga dalawang commissioner ninyo.
I said, Your Honor, please, December 9. I think when they were calling each other December 8, I do not know anything about it, about those calls.
The call was made on the 8th.
I do not know anything about those calls.
Well, it's just coincidental then. Pardon me. On December the 8th, there's testimony na sinasabi tumawag sila kay Mr. Tulfo. On December 8th, you put him under protective custody.
I don't even know that it was because through the intercession of Mr. Tulfo, Your Honor. I don't know about those things. It was only on December 9 when I was able to talk to Wally Sombero in the NBI
December 9.
that I came to know of these things.
And you came to know about that on December 9, na tumanggap na itong dalawang ito. Do you
Ako-
believe, Mr. Sombero, that he planted the evidence on your two people?
I would not comment on that, Your Honor, because I am the Secretary
Then my
of
next
Justice.
question, and I'm forced to
There
answer-
might be, sorry, Your Honor, there might be cases or investigations that may come to my office for review.
Yes, precisely. You know, this country talagang nalulugmok dahil mabagal ang galaw ng ating gobyerno. Nangyari po ito December 26 to 27.
November.
November po. And then, nalaman nyo December 9. And then, nag-file ito mga tao natin on December 13. Nung nagkaputukan na lumabas yung column ni Mr. Tulfo on December 10. December 13 lang final yung kaso na kayo binabribe, di ba, Mr. Argosino?
Yes, Your Honor, December 13 we filed.
Ang tanong ko po, Secretary, have you ordered any filing of charges upon these two people? What is their status right now?
Yes, Your Honor, because I know that the two cases were only filed by the two commissioners against Wally Sombero.
Ang tanong ko po, mayroon ba kayong final dito sa dalawang?
I ordered the NBI to conduct investigation, and I believe the NBI has already filed the appropriate case before the Ombudsman.
Dr. Gerard, is that true?
I confirm, Your Honor.
You confirm. So, pinailan nyo na itong dalawang ito. Anong pinail niyo?
We have copies of...
No, I'm just simple asking you, anong pinail po ninyong kaso?
we filed before the office.
Bribery? Did you file a case for violation of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act?
We have filed a case of direct bribery under Article 2010 of the Revised Penal Code. We have also filed cases of violation of Republic Act 319, otherwise known as Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, and another case for violation of Presidential Decree number 46, making it punishable for...
So, na-filean na sila?
We have already filed...
Anong status po ng kaso?
It's still pending, Your Honor.
I know it's pending. Where is it now?
Earlier, Mr. Chairman, I was telling this committee that we filed it last January 27.
January 27.
Yes, sir. Before the Ombudsman.
Saan nyo final?
Ombudsman po.
Ombudsman kayo dumirekta?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Sama-sama na yan.
Opo, sir.
Do you have copies of that?
We have copy.
Could you please, Comsa, can you order somebody to get a copy of that?
We will furnish the committee, Your Honor.
Alright. Attorney Robles.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Junior brad ka, di ba?
Sa if we are referring to membership of the fraternity in the Department of Justice, I am not the junior, but in the Bureau of Immigration.
Na junior broadcast Alex Talionis ni Attorney Argosino.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair.
Anong batch ka?
1997.
Oh, hindi mo alam? 1997. Kayo, Attorney Argosino. Anong batch kayo?
I think 1992, Your Honor.
And you have quite a reputation in the Lex Talionis fraternity, right?
Which one, Your Honor?
Sorry?
Which one, Your Honor?
Is it not true that you were charged with hazing?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Paliwanag nyo ako anong ginawa ninyo?
Actually, Your Honor, this happened in 1993. We pleaded guilty, Your Honor, as an act
Can you
of
speak a little louder, please?
We pleaded guilty, Your Honor,
Guilty to what?
to reckless imprudence because there was no...
Homicide through reckless
Yes,
imprudence.
Your Honor.
Namatay yung tao.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano pangalan ng tao?
Raul Kamaligan, Your Honor.
Habang ini-initiate niya, namatay yung tao.
I think, Your Honor, okay, Your Honor.
Ano, I think? Namatay o hindi? Namatay, di ba?
Your Honor, I was not there, Your Honor.
But you were charged.
Yes. And,
As head of the fraternity?
as one of the officers, Your Honor.
So you were charged.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what did you plead guilty?
We decided, Your Honor, to plead guilty because...
And you were convicted.
Yeah, that's correct, Your Honor.
Then why are you acting as a commissioner of the Bureau of Immigration? Were you pardoned?
Your Honor, I serve on probation. And this does not involve reckless imprudence, Your Honor. I believe that's at that time, Your Honor, because the case is reckless imprudence.
What were you found guilty of?
Reckless imprudence.
And what was the sentence?
Resulting to homicide. Your Honor, the sentence is, I think, 3 years, Your Honor. And then I serve it on probation.
All right, I will go to that. So, ikaw, sunod-sunuran ka ngayon dahil siya ay siga sa fraternity, correct?
Hindi po.
May seniority kayo doon, di ba?
Meron po, pero hindi
Kawawa ka
naman.
naman, sunod ka rin na sunod. Pumunta kayo doon sa sunod ka. Kaya sa kanya, punta tayo, pagod ka na, ikaw mo.
Courtesy lang po.
Ha?
Courtesy. As
Excuse
one.
me?
Courtesy to a commissioner po. Kaya ako pumunta.
Courtesy. Hindi ka nagtatanong, para kang anak ng tupa.
Nagtatanong rin po.
Ha?
Nagtatanong po rin po sa kanya.
Dinala ka doon, sabi makikipagkita kayo kay, kanino? Ayun sa
Sabi niya
pinawit
po
mo.
si Wally Sombero daw po.
So, kilala mo ba si Wally Sombero?
Yun nga po ang sinabi ko sa kanya nung tinawagan.
Kilala mo ba?
Hindi
Yes
po,
or no?
Hindi po.
Nakalagay dito, kilala mo eh.
Nung time po na yun na tinawagan na ako, hindi ko po nga maalala si Wally Sombero kasi hindi
Kilala
ko
mo o hindi?
Kilala
Okay,
po.
napunta. Ha?
Kilala po if
Correct,
interest
kilala
sa papel.
mo. Dahil nag-lecture pa sa inyo yan. Tapos nagpunta ka, sumunod ka doon.
Opo.
Tapos ano nangyari? Mupo kayo doon. Sabi mo, pa-yosi-yosi ka, di ba?
Yes po.
Tapos nakita mo, pumasok doon, naghintay kayo. Kailan binigay yung 2 bag sa'yo?
Sa akin po, nung mga iniabot po pinakuha sa akin ni Attorney Argosino nung mga 5 o'clock na while we were walking towards the parking lot.
So, hinawakan mo yung bag doon.
Hindi ko po hinawakan.
Okay, tinanong kita, kailan mo kinuha eh?
Hindi ko po hinawakan.
Nakuha mo.
Nakuha ko po, pero hindi ko po
In fact,
hinawakan.
nilagay mo sa kotse mo.
Yes po.
That's correct. So, nung dumating yung 2 bag, una, saan nilagay yun? Sa, sa pub? Gastropub?
Sa Erwin's Gastro po.
Sa 2.
Opo.
So, sabi mo sa affidavit mo, hindi mo alam kung ano yun.
Opo.
Nandun na lang bigla lumabas, gano'n ba?
Opo.
Dinala mismo ni Sombero.
Yes po.
Hindi ka nagtanong.
Tinanong ko po si Attorney Argosino nun, pero wala naman po siya masabi sa akin. Kasi kakarating lang po ni Wally Sombero ng time na yun.
Na may dala ka agad bag.
Opo.
Akala ko ba naghintay sa inyo? Pinaghintay kayo, palabas-pasok siya.
Your Honor, mga 4:30 po yun nung pinaghintay kami ng umaga.
Dumating kayo doon, anong oras?
Your Honor, nirecall ko po yung events.
8 oras kayo nandun eh.
Your Honor, nirecall ko po yung events. Anyway, sinabi niyo naman po na merong CCTV. Dumating ho kami ng mga 9:15. And then, nag-usap pa ho kami dun sa isang restaurant kasi nga ho maraming calls na nangyayari because dun sa Fontana. Dumating ho si Sombero 2 a.m. na, Your Honor.
Saan
2
kayo naroon?
Pumunta ho kami, Your Honor, ng 12:30 kasi nga ho masyado ho siyang matagal, tinatawagan na namin. Pumasok ho kami.
So tumatawag pa kayo sa kanya?
That was, Your Honor,
You are a commissioner of immigration. Dalawa kayo.
Yes.
Tumatawag pa kayo doon sa taong yun?
Hindi po ako tumatawag. Wala po akong number.
Ikaw, tumatawag ka.
Because, Your Honor, he said that he wanted to talk.
Oh,
So, and then we were there, Your Honor.
9 o'clock kayo dumating. Tatlong
Yes, Your
oras na,
Honor.
wala pa. Dumating, may 2 bag. Is that correct? Minabago mo yung story mo last time.
Your Honor, nire-recall ko po yung events.
No, alam ko nire-recall mo, pero ang sinabi mo, nung una, doon kayo binigyan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa gastropub.
Yes.
Tapos, nagsara yung gastropub, tumawid kayo sa
That's
kabila.
correct, Your Honor.
Ha? Tapos, naghintay kayo hanggang alas 5 ng umaga.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Bakit sa affidavit mo? Kailan nyo nakita yung bag na yun?
Nakita ko po yun nung unang pagpasok niya around 2 o'clock po. Yung pumasok siya sa gastropub. Yung unang pasok po niya sa Erwin's Gastro, doon ko po
Ano oras
nakita
kayo
yun.
lumipat? Sa Erwin, from gastropub. Lumipat kayo sa kabila.
Mga 12:30, Your Honor, ng
Oh.
umaga.
So, lumipat kayo ng 12:30. Sabi niya, 2 o'clock doon sa gastropub. Nandun pa kayo. Paano nangyari yun?
Dumating po siya ng 2 o'clock.
Pero nadala na yung bag doon sa
Wala pa po,
gastropub.
Your Honor.
Alam mo, nakikinig ako sa'yo palagi, ha? And I will show. Dumating, sabi mo nung una, dumating doon sa Erwin, 2. Tapos lumipat kayo, di ba?
Totoo po yan.
So dumating yung 2 bag sa Erwin's.
That's correct, Your
Last
Honor.
pa.
Mga 2 p.m. po. 2 a.m. Your Honor.
Alam ko nang gagawa kayo ng istorya. Bigla dumating ang pinawit eh. Dumating nga, sabi mo nung una, sinabi mo under oath, doon binigay sa gastropub, 2. Tapos tumawid kayo, dahil sinara na kayo nung Erwin. Nagpunta kayo sa kabila, di ba?
Your Honor, hindi po ibinigay nung dumating si Sombero. Dala lang po niya sa Erwin's Gastro, pero hindi niya po binigay.
Ano
Nasa
palang
kanya
ginawa?
po yan.
Ano
Opo.
pala ginawa? You know, ang dami-dami namin senador yun, dami nakikinig buong Pilipinas sa kikinig sa'yo. Papakita ko na yung TV ngayon, ha? Pakita nyo nga yung TV.
Ang sinasabi ko po,
Ah.
Mr. Chair, nung pumasok po sila, si Wally Sombero, hindi naman po niya binigay sa amin yung
Wala akong tinatanong binigay. Basta may bag. Nakita mo yung bag. Paano mo nakita yung bag?
dala po niya.
Tapos saan niya dinala?
Tapos nung lumipat po kami
Saan niya dinala yung bag? Nung dala niya?
dala niya po, hindi naman niya binigay sa amin sa Erwin's
Hindi niya
Gastro.
binaba sa floor. Hindi niya binaba sa lamesa.
Sa tabi po niya.
Oh, tapos,
Tapos nung lumipat po kami,
di ba tinanong mo, ano yan? Ang sabi mo nun, tinanong mo, para sa inyo yan. Para sa atin yan, ang sagot.
Yes, Your Honor. Pero
Hindi
sa
ko
Ginger
tinatanong ang
po,
oras. Huwag ka susunod sa script na ginawa nyo pagkatapos. Yung sinusundan ko, yung script na unang sinabi mo.
yes, Your Honor. Sa Ginger po yan.
Ha?
Sa Ginger Restaurant.
So, sa
Sa Ginger Restaurant, Your Honor.
Ginger.
Yes, Your Honor. Yun po yung pinaglipatan namin.
Yung pangalawa.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, nagbigay na doon sa 2 ng una, tapos dumating yung 3 bag sa pangalawa.
Your Honor, hindi ho binigay sa amin yan nung nasa Erwin's kami. Dala-dala po niya pabalik yan, Your Honor. Pamunta ho kami sa Ginger, siya ho yung may dala.
Sige na, papaniwalaan kita nang hindi ako naniniwala sa'yo dahil sinabi mo, iwan yung bag, nagtanong ka para sa atin yan, tapos sumanggap kayo ng 3 bag later on.
Sa Ginger po yun, Your Honor.
So, tinanggap niya yung bag sa 3, 5 na. Bakit sa affidavit mo wala nakalagay na 3 bag?
sinabi ko po 5, nandito po.
Sinabi mo, alam ko yan, I read the affidavit. You have 3 bags, you have 5 bags when you got out, but you never referred to the 3 bags afterwards. You only referred to 2 bags.
I made a general narration po of
Yun na nga
facts.
eh,
Hindi
kaya
ko na
nga
po na-specify yung 3
Alright.
dinala niya ng huli.
Okay, that's fine with me. Anyway, let's take a look at the video. Saan yan?
Yan po yung pumasok kami sa gastro ng alas 12, Your Honor.
Alas 12. Saan kayo naroon? Dumating kayo ng alas 9. Saan kayo naroon?
Nag-stay pa ho
Alas
kami sa
9.
restaurant.
Saan kayo nagpunta?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa restaurant.
Hindi ko po matandaan, meron ho dong restaurant sa tabi.
And of course, tinatawagan mo siya, wala pa siya.
And at the same time, nag-uusap po kami. Tungkol
Pagka
doon sa...
tumatawag ka sa kanya, nangihingi ka ng babor.
Ay, hindi po, Your Honor.
Eh, ba't kayo naghihintay?
Your Honor, hindi po kami... Pumunta ho kami kasi pinag-uusapan pa ho namin yung nangyayari sa Fontana. Kasi kataras lang po.
Alright, okay. Sige. Nakapagtaka lang. Kahit na sinumusmus na bata, pag tinanong mo, 9 hours. O sige, tuloy niya. Tatlo sila. Ha? Sino ang kasama mo? Dalawa kayo, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
O sige. O, yan, nasa casino na yan, right? O. Can you move it forward somewhere? O, yan. Sino yan? Ano yan? Palabas na ba yan?
Yeah, siya po si Sombero, Your Honor.
Si Sombero yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Papasok siya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dala-dala, dalawang bag.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sabi mo sa akin, nalaman mo na ito, 20 million yan. 10 million isang bag. Sige.
May oras po doon sa baba, Your Honor.
Alam ko. Hindi kita lulukohin. Hindi ako magsisinungaling sa'yo. Oh, yung sombrero. Dalawa. Ha? Oh, palipat na kayo yan. Ang oras dyan ay 3:30 a.m. 3:13 a.m. Dala yung dalawang bag. Lumipat kayo sa kabila. Ito na yung anong restaurant ito ngayon? Red Ginger.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you turn off the lights, please? Saan kayo dyan? Ito, di ba? Sino yun? Nakatayo? Tao ba yan? Go ahead. At Sombero, right? So nilagay niya yung bag doon sa tabi, right? Tama? Ito. Ito ang cashier. General Kalima, you were the one who presented this, right? Kinuha mo ito, di ba? Ito ba yung nakuha mo? Ha? Kami nakakuha nito doon sa hotel. Ganun ba? Yes, sir. So we got this from the hotel. So, ang cashier. So we're seeing this for the first time in public. Pwede bilisan nga eh. That's the cashier, sir. Yan. Ayan na. Oop, nahulog. Sumabog. Sumabog yung bag. Dalawang bag yan, ha? Tatlo na itong bag. Saan yung binibilang yung pera? Meron tayo nun, ha? I want to see the extent and the magnitude of the money. Yan, sige, dyan. Let's all be patient. Ayan na. Ayan na yung pera, oh. Sa dulo. The record show that we're pointing, the red dot is pointing to piles of money on the table. Sino ito? Kasama pa ni Sombero yan?
Hindi ko po kilala, Your Honor.
Kasama ba ni Sombero yan?
Hindi ko siya nakikita, Your Honor.
Sige. Sige, siya magsasalansan yan. Later on, magsasalansan si Sombero dyan mamaya. Can you move it forward, please? Kaya kinukuha na yung bag. Pero ulit. Ayan na. Ayan, sino yan?
Hindi ko po kilala, Your Honor.
Pero nakita mo yan kasama ni Sombero.
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Hindi yan.
Hindi po, Your Honor. Si Sombero
Mr.
lang
Chair,
po yung
Attorney
nakikita
Robles
ko.
said, nasa number 14 mo affidavit, may kasamang assistant si Sombero eh.
Nung dumating po siya mga 4:30 nung tatlong
Anyway, you
batch na
can
yun.
lie as much as you like. The Senate has powers of contempt and we can lock you up here.
Pero hindi ko po kilala, Your Honor, yan.
Anyway, lalabas na yan. Pag hindi kayo makakilala, you know, you cannot lie. Later on, lalabas yan. Kaya, you better tell us the truth if you know already. Sige. O, ayan na. So, malis na. Iba yung kumuha. Ayan. O, ito na isa. Dalawa, tatlo. O, ayun yung kasama. O, ayan. O. So, baka casino employee yan. Kung hindi nyo kasama yan. Pero lalabas mamaya yan. Hindi casino employee yan. Sige ha. Andyan na ba kayo? Andyan na kayo? Answer the question, please. Freeze it. Is that you?
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Argosino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why is it taking you so long to answer? Ikaw ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Si Robles, sasaan?
Yes, Your Honor. Katabi po ni Argosino.
Tabi. So napapaligiran kayo ng maraming bag. Sige. Tuloy. Kilala niyo yung mga tao yan?
Kilala ko po.
Kilala mo. Sino yan?
Yung nasa likod po, actually, kapatid ko po.
Kapatid mo, yung nagdadala ng bag.
Opo.
Okay.
Kasi hindi ko naman po alam na ganyan ang pagmimitingan.
Okay lang. Anong pangalan ng kapatid mo?
Marlon Robles, Mr. Chair.
Marlon Robles.
He is already in abroad.
That's alright. So itong nakaputi ang kapatid mo? O ito?
Puti po.
Nakaputi. Sombero ba ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So kilala niyo Sombero? Mr. Argosino, kilala ni Mr. Robles Sombero?
Kasi po,
Yes, Your Honor.
katabi
Kasi
po namin
nag-present
yan
po siya
noong
sa amin
nung gabi na yon.
October 5, Your Honor.
Ha?
Nag-present po siya sa amin noong October 5.
Kaya nga. Ayan, lumabas ang Sombero. Di ba? Dala-dala niya na yung bag, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige, tuloy mo. Sino ito nasa una? Mr. Robles, sino yung nasa una?
Yan po yung kasama ni Mr. Sombero. Hindi ko po kilala.
So, kapatid mo ito, si Sombero ito, kasama niya ito. Dalawa kayo. Partner, mag-Brad. Sige, go. You know, I want to seek your cooperation para hindi na tayo mahirapan because if I were you, I'd cooperate. You seem like an unwilling partner here all the way.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are.
We or you?
I am.
You are.
I am willing to cooperate. I am
You're willing to
cooperating.
cooperate.
I'm cooperating, Mr. Chair.
Good. Is it not the fact that the lawyer of Mr. Argosino asked you to sit beside him and you refused? Last meeting,
No, that's not a fact.
I was the one who asked. The lawyer was my former intern and he was asking you to sit beside him and you said you're perfectly fine there. You refused, right, to sit with him?
Because I have transferred several times already, Mr. Chair.
You are
I have already transferred in several seats, Mr.
I
Chair.
asked you about that. You were asked whether you were willing to sit beside him and you said no.
I
That's why you
thought
said
it was,
because.
Mr. Chair, can I explain? I thought it was your direction that I sit here away from him.
No.
That was what she told me.
Who's
last
she?
time. The person who approached me.
One of the lawyers here, Mr. Argosino, where is that? Yung intern ko dati, nasaan? Anyway, again, you didn't want to sit beside him again. Alright? Sige. Nasaan na yan? Palabas na kayo. Papunta na kayo sa parking, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ay, si Mr. Sombero. Ano sinasabi dyan ni Mr. Sombero? Mr. Robles, ano sinasabi dyan? Nag-instruction sa iyo.
Yung exact words, hindi ko po alam, pero he is pointing to direction kung saan kami dapat dumaan.
Sa kayo dadaan.
Opo.
Bakit?
Kasi mas alam daw niya po yun.
Siyempre. Sige. Kung saan hindi kayo masyadong makikita. Sino yung nakasul na yan?
Ako po, Mr. Chair.
Ikaw yun. Looks like you knew where to go.
Nagbigay na po niya ng direction at dyan daw po kami dumaan. Kaya umuna na po ako kasi gusto ko na talagang makauwi.
I want to get that girl there, ha? In security. Comsec, can you get that girl? Go ahead. Pababa na kayo, palabas na kayo niyan, correct? Okay, hold it there. Now. Hold it. Turn on the light, please. Mr. Robles,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
nagpartihan na kayo dyan, di ba?
Doon po sa naglalakad pa lang po kami before going to the elevator, ini-request na po sa akin ni Mr. Argosino, Attorney Argosino, na dadalhin ko yung dalawang bags.
So, dadali mo yung dalawang bag. Pinadala mo sa anak, sa kapatid mo.
Opo.
Yung sa kanya, kanina niya pinadala. Siya nagdala.
I do not know po kasi naghiwalay na kami. Mas
So, dinala
mabuti
mo
po
sa
siya
kotse mo?
sumagot.
Magkatabi ba yung kotse niyo sa paradahan?
Magkalayo po.
So, dilagay mo doon sa bag, yung dalawang bag sa auto mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Argosino? Sa iyo.
Si Wally po, Your Honor, ang naglagay.
Si Wally.
Yes, Your Honor, si Mr. Sombero.
You have to take the parking lot. We will play it forward. Are you sure? Si Wally na
Very sure,
naglagay.
Your Honor.
And you were just a willing lamb. Ilagay mo na lang dyan sa bag ko. Ganun ba?
Hindi po
Sa
ganun,
baleta
Your
ko,
Honor.
sa kotse ko.
Hindi po ganun, Your Honor.
You know, I'm not happy about this. You come from a good school, well-educated. Your record is not very sterling, but nonetheless, you are sported with the money, in other words. Lumabas kayo, dala nyo na yung pera.
Your Honor.
Huh?
If I may.
I'm sorry, when I raise my voice, it's because I don't get
Yes, Your Honor.
to hear you very well. I am not mad at you. I just want to tell you, you already are sported with the money.
Your Honor, we maintain, Your Honor, that this is a corruption of public official, Your Honor. This is not
Alright,
a
okay,
case, Your
that's
Honor,
your defense.
of bribery, Your Honor.
But you put it in your car and you left, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, you kept it. And then according to Mr. Robles, after you brought it home, where did you hide it in your house?
In my small office, Your Honor.
So you didn't go to your home,
I have a small office in my home, Your Honor.
in your office, in your house.
That's correct, Your Honor.
You have a safe?
There is a small place there where I put it, Your Honor, where no one can see.
All right, so you put it there. And what about you, Mr. Robles?
Hindi ko naman po binabayan ng sasakyan. Binigay ko rin po nung gabi sa kanya. Kay Atty. Argosino. On the same November 27.
On the same day?
Yes po.
Ano? 15. That as we were walking towards the elevator, Attorney Argosino told me that he will use the 5 bags as evidence and asked me to take 2 bags for security reasons.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And what time was that?
Po, Your Honor, yung naglalakad kami sa going to the elevator.
And going to the car, sinakay niya, kailan mo binigay sa kanya yung bagole? Si Argosino?
Noong pong...
Not at the same time.
Hindi
You
po,
went home, right?
Not po. Nung gabi na po. Nung November
So
27.
iniwan mo lang sa kotse mo yung pera?
May garahe naman po sa amin sa
No, no.
bahay.
Answer my
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All the time, nasa loob ng kotse mo, iniwanan mo doon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alright? Pagkatapos, on the evening of the 27th of the same day, alright? Pumunta kayo ni Attorney Argosino. Pinag-usapan niyo ba yan? Magkikita kayo sa Dasmariñas?
Magkikita po talaga kami.
Pinag-usapan niyo?
Yes po.
Kailan niyo pinag-usapan niyo?
Prior pa po yung event na yun.
Prior, bago niyo tinanggap
yung
yung
incident
pera.
na yun.
May date
Opo,
kayo.
meron
Magkikita
na
kayo
po.
sa Dasmariñas. Sa Cavite. Saan doon?
Sa yung exact po na street hindi ko po alam, pero parati na rin po kami nakakapunta doon kapag may mga event.
Palagi kayo
Orchards.
nakakapunta, pero hindi mo matandaan. Well, refresh your memory. Is that a public place? It's a
It's a
park.
private place.
So, kanino yan?
It's I forgot the name of the
Alright. You met in the parking area to consolidate the evidence, kuno. Where I took out the bag, 20 million from my car and put it in Attorney Argosino's car.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alright. And then what happened? Tuloy mo. Birthday party ng common friend, di ba kamo?
Yes po.
Sino yung pinag-birthday na yan?
Yung pong fraternity brad namin.
Ano? Sino?
Ano po?
Anong pangalan?
Alfredo Lim.
Ha?
Alfredo Lim.
Alfredo Lim.
Opo.
Ang kamag-anak pa ni General Lim, ha? And then, he told you to accompany him because Mr. Argosino arranged for a meeting at Diamond Hotel.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alright, Mr. Sombero,
Opo.
nakita ba kayo doon?
Late po ako dumating, inabutan ko na lang po sila.
On the 28th?
Yes,
O
Mr.
ano
Chair.
nangyari doon?
Dumating lang, nakikain lang po ako. Sila naman po yung nag-uusap. Palabas-labas rin ako sa hotel to smoke.
Hindi mo alam kung anong pinag-usapan.
Yung mga pinag-aabutan ko lang po
So
is yung...
indeed, you're a willing lamb. Sunod ka lang na sunod. Junior Brad.
Nirequest lang niya po kasi yung...
No, answer my question. Sunod ka lang na sunod. Nakikisama ka dahil senior siya sa'yo.
Hindi po sa ganun. Gusto ko rin
bakit mo
pong...
pumapayag?
Pumupunta rin po kasi
Tinanong
nga
mo ba
po...
sa iyo kanya na, uy, anong gagawin natin sa pera?
Yes po, tinanong ko po sa
O,
kanya.
ano
yan.
sabi niya?
Ang sabi niya po, gagamitin daw niyang evidence. Tinanong ko rin po kung hiningi niya yung pera na yun. Ang sagot niya po, hindi naman niya daw hiningi.
Ano pala? Ano sabi niya?
Hindi raw naman po niya hiningi yun.
Oh.
Ngayon po, nung nasa Diamond Hotel,
Bakit binigyan na lang sila ng pera?
yan din po ang tinatanong ko sa kanya kasi hindi ko naman po nakakausap
Did
si
it ever
Mr.
dawn upon you
Sombero.
na sabihin ka agad sa Secretary of Justice na binigyan kayo ng pera para mahuli yun?
There was a moment na minention ko po sa kanya na bakit hindi mo na-mention niya kay Secretary of Justice. That was after November 30, I think.
This November 28.
On November 28 po, sinabi ko na sa kanya na bakit, para saan ba yung perang binigay sa'yo?
Ano na?
Tinanong ko na po siya,
Na?
para saan ba yung talagang pera na binigay sa'yo? Na-mention ba?
So, nagdududa ka na?
Opo.
Kuno?
nagdududa na po talaga ako doon dahil hindi ko po malaman kung bakit nagbigay ng ganong kalaking pera.
You're a
Mr.
lawyer.
Chair.
You passed the bar. Hindi ka nagtanong, uy, baka bribe yan, ha?
Something like that. Ang ano ko po, I sense that there is
Ito sinabi
something
mo.
wrong with it.
You asked Argosino to stay for, I asked Attorney Argosino to stay for a while and discuss the situation. Sabi ko sa kanya, nagtataka ako, bakit Mr. Sombero never mentioned anything about the money? Wala siyang binanggit tungkol sa perang binigay sa inyo. I told Attorney Argosino that the money was forced to us to be used as a leverage to advance Mr. Sombero's interest. Sinabihan mo yun?
Yan
Ano
po
yung
ang...
sabihin? Sinabihan mo si Argosino na binigay sa inyo yung pera. Para mo nalaman, pinuwerso kayong tanggapin yung pera para sa kapakanan ni Mr. Sombero.
Kasi naman po, hindi naman po kami nang hihingi. Hindi rin ako nang hihingi ng pera.
Hindi ka rin nagsusumbong na binigay ka. Limpak-limpak na salapi yung binigay sa inyo. Hindi ka nagsusumbong sa inyong superior officers.
Sinasabi ko po sa kanya, wala po kasi akong...
Paliwanag mo sa akin why it took you until December 13 to file the case at ilabas nyo yung pera nung nagkabukuhan na case kay Mr. Tulfo. Alam mo, it's just like pulling teeth. Tinatanong ko kayo, talagang lalo kayo nababaon. Hindi sa sinasabi nyo sarili, hindi ako nagbabaon sa inyo.
Mr. Chair, there were several incidents that transpired and actually wala naman po kasi ako dito na control dito sa transaction na to. It was Argosino who was investigating o who talked with Wally Sombero about this. Ako po sinasamahan ko lang
Hindi
talaga.
kaya
sir.
natatakot ka dahil may nag-uutos sa inyo na malaki na huwag nyo ibibigay yung pera?
Wala naman po.
Oh, bakit hindi ka magsasabi niyan?
Mr.
You're
Chair,
familiar with bribery, right?
yes, I understand.
Are you a
yes.
public official?
Yes, during that time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you are, right?
Yes.
Hindi ka natakot na, uy, binigyan tayong pera, tumanggap tayo.
In so
Kasi
far as,
nasabi mo, pinawar sa akin ni Argosino, huy, corruption ng public officials yan. Bakit hindi natin sinumbong?
but the money was received in evidence. The purpose of the receipt was for only a physical possession, Mr. Chair. That was what Argosino told me about
I
it.
would not want to think that you represent your school because I'm sure your school taught you proper law.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because kung ikaw yon, dapat sinabi mo na kagad yan eh. Anyway, if you could insist on this line, I will let you do that. Your affidavit speaks for itself. Your statement speaks for itself. And I'm asking, I already told you, you should cooperate because kung meron ka nalalaman na malalaking tao dito involved, dapat siguro, ang sinabi niyo lang, corruption of public officials. Ano lumabas doon sa inyong investigasyon? Nagpunta kayo doon sa Puntana. Nasa nga pala, Commissioner Montero, yung hiningi ko sa inyong listahan. Pag may hiningi sa inyo ang Blue Ribbon, huwag niyong ibibulaga sa amin, dapat pag-aaralan namin yan. 101,319 yan.
1,316, sir.
Oh, you corrected me, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have it?
And we have it, sir. We were told to bring it today, sir.
No, you were told to give it to us.
We are submitting it now, Your Honor.
How many of the 1,316 are still there? Kasi ito pinag-uusapan niya kaya may
Yes,
lumabas
sir.
sa pera para lumabas siya mga yan. Ilan pa ang natira?
At the Fontana Convention Center, Your Honor, we have 71.
71 na lang.
Yes, sir.
Sa Fontana.
And those released on bail numbering to 654.
654 released on bail.
Yes, Your Honor. 416 na lang po yung...
Upon your orders yun, 654.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why did you release them on bail?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Why did you release them on bail?
They are authorized to be released on bail, Your
When
Honor.
did you release them on bail?
December 3, Your Honor.
December 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is 7 days after the incident or 6 days after the incident, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
See,
And,
it puts the
44
government in a very bad position. 654 are released 6 days after the incident, after money changed hands, and when no case was being filed.
Cases
Wala bang
were...
kasong pinafile? Alam nyo na tumanggap yung 2 taon ninyo,
I'd like to be corrected, Your Honor. I
hindi
did
ba
not know.
nyo alam?
Hindi ko pa alam, Your
Pero
Honor.
looking at it from now, post facto, 6 days after, itong dalawang ito tumanggap ng pera on November 26, nag-bail, nag-complain ba sila, oy, bakit nyo i-release yan? Tumanggap kami ng pera.
Your Honor, we did not know about the receipt of the money, but on November 28, we sought the clearance of the SOJ to release those who are qualified for release because of the request of the Chinese ambassador, Chinese Consul General, because of the inhumane condition at the Fontana Convention Center, and it was succeeded by
And what
the
cases have you filed
SOJ.
against them?
44 of these, Your Honor, were charged with 39 were charged with cybercrime by the...
49?
Yes, Your Honor, by the DOJ Cybercrime Unit. 5 were charged for destruction of PNP property because there was a riot and they damaged a PNP vehicle. The rest...
Riot yung mga Chinese.
Yes, Your
When
Honor.
was that?
I think December 22, Your Honor.
24?
December 24.
Christmas Eve.
Yes, Your Honor. Before the Christmas Eve.
But you released the 654 when?
December 3, Your Honor. December 3.
December 3. So yung
Yes.
natira, ilan yung natira?
Yung natira po is, I think around 700. And 71 na lang po ang naiwan ngayon.
Saan na punta iba?
They were all deported, Your Honor. They have left already. Upon the instruction of the President to fast-track the deportation of those who are not charged with crimes. So this doesn't include the 39 and the 5 who were charged by the PNP. The rest, yung 91, Your Honor, at saka there were 91...
Can you submit to us a list? Kasi pabago-bago ka, nakakahilo eh.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
From 1,300, ang natitira, wala na.
Meron, Your Honor.
Ilan?
71 nga po yung sa
71.
Fontana Convention Center. And then,
654 were set on bail.
yes, Your Honor,
Ah.
416 na lang po yung naiwan dito.
Oh,
Of
kala
the
ko wala na.
654.
Kala ko sa'yo mo pinauwi na dahil nagsabi si Presidente.
Hindi po, kasi yung tickets po, sila ang bibili nun eh. We
Well,
do not
can
have control, Your Honor.
Can you have your staff do that now and give it to us?
I will, Your
Yung
Honor.
natitira, please be orderly, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please, no? Now,
Just for the record, Your Honor, 785 were already deported.
hindi,
and
kaya
left the
nga,
country.
ibigay niyo muna sa akin lahat para
Yes, sir.
properly natin mailalagay sa record. Alright? Now, Mr. Tulfo, sir, did you, you wrote in your article na in exchange for, the money was given in exchange for the release of 600.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is the basis for that, sir?
From Wally Sombero's statement to me.
So, Wally Sombero. So, Wally Sombero has to appear here para malaman natin ang punong dulo nito, right? So, 600, yung bang 600 na yun, yung ba yung binail na una?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, I will rephrase. Sabihin ko lang ito, ganito na lang. No? Nirelease nyo sila on December 3.
Yes, sir.
Nangyari yung lagayan o palitan ng pera or whatever you want to call it on November the 26th to the 27th. Is that correct?
I believe so, Your Honor.
So, 6 days later or 7 days later, or the case may be, biglang na-bail. Ang na-bail is 654. So, masisisimin nyo ba ang publiko pag sinabi nila, nagbigay, nakalabas na yung 654. Tama, si Mr. Tulfo, 600 yung pinalabas. Yun ang lumabas sa column ni Mr. Tulfo on December 10. So, hindi natin masisisi ang publiko na pag tinignan ito on retrospect na mukhang nag-work yung lagay dito sa dalawang kasama ninyo.
Well, I respect your opinion, Your Honor, but...
No, this is an opinion.
Yes, sir.
Hindi opinion ito. Kung lang ito. Hypothetical na sinasabi ng publiko na maaaring yan ang iisipin nila.
I stand corrected about the figure, Your Honor. 585 were released on December 3, 66 on December 8, And
Just give
16
us a-
on December
Can you
16.
just give me a copy of that, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Whatever, 585, whatever it is, coincidental lang na 600 na sinabi ni Mr. Tulfo on December 10, of course, nirelease yung December 3, pero ang hindi may tatanggi, nangyari on November 26, 27 na nagpalitan ng pera. Tama? So hindi natin masisisi ang publiko pag pinag-uusapan ito na may nangyari talaga. Pero wala ko sinasabing alisunod doon sa bigayan niyan. Right? And then eventually, lahat nakalampas na. Ano-ano ang charge dyan? Dineport nyo sila for what? Illegal entry.
95, Your Honor, were overstaying, and 91 were undocumented. They were
Ilan,
subject...
91?
91, yes, sir.
Undocumented, meaning?
They were not able to present their passports, so they were subject to summary deportation.
Question. Di ba itong mga ito, pag pumasok ang Chinese dito, pagka group tour sila, I know that the immigration kinukuha yung mga passport yan.
Hindi, Your Honor. They have possession of the passport.
Paano nakapasok yung 91? Nga walang passport.
They were not able to present, upon the arrest, their passports, Your
Oh, we
Honor.
know that, don't we? Alam natin, wala na silang passport nung hinuli. Paano nakapasok yan kung walang passport?
I believe they have passports, but probably, sir, nandun sa kanilang mga sponsors who invited them. But during the
No, but that's
inquest,
the rule. Inahawakan yung passport either ng travel agency, kung di ako nagkakamali, if memory serves correct, or ng immigration. Nangyari ba yan?
the immigration doesn't take possession
Hindi
of the
kinuha yung
passport.
Pero hawak nila.
Mag-stamp lang, sir, kami pagpasok nila. We'll just stamp and place kung ilang
Pero
days
may
sila.
pananagutan rin yung travel agent na nagdala sila, yung group tour or yung junket, na pag uwalis siya, siya matatabahan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so talaga may unwritten arrangement dyan na pinasok ni Mr. Lee, itong grupong ito, just a hypothetical name, pero alam niyo na hawak niya yung mga passport yan. Isn't that dangerous? I'm talking about in aid of legislation now. Di ba delikado yan?
It is, Your Honor.
Pinababayaan nyo na hawakan yung passport ng tao na lumalakad walang passport. For several reasons. One, di mo alam kung sisibat yan o spy yan. Pangalawa, kung babae yan, she is vulnerable. Kay lalaki yan.
Unless
Lalo,
we...
pwede siyang pahirapan, pwede siyang hingan, wala kang passport, hihingan ng forever. Pwede siyang maging white slavery. Tama?
Yes, Your Honor. But
Why are we tolerating that then?
unless we check the all the employees, Your Honor, doon lang namin po malalaman.
No, but I'm already going into policy here. You appreciate that, don't you?
I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Sayang naman ang oras ng panahon ng tao dito na hindi namin makukorek yan na nakakapasok na, lalo na yung big neighbor natin, ang dami-dami pumapasok dito, yung passport ang may hawak, hindi hinahawakan ng mga taong dapat humawak. Tapos nakakakawala sila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So ano mga chinarge pa? Unlabored, chinarge ba sila? Who's responsible for this ba? Sino mag-charge? Labor or the Department of Justice?
Yung sa amin, Your Honor, doon lang po sa immigration violations. Those working with another company, yung iba po,
Tinanong na yan sa inyo eh.
Yes,
Doon
Your Honor.
Sa committee ni Secretary ni Senator Villanueva.
I was not present in the committee of Senator Villanueva, Your Honor. But to continue, Your Honor, 109 were charged for working with another company, but were working in Clark. 239 or 600,
No.
612 were working without proper visa.
Pakisabit na lang ninyo yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi gusto ko rin makita kung tama yung sinasabi niyo sa amin. Dahil sa inyo lang, ngayon lang, mali-mali na kayo eh. I want that submitted under oath.
Yes, Your Honor. We will.
Affidavit, ha? Dahil yan ang pagbabasihan namin. Let the record state that Senator Subiri was here earlier and Senator Pacquiao just arrived. And of course, Senator Escudero just arrived as well. So sa mga tweet, meron tayong kulang sa ating gobyerno Na unang-una, hindi nyo alam kung pinailan ng labor yan for violation of labor law, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang final nyo lang, violation of immigration law.
Immigration laws,
Yung
yes.
iba, pinatawad pa, pinauwi.
Released on bail, Your Honor.
Ha?
They were released on bail, sir.
Magkano ang bail?
The bail bond is 50,000 plus 6,000 penalties and fees, Your Honor.
Let me ask you here, and Secretary Aguirre alluded to this earlier. Sabi niya, he's been in Clark for 5 months. It's public record and known to everybody there that there is a casino there and that they're operating a casino there. Is it known publicly there, Attorney Secretary of Justice, na meron talagang tinatawag na internet gambling? Yeah?
Mr. Chair, the casino was given a permit by the CDC. But I texted Secretary Tugade, and he told me, after consulting with the main officials there at CDC just this morning, that the online gaming operation under Next Game, that's the name of the company, only started in 2014 when I'm already out of the CDC, because I only in CDC from March to August 2013. So the Next Game Corporation of Jack Lam operating the online gaming only started in 2014.
But Jack Lam has been operating here for 10 years.
I think so. That's what I knew. But Jack Lam is a
He operates in Fort
legal
Ilocanda, if I-
locator of Fontana. So there's nothing wrong with the operation of Fontana.
Oh,
What-
I never alluded to that. I mean, Jack Lam is known here because he operates in Fort Ilocanda. He operates in Clark. He operates also in CESA.
That's right.
I don't think he operated in the Subic. Or did he?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any knowledge to that effect. But, dapat alam natin kung nagkakaroon yan. Hindi ba nagre-request ang labor sa inyo na paki-investigate nyo nga yan? Baka may mga illegal entrance dyan or they're really working as violating our labor laws or international laws on wild slavery? Wala bang ginagawa sa inyo information dyan?
During my time, Your Honor, wala pong request ng DOLE na ganun.
And did you not bother on your own initiative? You're a military officer and you're supposed to take initiative na pagka may mga ganyan, dapat papakailaman yan, titingnan niya yan. Lalo na, kayo ang chairman, ang chief ng Commission on Immigration.
I did not take those actions, Your Honor.
That's regrettable because that's been going on for 10 years. Now, let me just ask a little question here concerning etong si Jack Lam. Secretary of Justice, is he violating any law in our country?
By operating that online gaming illegally without any franchise or permit from PAGCOR, that's the prime charge that could be charged against Jack Lam.
So illegal gambling practically, or
That's-
operating without a license.
That's right, Mr.
And what
Chair.
would be the penalty there should he be convicted?
To be truthful about it, I really don't know the.
Quite frankly, I don't know
extent
myself. I thought you might know because you're the Secretary of Justice. Yes, go ahead, Secretary Escudero. No, that's the rule here. You don't grab a microphone.
Just on that point, Mr. Chairman, Secretary Aguirre, bawal ho yung online gaming? Because they don't have a license from PAGCOR, you said?
That's what we are made aware of. That's why.
That's what, who made you aware of, Mr. Secretary?
Well, we are told that his license is from CESA, but CESA. CESA.
Mr.
Cagayan
Chairman, I
Economic
raised the
Zone.
point because this might be at the core of this investigation, quite frankly. Number one, you are correct. The license is from CESA. In fact, Mr. Secretary, CESA has an agreement with PAGCOR under the previous administration. Now, whether that agreement is valid or not is beside the point. But the fact that it does not have any license from PAGCOR does not automatically mean that it is automatically illegal as well. Again, Mr. Chair, I raise this point because this might be at the very core of this whole controversy. Are you aware of the CA decision, Mr. Secretary, that the Court of Appeals in the final decision said that online gaming is not under those penalized by PD number 1602?
I am aware of that, and I believe that it is there is controversy surrounding the interpretation of the decision, in fact, the interpretation of the law. So
Is it the final decision?
It must be reviewed. I believe that the laws must be reviewed, and if ever they should be amended in order that it will be made clear to all of us.
Mr. Chairman, again, I raise this point because during the later part of this hearing, probably not today, I will be delving on PAGCOR's role specifically with respect to this, and perhaps it is part of a total approach to the problem that we are faced with right now, because all of them seem to have coincided. Pumasok sila laban kay Jack Lam, may question ng immigration, ang PAGCOR biglang pumasok, gustong lisensyahan lahat, ang PAGCOR nilapitan lahat ng licensees, when in fact they have an existing agreement with CESA. Any problems with that? They should have dealt with either CESA, APECO, or within PAGCOR itself instead of dealing directly already with the licensees. But we will come to that at a later point in time.
Well, you are slated to ask your questions. As I promised you last time, the moment you come in, you'll be the first one to ask. But you don't want to continue now? Or just later on? Later on. No, I'm just waiting for any of you to ask a question. Yung kay Jack Lam, so wala pa kayong pinafile kay Jack Lam in reality.
I think there's already a case filed against Jack Lam by our Cybercrime Division of the Department of Justice.
And that is for the operation of internet gambling.
That's correct.
Then
Your
are you
Honor.
filing with the others? Ang dami nag-ooperate ng internet gambling. Sino ba nag-ooperate ng internet gambling? Mr. PAGCOR, si... Go ahead, Mr. Ignacio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Operating under...
Sino po ang nag-ooperate ng internet gambling sa Pilipinas?
For now, under PAGCOR, Mr. Chair, wala pa po. Ang nailabas lamang po naming lisensya ay 35 and in operation ay 26.
Can you submit the list to us?
We will.
Do you have it now?
It is posted in our website, but we will be more than willing to provide the committee with a list.
And while you're on this matter, so wala sa inyo ngayon yan? Dala mo ba?
One moment, Mr. Chair.
When you come here, please be prepared.
Ito na po, sir.
Yes. By the way, I asked you last time, net earnings of Jack Lam's gaming operations. This is a question by Senator Gatchalian. Presentation of briefing on the online gambling industry. Senator Alan Peter Cayetano asked that. All right? And sigiling ko na kayo lahat, no? Kay Commissioner Morante, information how many undocumented foreigners are arrested by the Bureau of Immigration yearly. Affidavit in connection with the questions raised during the Blue Ribbon Committee.
It's ready for submission already, Your Honor.
Sorry?
It's for submission already, Your Honor. Dala ko po
For
ngayon.
submission is not submission. In other
Yes, sir.
words, this is the classic bureaucratic response. Ginagawa na po. We're working on it. Pero hindi pa tapos.
Nandito po, Your Honor.
Present progressive lahat tayo. When you appear here, please send it over, bring it here so we can ask you the questions. If you have it now, give it to the COMSEC. And the COMSEC is directed to make sure that the chair doesn't have to ask these questions. I mean, we should make sure that we have it here. Madami pa tayong hindi tinatanong. So, wala tayong information kay Jack Lam, Mr. Secretary?
What we know is that since he is operating outside of CESA, Cagayan Economic Zone, then he is violating
Correct,
the...
he's violating. Sa CESA pwede siya. Pag lumabas siya, in violation siya.
That's right, Your Honor.
Senator Escudero has a different take on this.
Can I already ask, Mr. Chairman?
Of course you may ask.
My turn. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this point, may I ask you, Representatives of PAGCOR, what's your legal basis in issuing...
Escudero, para hindi ka na ma-delay, I just have one question. Pardon me. Para matapos ito. Si General Kalima, on December 9, kailan kayo nakita na sa 18 million? Alam mo yan, Mr. Robles. Sabi mo, nakihati, patawa pa. Sabi
That
mo,
was
biglang
December
dumating
2.
si Sam.
December 2, Your Honor. when
Kilala
he
mo ba
was-
si Sam? Kilala mo na si Eddie at saka si Sally. Kayong dalawa yon. Ha? Eddie ako, Sally ako, si Patty, dumating rin, pati ako. Ngayon si Sam, dumating, sama ako. Kailan kayo nag-meeting itong mga ito?
December 9.
December 9.
Turn over ho namin sa kanya yung 18 million.
Ang sabi mo noon, nag-meeting kayo December 1, December 2, December 4, December 9, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
At nangihingi siya na ang kaparte niya.
Nung una hindi pa ho, pero nag-start ho yan nung December 8 ng gabi.
December 8 ng gabi.
Oho.
Yun sa sinasabi ni Mr. Robles.
Oho. Nung una
Asa
ho,
nakita mo na yung affidavit ni Mr. Robles?
Sinasabi po niya nung una na gusto ko po makatulong. Nung December 1, December 2, at saka...
Pero
December
nakita mo ba yung affidavit ni Mr. Robles? Hindi consult you about it?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
So, alright. Mr. Robles, sabi mo, dumating siya, sabi niya, nangihingi siya, sabi niya, kasi hindi niyo ako sinama eh. Pabiro, sabi niya, yung ba sinabi niya?
That was on December 2, Mr. Chair.
December 2 pa yon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Patawa, sinasabi niya yan.
Opo.
Seryoso.
Pabiro po.
Ano ibig niya sabihin doon? Pabiro? Hindi talaga siya nanghihingi.
Hindi pa po nanghingi nun.
Hindi pa. Kailan siya nanghihingi?
Well, wala pong personal knowledge kundi narinig ko lang po kay Atty. Argosino.
Ano yun?
December 8 po, nung tumawag ho siya sa akin,
Ano sabi niya?
nakikipag-meeting sa Promenade.
Promenade o doon
Yes.
sa Kwan? Di ba nagkita
Yellow
kayo doon
Cab
sa
po yan.
Yellow Cab?
Yes, that's in Promenade. Your Honor.
Tapos sa Yellow Cab, nagkita kayo doon sa Promenade. Ano
Yes,
sabi
Your
niya?
Honor. Doon niya ho sinabi na humihingi ho siya. Tapos ang sinabi ho niya may mga pagbibigyan daw po siya.
May pagbibigyan siya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ulitin mo ang maigi, sigurado yung sinabi niya, ha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Humingi siya dahil may pagbibigyan siya.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Di mo tinanong kung sino?
Sinabi po niya sa akin.
Sino?
Si Commissioner Morente, si Montulfo, si Colonel Chan, at Sombero, Your Honor.
So yung apat na yun na sinabi niya,
Yes, Your Honor.
na pagbibigyan niya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano sabi mo?
Nung una, Your Honor, tinatanong ko muna kung para saan yung 18 million. Then nung sinabi niya na kailangan natin to para maayos yung problema kay Montulfo. And then sabi ko, o sige, magkano yung nakikita mo? Sabi, 18 million, pwede na, sir. So meron na po siyang computation. So yun
Sabi niya
yung
po,
reason.
18 million, sir.
Doon ho kami
Sinisir ka
nag-negotiate.
niya, sinisir ka niya.
Ang tawag niya sa akin is sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sige.
And then, dinala ko po nung December 9.
So pumayag ka, bigyan ng 18 million para mapartehan sila.
Yes, Your Honor, because tinitingnan ko rin ho yung kanyang yung relation niya po kay Sombero. Kasi nga ho, nung December 1, doon na ho siya nag-start na lumabas eh. Tapos sinasabi niya ho na gusto ko sir makatulong. So yun po yung nangyari. And then December 9 ho, dinala ko ho ng 2 p.m. Kaya po, kung makakapagsalita lang ho sana ako, hindi ho totoo nagka-counterintelligence ho yan. Dahil kung talaga nagka-counterintelligence at naghahanap siya ng ebidensya na merong highest form of evidence na sinasabi niya number 2 and number 3, di sana sinetap niya po kami nung December 9. Kasi ho, humingi na siya ng 18 million nung December 8, ilang oras po yung nakalipas. Alam niya ho na dadaling ko yung 18 million, ba't hindi po kami inaresto? So afterthought lang po yan, Your Honor. Talagang binablackmail po kami.
That's because pinakitaan kayo. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Meron ako namin sila. That's because pinakitaan na kayo nung tape ng conversation niyo, di ba?
Nagsimula na po yan nung December...
Saan kinuha yung tape ng conversation niyo? December 1, December 2, December 4?
Wala po siyang pinapakita noon, Your Honor. Sinasabi lang, meron akong mga recordings
December 8.
December 1 po, December 1.
Ah.
And then sinabi rin niya ho sinabi sa akin ni Attorney Robles, ganun din daw ho yung sinabi. Sinabi rin niya ho sa akin, kayo kasi hindi niyo ako sinasama. And then December 4 ho, in-invite ho kami doon sa kanyang Motec, yung kanyang talyer. Tapos pinarinig ho yung kanyang conversation with Wally Sombero. Wally Sombero ho, na wala pa ho si Montulfo. So, nung December 4 ho yun, basically yun lang po yung nangyari. Pinapakita ho niya na
Alam
alam niya yung
sinasabi
nangyari.
niya sa akin na wiretapping. Na wiretap niya yung conversations niya.
Meron po siyang sinasabi na na-recordan, pero hindi ko po narinig yun.
Hindi ba pinarinig sa inyo yung Commissioner Morente?
May mga pinarinig po at pinakita, but hindi ko nakikita yung, because sila yung nag-uusap.
Wiretap lang.
I am not sure, Your Honor.
But you heard it.
I heard snippets of the conversation. Kasi,
What did you hear? The snippets that you hear?
I think conversations lang, Your Honor. I cannot recall the exact.
And you were not, hindi mo pinansin?
Hindi, Your Honor. I was signing then the, most of the documents usually comes in the
Back to you,
afternoon.
General. 2 questions. Nag-wiretap ka, anong wiretap mo?
Sir, I did not wiretap, Your Honor.
Ano yung pinarinig mong conversation sa kanila?
I just showed them some of the evidence that we gathered, and yung iba dun, Honor, sinasaywar ko na lang sila. Kasi yung nangyari po yung sinasabi ni dating Associate Commissioner Argosino na hindi ako nagka-counterintelligence operation. Yung po kasing approach namin dito sa extortion case nito is hindi naman po pwedeng open investigation na tatanungin namin sila kasi mga abogado naman mga ito, hindi naman sila magsasabi sa amin. So we conducted yung tinatawag na namin na counterintelligence operation using yung tradecraft, yung kukunin namin ang loob nila.
Excuse me po. Were you aware of that he was conducting counterintelligence operations, Commissioner Morante?
I was aware, Your Honor, even on day 1, nung sinabi ho niya na may mga umaareglo, that was November 25, you recommended to me that we conduct CI operations to identify sino-sino po itong involved. Kasi mga unidentified pa. But just to be fair, since we assumed meron na ho kaming counterintelligence plan. It was part of the 3-pronged program na ginawa ko nung pumasok ako as the
Yeah, of course,
immigration chief.
every office has a counterintelligence plan. But in this particular case, nung hinuli niya yan, lumapit siya sa inyo, sabi niya, magkakaroon na siya ng counterintelligence dito sa dalawang ito.
Yes,
or
Your Honor.
some people involved.
Yes, Your
Sinabi ba niya yung dalawang ito kagad?
Hindi pa, Your Honor.
So, hindi niya alam.
Hindi pa ho. Nalaman ho namin ito. I was informed na nung, I think November 30, there was a entrapment operations. And he told me Gerald Calima told me na it was against the 2 associate commissioners.
Kaya lang,
Kaya lang hindi raw ho natuloy. And
dahil,
I'm not sure po siya ang makapagsabi
dahil,
po.
General,
Was already in media declaring nga po na merong bribery attempt against him from the camp of Jaklam.
akala ko hindi natuloy dahil hindi sila dumating.
Hindi po, dumating po sila. In fact,
Sino sila?
si
Argosino.
dating Associate Commissioner Argosino, Sir, and Robles, nakipag-meeting sila ulit doon sa kina Mr. Sombero.
Sa yan ba yung sa Diamond?
Yes, sir. Nung November 30 na, sir.
Yes.
And doon po yung nagde-demand na sila ng pangalawa ulit na bigay ng 50 million. Dahil lang sabi nila, kailangan daw kaliwaan, kompleto yung 100 million para masimulan nila ma-release yung 600 po. Pero hindi na nga natuloy po dahil
So they made that demand to Wally Sombero on December 30.
Yes, sir, for the demand for the release of the second 50 million, sir. To complete yung 100 million na demand nila para
And when did you find that out? From Wally Sombero?
Yes, sir.
So nagdagdagan pa?
Opo, kasi ang dinidemand nga po nila is 150 million. Yung 50, kinuha nila noong 26. Eventually, na-release sa kanila noong madaling araw noong 27. And then, that was a Sunday. Wednesday, nagde-demand po ulit sila ng another 50 million. Ang sabi nga nila is, that would complete yung 100 sana para they will start releasing yung 600. And the remaining 700 out of the 1,316 ay nagde-demand po ulit sila ng another 50 million.
I will get back to you. Again, I request the pardon of Senator Escudero. Very important. Mr. Robles, you said you went there sa Diamond Hotel. Hindi
Yes,
ka
Mr.
nakisama, ang nag-usap lang si Argosino.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Payosi-yosi ka lang. Kasi
Yes, Mr.
radio
Chair.
ka.
Actually, lumalabas
Hindi mo
pa
tinanong
ako.
kung ano nangyari.
Tinanong ko po nung huli, tinanong ko po siya kung ano bang sinasabi ni Mr. Sombero about dun sa binigay sa kanya. Ay sabi niya po, wala raw po talaga. Tinatanong ko nga po kung para saan at kung kanino nang galing. Actually,
So, hindi mo alam kung nanghingi siya pa ng additional 50 million.
hindi ko po alam yun.
So, that is why wala nangyari doon sa meeting na yun. Wala kang tinanong. Ano nangyari?
Yun lang po, ang tinanong ko lang po.
Tatanong ka, bakit hindi niya binabanggit yung pera?
Opo.
Tinanong mo yun, di ba?
Tinanong ko po.
Ba't hindi niya binabanggit yung pera? So, sa madaling sabi, dinala ka niya doon, sinama ka niya doon, kaya lang ayaw mo makisiksik doon, ayaw mo masabot, kaya lumalabas ka, inayaan mo siya, maaaring totoo yung sinasabi ni Gerald Calima. I'm not saying it's true. Maaaring totoo.
Naalin po, Mr.
Na wala nangyari nga eh.
I have no, wala po
Sabi
akong-
niya, dumating kayo doon, nanghihingi kayo ng another 50 million,
Hindi po totoo nanghihingi kami ng another.
paano mo nalaman, lumalabas ka mo eh.
Hindi, ako po. Kung
Kaya
kasi
nga.
pagkakasabi niyang kami, eh hindi naman ako kasali doon.
Kaya nga, paano mo malalaman? Dahil palabas-pasok ka mo eh. Kung totoo yung sinasabi mo.
Ako po,
Punta
hindi
kayo
po.
sa Diamond. Ano pala nangyari sa biyahe nyo sa Diamond? Hotel.
Crown Plaza po, Your Honor, yung sinasabi po ni General Calima.
Crown Plaza ba yun o
Sir,
Diamond?
this is the second demand request nila sa yung extortion demand nila sa that was on November 30. Kasi yung first meeting, sir, was on November 26 sa City of Dreams, sir. Doon, sir, yung ibinigay sa kanila yung 50 million. And then they again met with Sombero and yung Chinese, yung representative, Sir Jack Lam, on November 30. That was the time that they were asking for the,
Let me just repeat the sequence. Sana binabago nyo eh. Kay Robles ito galing, ha? December 26, 27, nagbigay ng pera. Sa 27 ng gabi, nagpunta sila sa Dasmariñas. Nilagay niya yung pera doon sa kotse. December 28, nagpunta kayo sa Diamond Hotel, correct? Don't just dump it to me. Just read it.
November 28,
November
Mr. Chair.
28, Diamond Hotel. Tama. Ano nangyari dyan? I was reluctant to go, but I still went to the place. You are the reluctant gentleman. Palagi ka reluctant. Pag naandun ka, lumalabas ka. Kaya parang napapasok ka. Kaya sabi ko, para kang Junior Brad. Susunod-sunuran ka lang. Di ba? Sunod-sunuran ka lang. Di ba totoo yan? Ayaw mo naman ito mangyari, di ba?
Yes,
Sumusunod ka lang sa kanya, di ba? Kung ano gawin niya, sabay ka lang na sabay.
Kung ganun po yung binibigay ng incident or facts.
Ano? Excuse me?
If that would be the impression, Mr. Chair.
No. What is your testimony to that fact? Am I telling you the truth when I say, ayaw mo makihalo, sumasama ka lamang, you are an innocent passenger, sinasama mo yung senior brad mo, at wala ka talagang, hindi ka kasama, itinuturo mo siya talaga.
Hindi po, sinasamahan ko po siya in courtesy dun sa request niya.
But you knew damn well and good, you took money already. You know damn well and good, after you took the money, on the following day, Argosino asked you to give him back the money. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So stop lying! You went again to Diamond Hotel, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And then you went in and out. Nothing happened. And then according to General Calima, you went again to, Crown,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
where there was supposed to be a request from him or a demand from him, dagdagan nyo 100 million, 50 million, para maging 100 million, kaliwaan, para mailabas yung 600. Of course, you didn't know about that again because you were the reluctant partner, weren't you?
Yes,
You don't want to be involved, don't you?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you really don't want to be involved, but you knew something was going on. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. But
Tama! tama. Alam mo may nangyayari. He didn't do anything about it.
I was asking him, Mr. Chair, because he has the control and I defer to his discretion. According to him, he was conducting conducting
And
investigation.
you believe that?
Yes, Mr. Chair,
If
because
you believe that, you're a lawyer. When something happens, could you not have arrested him right away that he bribed you? A crime was being perpetrated.
Mr. Chair, according to him,
Could you not have reported that to the Secretary of Justice right away?
I was
And
asking
you
him.
didn't have to bring it home. You exported with the money, you put it in a car, and then you transferred the money the following day, and then you met again. And then finally, on December 13, nung nagkabukuhan na, doon kayo nag-file ng kaso.
No, Mr.
Are you
Chair.
trying to make me believe you're stupid? Are you trying to convince me you're really stupid and that you're not a reluctant passenger? Tell me!
I want to say, what will I say if you're...
What will you say? Tell the truth.
Mr. Chair, he told me that he was conducting investigation, and I asked him, what kind of investigation are you conducting?
Oh, you're a lawyer. What kind do you think?
He mentioned that he was conducting an investigation against Jack Lang for violation of human trafficking because there are several minors that were arrested during that
minors.
time. Yes,
And
Mr.
you
Chair.
got 50 million, and you're telling him he's conducting an investigation, and you don't want to report it? Come on! You are a sap. You're beginning to be a sap here. I'm not insulting you. I'm trying to help you. If you know what's going on, say so. Because malinaw na sumasabay ka lang. Dapat magsalita ka na. At nagsalita ka na. Hindi ko na kailangan papahabain to. If you were in court, you'll be part and parcel as a principal.
I'm sorry.
Correct?
for that.
We took the same law, the same theories, the same doctrines. Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,
No,
we took
so
the same-
I expect your cooperation. If I were you, you will go to somebody and you will tell us what had really happened. Although I really don't need it anymore. You are seen on television and you're still trying to whistle yourself out of here. You can no longer skunk out of here.
I'm not. I'm just narrating my view.
I know. And I pity you. Naawa ko sa iyo eh. Nagpapauto ka. Tama ba yan? Nagpapauto ka? Answer me.
If that is the impression of
No.
the situation.
You be honest with yourself. To thine own self, be true.
I am deferring to his judgment, Your Honor.
You're deferring. That is the problem. The ties that bind. You defer to somebody even if he's doing something wrong. That's how our country goes awry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult you, but I'm trying to help you out. And if you're smart, you will help. And I think it's already obvious na lahat na nakikinig na ikaw ay sumasabay ka lang. Kunyari hindi ka sumasama, sinabi na dyan, punta kayo sa... Nakita na kayo sa TV. Pumunta kayo doon, sabi mo, hindi ko alam kung anong pinag-usapan. You're a lawyer. Alam mo, kasi may gagawin siya. Ano yung gagawin niya? Di ba? I know how you feel. Believe you me, I am conscious about your future. I know how you feel. Alam ko. Now, tama ba yung sinasabi ko? Is that something that we can conclude? Pupunta ka doon, hindi mo alam ang nangyayari, pero sige lang, senior sa akin, bahala siya, tama yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And you did not expect na may lang kalokohan nangyayari na hindi siya nangingi, hindi mo alam yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alam mo naghingi?
Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi mo alam? Sige.
Hindi ko po narinig at hindi ko naman alam yung
You
mga
did not even
pinag-usapan
suspect
nila.
that?
According to him, misconduct.
No, I'm asking you.
I might have.
You
Yes,
might have.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You were not aware of the CCTV?
I was aware, Mr. Chair.
Of course. You look like a smart young man. So you should be smart and say what is in your heart, not what convention and fraternity binds are trying to force you into perdition. Papunta ka, ikaw ang kasama, and you're left with the empty bag. Pinabalik pa nga yung pera sa iyo. Hindi mo man nakikita. Come on, you're smarter than that.
Mr. Chair, I don't know. I'm just deferring to his judgment. Ayoko na pong makialam dun sa mga bagay na kung ano yung mga pinag-uusapan nila. He was just requesting more for my presence and gusto ko rin naman pong malaman kung ano ba talaga yung, kasi nga po, nandun din po ako. So gusto ko malaman anong plano niya doon.
I understand.
Mr. Chair.
And that's very sad. I commiserate with you. Really, believe this or not, I sympathize with you. Because dapat, it's time to man up. Because it's time to man up. Now, General Kalima, my final question. Bakit mo inuwi yung pera, 18 million?
Your Honor, yung unlike po yung nangyari sa kanila na noong November 27, nakuha nila yung pera and they just admitted it to the SOJ, I think December 10 or 13. Yung sa akin po pagka dala nila nung ebidensya, including yung bag na nakikita nga namin kanina na doon mismo yung nakalagay yung pera na binigay sa akin, ay inireport ko kagad po kay Jarl Morente.
When did you report it?
Noon din pong 9 and then 10 po ay nag-meeting kami ulit and then ang binigay nga na instruction sa akin is to brief the Secretary of Justice at yan din naman po ang ginawa ko. So there was no lull from the time na hinawakan ko po yung ebidensya hanggang doon sa
December 9.
pag-report nga sana po
Yeah,
namin kay SOJ.
December 10, report mo kay Commissioner Morante.
Opo.
December
10 din po.
10, salita na si Secretary Aguirre, ganun ba?
That I communicated with the SOJ po na they wanted to meet him because I wanted to brief him nga sana kung ano yung buong pangyayari so that I can brief him para makita ng SOJ kung ano yung ginagawa ng dalawang associate commissioners namin who are supposed to be in the forefront ng anti-corruption drive namin. Tapos sila naman itong involved. But unfortunately, I was not given the chance anymore to present to the SOJ po.
I have a lot more questions. I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody who's watching. Kaya lang, hinahabol po natin maigi ito. Wala akong personal ito. I just have to ask this question of Secretary Aguirre. Hindi ko mapalagay ang aking kaisipan dito. Pinag-uusapan natin nagkakanina pa si Sombero. Sombero seems to be a very prominent figure in the Bureau of Immigration. He's able to conduct lectures. He's able to talk to you. He's able to talk to these people and make them follow him like a sheepdog. Following him like a lapdog, going to the casino, maghihintay ng 8 oras, and letting him get away with it. These guys, I suppose, were still negotiating with him after 8 hours. Mukhang maluwag ang hawak natin. And that's not meant to know. I know hindi mo lang malalaman lahat yan. Alam ko hindi mo lahat malalaman kung ano nangyayari. But ang hindi ko lang maintindihan, kanina pa tayo nag-hearing dito, tatanungin ko na sana sa inyo kanina pa ito, pero tatanungin ko ngayon. Bakit hindi nyo sinabi na meron kayong order, na meron kayong custodial protection na ibinigay, under protective custody, yang si Sombero? At hindi kaya si Sombero talaga umaalis, I will hold that guy in contempt. I will go after him because nakikinig siya rito, I know. You know why I know, sir? Because right after the last investigation, I got interviewed by Channel 2, by ABS-CBN. Ano sabi? Sumasagot si Sombero. In other words, baka hindi niya alam ko nakikinig siya para pagdating niya rito, buo na yung kwento. Now I ask you now, bakit ngayon nyo lang sinabi na hindi nyo sinabi sa amin na hawak na pala ng NBI itong si Sombero? At paano nakakalabas yan kung under protective custody ninyo yan?
Actually po, sinabi ko na kanina yan, na hindi ko alam na pumasok na pala yan doon sa NBI. They accepted Sombero without informing me or without prior clearance from me. So, when I was asked whether...
Galit ba kayo sa NBI ngayon?
No. Never.
Ano pala?
We have good relationship with the NBI.
Hindi kayo magagalit sa NBI, tinago sa inyo isang material witness? Kung Sombero is there?
Actually po, hindi ko naman, I think it's not within my power na they could do it. In other words, they could accept Sombero without informing me, without getting permission from me. So, when I came to know that Sombero was there in the protective custody, I went to the NBI and talked to Sombero.
You know, sir, I was also Secretary of Tourism and I had attached agencies with me. And I made sure they reported to me every day. They told me everything that is going on. Because ayoko makakasya ko na hindi ko alam ang nangyari. Up to now, in the Red Cross, I get calls every day. And I can tell you, as mayor, I do the same thing every day when I was mayor. And that is why I'm surprised why something as material as that was not told to us in candor. That's why I asked you earlier. I already hinted. Please talk to us in candor. Because I respect you a lot. I have no reason to suspect you. I just want you to explain this particular scenario. Bakit nandun na pala siya, hindi nyo pa sinasabi sa amin?
I was very candid about this committee, Your Honor. When Sombero sought protective custody of the NBI, I think it is not my obligation to inform this Senate. I believe that the NBI could take care of Sombero even without any approval from the Department of Justice.
Well, I agree with you on that, but isn't that a matter of courtesy at the very least, or a matter of obligation? I think you're very cavalier with the word obligation. We're conducting an investigation here. I don't enjoy this. This is the taxpayers' money that we're spending here. We're feeding people here. We're asking you questions. Your time is precious. We want to get over it. Something as material as that should have been told us. That's all I'm saying.
I apologize for that. But if I ask that question, I see no reason why I should not tell this committee.
Well, you told us already, after you were asked. And you were not aware that the NBI held it. And if I were you, I'd call the NBI to task.
To be fair to the NBI, I was told of Sombero's presence there about 1 day after he sought protective custody.
Now, Director, alam nyo na hinahanap namin si Sombero. I'm not gonna let you off the hook. Alam nyo na hinahanap namin dito. Sinabi rito, nagpunta doon, may sakit. You should know that. He's under your protective custody. Bakit din yung sinabi sa amin?
Last January, Your Honor, January 9, to be exact, 2017, lawyer attorney Contacto had written us a letter, in effect, allowing Mr.
Would you mind
Sombero,
coming closer to the microphone, please?
requesting that...
My ears are very virginal.
Okay. Requesting that Sombero be allowed to leave because he will be under for medical reasons, Your Honor.
Sa may letter sila sa inyo. Again, that was concealed upon us. Why do I have to get a letter from Sombero?
We did not conceal this matter, Your Honor.
Well,
We were not asked, Your Honor.
You were not informed. We were investigating and you're not offering any support to us? We don't have the NBI. We don't have any policemen with us.
This is the first time, Your Honor, that we were called.
Anyway,
to testify.
sinasabihan lang kita, dahil pinipintasan ko kayo, dahil kung nag-iimbestiga rito, alam nyo pala na hawak yung Sombero, dapat sinabihan nyo kami. Are you getting this second hand and the gentleman beside you knows everything?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, why don't you answer? Don't let your boss be embarrassed here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Mr. Sombero sought the protective custody of the NBI last November.
Be careful.
December 8.
December 8.
December 8. For reason that, according to him, he is being hunted by General Bato. So, considering that we received an order from the Department of Justice ordering the NBI to conduct investigation on the alleged bribery in the Immigration Commission, so we deem it proper to accept Sombero's request so that we can get information from him.
And out of departmental courtesy, did you not come to your mind to tell General Bato, boss, testigo namin yan. Bakit nyo naman huli yan? Testigo namin yan. Kailangan pa namin protective custody yan.
Your Honor, please, I am not in a position to do that to
Well, you know,
the General. I have my boss.
You are
We
not
have
an
the
ordinary citizen, sir. Maybe I can believe that from a citizen that is oppressed every day by all the kalokohan appearing to us na natatakot sa pulis kung magkamisan, natatakot sa drug pusher. You are not helpless. So do not tell me about that. I will not take that.
sorry for that, Your Honor.
It is your duty to have told your boss to tell General De La Rosa, sir, meron kaming hawak dito. Testigo namin yan. May bribery kaming iniimbestiga. Huwag nyo lang huntingin. Ngayon, umalis pa. Nanonood dyan, nakikinig sa atin yan doon sa Singapore. Baka hindi sa Singapore yan, baka nandiyan lang sa tabi-tabi yan. By the way, can you give me the date when Mr. Sombero departed from the Philippines?
January 17, Your Honor.
You have that?
Yes, Your
Oh
Honor.
my goodness. When you want to, you can produce it, right?
Yes,
January
Your Honor.
17.
Yes, Your Honor.
So he's been in Singapore since January 17.
I believe so, Your Honor. I'm not aware of where he is, but he left on January 17.
Right, okay. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Sir?
Yes, sir. With the presence of Sombero, he propounded that he is willing to give
Testimony.
testimony. And true enough, we asked him to give a statement. And we waited for his lawyer, Attorney Contacto, to get to the NBI, and Attorney Contacto arrived the following day, which is December 9. His statement took us 3 days.
Do you have his affidavit already?
We have his judicial affidavit.
You do have his judicial affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you send us a photocopy of that?
We have that in our file, Your Honor. We included that in the case that we filed with the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
Yeah, but don't you think you should give me a copy? Or you can send it a copy? We're investigating it.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Good judgment. Next time you will not forget that, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Proceed.
Then, after the narration, we validated it through the CCTV footages that were taken from the City of Dreams. As in fact, all the testimony of Sombero tallied with that of the one shown in the CCTV footages.
I apologize. My fault. My staff had it. It was not shown to me. It is my responsibility. All right? I have the fact that you had your NBI, that he has been under official custody of the NBI, protective custody of the NBI. I apologize to all of you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor.
So, the status of the case is that Sombero is part of your main witness against these two gentlemen in the Ombudsman?
Yes, Your Honor. From the very start of his testimony.
And is General Kalima part of the principal witness?
We summoned General Kalima during our investigation together with Commissioner Morente, and we also sent a summon to the two commissioners, Argosino and Robles, but they requested that they be given 15 days within which to answer, to submit their counter affidavit.
So he doesn't have an affidavit yet, a judicial affidavit?
No, they
Not yet.
did not submit it.
And don't you think that would bolster your case?
What we get is their statement used when they filed the case at the Parañaque.
By the way, my apology is limited to the fact that we were aware that he was under official protective custody of the NBI. Although I personally was not aware of that, the staff was aware of that, and I was not told that. All right? Okay, so General, hindi ba nyo sinasagot, ba't yung inuwi yung pera?
Sir, yung dire-diretso na nga sir yung yung pangyayari because I was supposed to present this to the SOJ. Pero sabi ko na nga po, unfortunately, hindi naman ako nabigyan ng pagkakataon. So what we did was to start preparing the case against the two associate commissioners.
Were you aware that the NBI was already filing a case against them?
Hindi pa po.
And did you think that if you were aware now, you would tell them that you have some testimony? Inimbitata kayo, di ba?
Opo, but that was the fact-finding committee po na create ni Secretary of Justice Akiri po.
Hindi ko maintindihan kung minsan ng gobyerno natin may fact-finding, may preliminary investigation. Ang dami-daming para sa pulis, pero ang dami kaya matagal lang ang proseso, kaya naiinip ang tao sa atin eh. So, are you going to testify against them?
Yes, sir. In fact, I have already filed a case against them for plunder, sir, and it's now pending at the Ombudsman. I already appeared at the Ombudsman for preliminary investigation. Your Honor.
All right. Again, I apologize to my colleagues here. Senator Escudero, thank you very much for your patience. You're on tag now. Thank you.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. Bago po ako magsimula, just some housekeeping, Mr. Chairman. Dahil nasa protective custody ng NBI si Ginoong Sombero, and I understand you already issued a show cause order, may we ask that the subpoena be now addressed to the NBI as well, so that they have the obligation to produce Mr. Sombero, given that he is under their protective custody still. Nagpaalam sa kanilang pupuntang abroad, pinayagan nila, protective custody pa rin nila, obligasyon nila ipresenta sa atin, dagdag sa obligasyon ni Ginoong Sombero, na magpakita po siya dito. At kung mabibigaw ang NBI, may pananagutan din po sila sa komite kung sakasakali kung hindi nila ma-produce si Ginoong Sombero sa susunod na pagdinig ng komiteng ito. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, the objection? So, the COMSEC is required to do the process and get the permission of the Senate President for the subpoena. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some queries from PAGCOR, Mr. Chairman. Director Arnel, just a few questions. Can you submit to this committee the legal basis, based on your legal counsel's findings, of PAGCOR's authority to so issue licenses to online gaming? Previous administrations have tried that. Previous administrations did not do that. All of a sudden, PAGCOR has a legal basis under this new administration. May I see, may I find out, and can you submit to the committee the antecedent facts, ano yung legal basis, ano yung legal research nyo, kung bakit nyo nasabi na yung online gaming ay nasa ilalim ng PAGCOR. You have to understand, Your Honor, ang PAGCOR charter, ginawa po yan bago pa na-invento ang internet. Mulat-mula territorial ang PAGCOR. Hindi po siya kasama ang online. Kaya nga po napasok yan sa charter ng CESA at APECO dahil nakita po nilang butas yan. At sa nagdaang dalawang administrasyon ni Pangulong Arroyo, ni Pangulong Aquino, tinangka at sinubukan din nilang gawin at hanapan ng basya na i-control ng PAGCOR yan, pero walang nakita. Baka may nakita ho kayo, hindi nila nakita, nais ko ring malaman. Pangalawa po, nabanggit ninyo, nagbigay kayo ng 25, tapos naging 35 lisensya sa online, hindi po ba?
35 licenses for 6 months, and then 26 now are operating, Your Honor.
Is it not true that you have sub-licenses as well? You have 35 licenses, and how many sub-licenses?
Regarding this, Attorney Trias will answer the question.
For the record, there are approximately 200 online players, either in CESA, APECO, or wherever. So you have 35 licenses issued. How many sub-licenses, sir?
Actually, sir, under our regulations, we have classified operators, and then we have also a classification for service providers. So we have 35 licensed operators, and for now we have 83 service providers around.
Sir, I know how the game is played. Is it not true that you initially issued 25 licenses? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you expanded it to 35 licenses, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you expanded it for each of the 35 to have 10 sub-licenses each.
That's the agreed limit, Your Honor. But
Agreed,
for
but-
now, they do not have it.
Ang sinasabi ko
None
lang,
of them have 10.
Sinimulan nyo, 25 lang ang pwede. Ginawa nyo, 35 na ang pwede. Tapos pinayagan na naman ninyo, 10 kada sa ilalim ng isa ang pwede.
Your Honor, from the very beginning, yun na po yung setup na talagang ang licensee can have service providers under them.
Can you submit to me, sir, please, the regulations issued by PAGCOR, and if there is any corresponding resolution of the board insofar as this is concerned, and the IRR you issued on online? Sabit na lang po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Magkano po ang bayad ng kada online operator? Magkano po ang bayad ng licensee? Magkano po ang bayad ng sub-licensee?
The application fee for an applicant for a license is, if he's applying for an e-casino, is $50,000 US. If he's applying for sports betting only, it's $40,000 US. Once the application is approved, then an e-casino applicant is required to pay a license fee of $200,000 while a licensed sports betting applicant will pay $150,000 Your Honor.
Yan po yung may resibo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Um, you're familiar, of course, of a pending case filed also before the Supreme Court, I believe, questioning the authority of PAGCOR, which is pending up to now.
Yes, sir.
Pag nagdesisyon po ang korte na bawal, halimbawa, balik lahat yan?
We will defer to the decision of the Supreme Court if they order us to return all.
So the
fees.
money is intact?
Yes, Your Honor. Except for of course, the processing fees, then legally it's already used up because we already processed their applications.
Magkano po
But,
yung processing fee?
That's the $50,000 and $40,000 Your Honor.
So $90,000 or approximately 5 million, goodbye na yan?
Yes, if they apply for both licenses, Your Honor.
If they apply for both.
Yes.
Can you also submit to me, Your Honor, the copy of the contract between CESA and PAGCOR and what the status of that contract is as of now? Because that was never implemented.
Yes,
It was
Your Honor.
signed but not implemented.
Yes.
May I find out how the board disposed of that contract? And I don't know if there's a similar contract with the PECO. Kindly just furnish us to.
Yes, Your Honor. Will do.
Mr. Chairman, Acting Chairman, may I request that in the next meeting, because I have pertinent questions to ask, that the chairperson of PAGCOR be present to answer questions on this matter whenever that next hearing will be scheduled for the proper disposition of the chair, Mr. Acting Chairman.
So noted.
Salamat po. Ilan tanong lamang po kay Ginoong Kalima. Sir, napakinggan ko kayo sa hearing noong nakaraan. Sabi po ninyo, nanghingi kayo, naglaro kayo na parang close kayo at magkaibigan kayo, pinapapasok nyo ang dalawang commissioners para makakuha kayo ng ebidensya dahil ang nakita lamang CCTV ay bag. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kita po sa CCTV, pera eh. Pinanood ho natin sabay-sabay eh. Pera nilagay sa bag, parehong bag, dala, bit-bit, dinala. Hindi po ba sapat yan?
Yung una po kasi nalobas, Your Honor, is only yung ipinakita na bit-bit lang po nila yung bag, Your Honor. Hindi yung kumpleto na video, Your Honor.
Hindi ho kompleto yung binigay sa inyo ni Ginoong Sombero?
In fact po, yung nakita lang po namin, yung inilabas sa isang TV, Your Honor, na yung bag lang na bit-bit nila.
May I ask Mr. Tulfo, sir? Good afternoon. Sir, nakita niyo ba yung buong version ng video na pera nilalagay dun sa bag? O yung portion lamang na bag na lamang na walang pera?
Ngayon lang po.
Ngayon lang din po.
Yung version, ngayon lang po, ngayon lang dito sa Senate.
Yung paglagay ng pera sa bag?
Hindi, ngayon lang pinakita dito eh.
Ngayon nyo lang po nakita yung video
Ngayon lang po.
Ano ang basihan nyo lamang po ay yung kwento ni Ginoong Wally?
Yes.
Ni Ginoong Sombero?
Yes, Your Honor.
At what time and at what date did you see the video, Mr. General Kalima, sir? Yung incomplete?
Yung
The first one.
Yung incomplete po, nabasa ko na lang po sa dyaryo at lumabas din sa TV noon, na yung sa evening news.
Ano po yung video yung pinapakita nyo sa kanila? Sa dalawang immigration commissioner o tinatakot nyo lang po sila?
May halo na pong saywar. Yung iba, pinapakita ko may mga pinapakita ko ng mga text messages. Yung iba, mga pansaywar na lang po sa kanila kasi gano'n naman po.
So wala po kayong pinakitang video sa kanila?
Katulad po ng sinabi ko po, yung sa Intel po kasi, yung tinatawag namin po na tradecraft, to get information from them, hinahaluan po namin ng saywar nga po yung
Ang tanong ko lamang po, General Kalima, may video po ba kayong pinakita sa dalawang commissioner nung sinasaywar, ika nga ninyo sila?
Well, Your Honor, they have filed a case against us for wiretapping, so I would request that I just answer it in the proper forum, Your Honor.
Sir, forgive me, this is not wiretapping. This is a regular CCTV of a hotel that you were given a copy of or someone got a copy of. You did not participate in any manner in the wiretapping and that is clear. Wala naman kayong poder mag-wiretap sa hotel eh. So again, tanungin ko na lang po, Ginoong Robles, may pinakita po bang CCTV sa inyo? Attorney Robles, may pinakita po bang CCTV sa inyo sa General Kalima?
Meron daw siya sa laptop niya.
Pinakita po niya. Pareho po ba yan?
Hindi ko po ma-compare kung pareho yun, Mr. Chair.
Pero may pinakita pong CCTV.
Meron siyang file sa laptop niya.
Halos pareho po ba?
Hindi ko po nga, I'm sorry po, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po ma-compare kasi glance lang ko po nakita yung...
Mr. Goncillo, Attorney Goncillo rather, sir? May video pong pinakita?
Hindi ko ho nakita. Kasi na-late ho ako nung nagkaroon ng confrontation.
So hindi niyo po nakita yung video?
Sinabi lang ho sa akin.
Now, going to Mr. Goncillo, mulat-mula po sinasabi niyo, investigasyon, matagal niyo na naririnig yung pangalang Jack Lam, matagal niyo na naririnig na may corruption sa Bureau of Immigration, kaya iniimbestigahan niyo po. Nasa trabaho niyo po ba mag-imbestiga bilang Assistant or Associate Commissioner ng BID? Is it part of your job description to investigate?
Your Honor, yun ho kasing violation ng anti-human trafficking.
Yes or no, sir? Is it part of your job description as Associate Commissioner sitting in the board of the Bureau of Immigration to investigate and to actually dirty your hands and actually talk to a potential criminal or putative criminal and actually go through this whole process, parang James Bond?
Not in that context, Your Honor, but in the context of any person who has personal knowledge of violation of anti-human trafficking, Your Honor. Nasa batas po yun. And then, ang sa akin ho is if I were a deputy commissioner who have personal knowledge na meron hong mga hiring of minors, meron hong mga hiring of illegal aliens, so with more, Your Honor, that I can investigate.
Sir, again nasa job description po ba ninyo o wala? Ang sinasabi nyo, bilang mamamayan na may alam kayong krimen na ginagawa, sige, bibigay ko sa inyo yan. But as Associate Commissioner, nasa job description po ba ninyo? Siyempre, abogado po kayo, hindi ba? Binasa nyo naman siguro yung trabaho nyo nung in-appoint kayo. In fact, nag-a-apply po kayo, nirekomenda kayo ni Secretary Aguirre para pumalit kay Commissioner Morente. Siguro naman alam nyo dapat yung trabaho ng isang Associate Commissioner. Simple yung tanong ko, nasa job description ba po nyo sa ilalim ng batas ang mag-imbestiga? Hindi ba kaya may mga polis kayo, may General Galima kayo at kung sino-sino pa? Is it part of your job or not?
I believe I have, Your Honor, under anti-human trafficking law.
Under?
Anti-human trafficking law, Your Honor.
Under the human trafficking law, you're authorized and obliged to investigate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Asan po yung batas? Pakisabit po sa amin, sayang yung oras ko eh. Attorney Robles, are you authorized to investigate as well?
Mr.
Base
Chair,
sa basa nyo rin sa anti-trafficking?
I would like to clarify that I was just assisting Attorney Argosino
In his investigation?
in his investigation.
So you think it's also part of your job to investigate?
Well, according to him, Your Honor,
No, according to you, sir. Do you think it's part of the job of an associate commissioner to actually investigate? Magpaka-James Bond kayo at mag-imbestiga mismo. Kayo yung papasok dun sa lungga ng kalaban, kayo yung kukuha ng ebidensya, kayo yung makikipag-usap dun sa masamang tao. Kasama po ba yan ang trabaho ninyo?
Specifically, Your Honor, I have to be candid. There is, we are not authorized to, there's no authority under the law giving us that kind of power.
Thank you for that. No specific authority, no specific instruction from the commissioner, no specific instruction from the DOJ secretary, no specific instruction from anyone. Ginawa lang talaga niya. Hindi po ba? Tama ba?
Yes, during that time, we discussed that matter, Mr. Chair. Tinanong ko po, ano bang inimbestigahan mo?
Yung kapatid niyo po ba, ano po ba ang trabaho?
Seaman po, Mr. Chair.
Sumasama po ba siya sa inyo sa mga lakad yun talaga o nagkataon lang?
Yun lang po ang isang lakad na niya na kasi wala po ako driver that time dahil Saturday po yun. Nung gabi po na yun, actually papaalis na rin nga po siya kasi pasakay na rin siya ng barko. A few days after, umalis na rin nga po siya.
So siya po ang nag-drive sa inyo at tigabit-bit?
Hindi po. Sinamahan niya lang po. Ako po ang nag-drive.
Akala ko po ba wala kayong driver kaya sinama niyo po siya? Hindi ba?
Ang akin pong driver is driver bodyguard, Mr. Chair. Siya na rin po yung sa security ko. Ayun naman pong kapatid ko, sinamahan niya po ako talaga. Ayaw ko rin nga po siya isama nung time na yon. Kaya pumilit siya na wag akong, kasi kapitbahay ko lang po siya, na wag po akong umalis na mag-isa.
Sir, I'll ask you direct questions and please forgive me for these direct questions because again, as Senator Gordon said, I think you were an unwilling accomplice in this whole thing, but let me ask you direct questions. Una po, Alam nyo ba na nanghingi ng pera si Attorney Argoncillo?
Attorney Argosino
Argoncillo?
po? Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
May narinig po ba kayong nanghingi siya ng pera?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
At all?
At all, wala po.
Hanggang nung tumanggap ka ng pera, wala ka pa rin alam o narinig?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
So hindi ka kasabwat o kakumplot sa kung ano man na ginawa o ginagawa ni Attorney Argoncillo?
Sa kanya mga transactions, Mr. Chair, and doon sa sinasabi niya investigation, hindi po ako participant, Mr. Chair.
At naniniwala ka kay Attorney Argoncillo na investigasyon lang yon at wala itong panghingi, panghuthot, pang-shakedown na ginawa kay Jack Lam o kanino pa man?
Kagaya po na nasabi ko, wala po akong alam kung nanghingi siya kung nanghingi siya ng pera kay Jack Lam. At kung naniniwala po ako sa investigation, I have asked him, Mr. Chair, at tinanong ko po siya, ano ba iniimbestigahan mo? And according to him, he was inquiring about the possible violations of anti-human trafficking because there are several minors.
Last question, Mr. Chair. Sa ngayon, matapos mong marinig lahat, pati yung paliwanag niya, pati yung mga sinabi ni General Kalima, pati marahil yung affidavit ni Ginoong Sombero, naniniwala ka pa ba sa sinabi sa iyo ni Attorney former Associate Commissioner Argoncillo na nag-iimbestiga siya at hindi siya nanghingi ng pera? Yung pa rin ba yung tatayuan mong panig hanggang ngayon?
I can simply put, Mr. Chair, that wala po ako narinig na nanghingi po siya ng pera. And considering that it is my opinion that is being asked whether he's really conducting an investigation, I leave it up to the public and to him.
Sinama ka sa lahat ng kanyang pinuntahan, sinama ka sa lahat ng kanyang kausap, nag-iimbestiga daw siya, magkasama kayo sa opisina, nakikita kayo sa opisina, may ginagawa ba siyang mga bagay-bagay tungo sa paglutas at pag-imbestiga ng kasong ito? O tungo lang sa pag-release ng mga taong hinuli ninyo at kapalit marahil nung binigay o inabot? May nagawa po ba siyang dagdag pang mga hakbangin kaugnay sa pag-iimbestiga matapos ninyong tumanggap ng pera?
I do not have any personal knowledge on that matters.
So pagkatapos yung
Mr.
tumanggap
Chair.
ng pera, wala nang investigasyon, hindi ka na sinama? Wala nang sinabi sa'yo, hindi na hiningi ang tulong mo, tapos na yan?
He was just asking for my legal opinion on the matters. That's the only participation that I can give and my presence during those meetings, Mr. Chair.
I know my time is up, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank... Okay lang. Again, what was the answer?
Limited po kasi ang participation ko. I was just assisting. And to say the least, I was just accompanying him. Wala po talaga akong alam because I do not know Sombero. I have no communication with Sombero.
The affidavit of Sombero says, yung sinubmit po niya sa ombudsman yata o sa NBI, ang sabi po niya, kayong dalawa ang nanghihingi. Kayong dalawa ang nag-i-insist. Hindi lamang po si Attorney Argoncillo. Kayong dalawa. Yun po ang sinabi niya sa kanyang affidavit. Well, he said, she said yan hanggang mapatunayan niya. Pero what do you say to that? Na kayong dalawa daw?
That would be impossible, Mr. Chair. Kagaya nga ng sinabi ko, pumunta po ako ng gabi na yon, kasama ko pa ang kapatid ko. Hindi ko naman po alam, hindi ko naman po kilala yun si Mr. Sombero. During that time na dumating po ako, bakit po ako manghihingi sa kanya ng pera?
Sir, kasi may pera siya, hindi po yun ang punto. Madaling manghingi. Magnanakaw nga, hindi rin kilala yung pinanakawan niya, hinihinga niya ng pera. Pero ang punto ko po ito, naggumising ka ng alas 4 ng umaga para mag-golf, para sumama sa golf cup.
Hindi po
ba?
golf firing po yun.
Firing?
I was just a representative by Commissioner
Para
Morel.
mag-firing, hindi po ba? Sabi nyo nga, hindi ka na makakasama sa 5 o'clock meeting dahil pagod ka na. Pero, lumabas...
Hindi po. I have no knowledge about that 5 o'clock meeting.
Sorry, hindi ka na makapunta o hindi ka na imbita at hindi ka na nagpunta doon sa pag-award kay Secretary Aguirre dahil pagod ka na nga. Sabi mo kanina.
Hindi po. Wala po akong knowledge. Absolutely wala po akong knowledge about the meeting, 5 o'clock meeting.
Ang pinupunto ko po, sabi nyo pagod na kayo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Di ba? Pero sa kabila ng pagod nyo, nagpunta kayo sa isang meeting ng alas 9 ng gabi, hindi mo kilala yung kausap, hindi mo alam kung bakit, hindi mo alam kung para saan, at naghintay ka doon na mahigit 6 na oras, paano nyo ho mapapaliwanag yung inyong interes, sigasig at biglang lakas ng katawan, na gawin po yun?
to be candid, Mr. Chair, nakakatulog na nga po ako noon. That could be an error in judgment, Your Honor, kasamahan at manatili sa mga ganong oras kasama si Attorney Argosino, Mr. Chair. But my intention was really samahan lang siya dahil hindi nahihiya naman po akong iwanan ng gabi na
But
yun.
what could have prompted you to do that? Give me a break. Hindi po ba, pagod ka, nakahiga ka na sa kama, hindi mo alam kung sinong kausap. It's not a simple error in judgment. In fact, I don't believe you that you didn't know what was going on. Kung sinamahan mo man siya, kung gusto mo malaman yung ginagawa niya, pwede pa. Pero na hindi mo alam, because why go through all that effort? Why go through all that effort of waking up from bed? Tulog ka na, sabi mo sa affidavit mo, tulog ka na. Babangon ka, sasama mo yung kapatid mo, pupunta ka ron, pagod ka na nga. In other words, Attorney Robles, 24 hours ka nang gising nun, ha? Kasi tinawagan ka ng alas 8, pahiga ka pa lang kamo, gumising ka ng alas 4 kakamo para sa shoot fest. Umuwi ka alas 6. So in fact, no, 26 hours ka nang gising nun, straight. For what? Isa lang ang alam kong gumagawa ng ganyan. Pag nagbabanat ng buto para kumita ng pera. Ito, pagbabanat din ng buto siguro to. Pero, what would convince a person to stay awake for 26 straight hours and not do anything and not know what was going on? At nandun ka lang, nanonood, tumitingin. I cannot, quite frankly, as a lawyer, Attorney Robles, alam niyo naman po yun, di ba? It goes against human nature, eh. Hindi mo gagawin yun unless may alam ka, may nalalaman ka, o may iniintay ka, o may gusto ka makuha. Kasi, hindi normal ho yun, eh.
Mr. Chair, during that time, marami po siyang balik lang po namin from galing doon sa Fontana. Marami po kasing follow-ups nung gabi na yon. Kami lang pong dalawa nandito sa Manila noon to decide on some matters. Kaya kailangan namin mag-confirm rin po nung gabi because continuous po ang inquest and mga follow-ups sa amin, Mr. Chair.
I agree with you, sir. Continuous ang follow-ups. But all of those you could have done and should have done inside your office. Not
Mr.
in the
Chair,
City
that
of
was
Dreams.
Saturday and Sunday.
Lahat ho tayo nagtatrabaho. Lalo na kung talagang concerned ho kayo sa plight ng mga Chinese na hinuli nyo, di mag-opisina ho kayo ng Sabado at Linggo. Ginagawa ko ho yun, ginagawa nating lahat yun. Hindi sa City of Dreams, hindi sa Shangri-La, hindi sa Crown, sa opisina. Hindi po ba? Concerned ka mo, paano ho may gagalaw kung kayong dalawa lang at nasa hotel kayo? Nang hanggang madaling araw, Hindi ko ho sa totoo lang po, paunawa nyo sa akin dahil sa totoo lang, hinihintay kong sabihin nyo, sa totoo lang, ito ang sinabi ni Attorney Argosino, sorry, Brad kita, pero ito, wala akong kinalaman dito. Yun lamang naman ang hinihintay namin dahil sa tingin ko talaga, sa totoo lang, hindi ka naman kasabot talaga dito, nadamay ka lang talaga. Pero hanggat hindi mo sinasabi ko ano yung nalalaman mong kompleto, palagi kang madadawit bilang accomplice, bilang accessory, o bilang kasamahan sa lahat ng to. Dahil sa dulo, bit-bit mo yung 20. Bit-bit at inuwi mo yung 20. Attorney Argosino, sabi niyo ebidensya yung 50 million kaya niyo tinago. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ba't niyo binigay kay Kalima yung 18?
Kasi yun yung confirmation ko na involved po siya dito sa corruption na public official.
Ano kanyo?
Kasi yung pumasok ho siya nung December 1, hindi pa ho siya nagsasalita. Ang sabi niya gusto niyang tumulong. December 2, pumunta ho siya kay Attorney Robles. Ganun din ho yung sinabi niya. Gusto niya makatulong. December 4, ganun din ho yung sinabi niya. And then nung December 8 lang ho, nung nagkaroon ng confrontation, bigla niya ho akong tinawagan. Mag-usap nga tayo,
Teka po.
sir.
Bilang abogado, sabi niyo, inintay niyo na hanggang madaling araw dahil inintay niyo si Jack Lam mag-appear. Bilang abogado, hindi niyo tinatanong kung anong laman, alam niyo naman ang pera bandang dulo, iniwi niyo bilang ebidensya, tinago na ninyo. Natanong ni Senator Pacquiao yung chain of custody yung tinatawag na na-break na ho ninyo yun. Bilang abogado rin, binigay niyo yung 18 million. O tapos, wala rin nakakaalam, kailan niyo balak lahat to buuin at sampahan ng kaso yung mga taong nagbigay at binigyan nyo?
Nag-file nga po ako ng corruption na public official.
Kailan po?
December 13, Your Honor.
December 13, matapos na nga pong pumutok lahat.
Hindi po, dahil hinihintay ko nga hong tanggapin ni General Kalima yung evidence po.
Iniintay mong tanggapin ni General Kalima yung evidence.
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Tapos, ano naman ngayon ang ebidensya mong tinanggap niya, yung 18 million?
Actually, Your Honor, yung pong aking security, nag-execute po ng affidavit.
Nag-execute po ng affidavit yung
Yes, Your
security
Honor.
nyo. Yun po yung
Yes, Your
ebidensya ninyo na tumanggap sa ng 18 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sarili nyo pong security.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino naman po ang testigo nyo na tumanggap kayo ng 50 million? Yung si Attorney Robles
Yes, Your Honor.
at yung kapatid niya
Yes, Your Honor.
at security niya. Security nyo.
Wala pa akong security nung Sunday na yan, Your Honor.
Wala po kayong security nun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit po?
Sunday po nun, Your Honor.
Pero lumabas po kayo ng madaling araw. Hindi ba delikado yun?
Wala pa akong security.
May dala pang pera, doon pa walang security.
Hindi ko nga ho ine-expect, Your Honor, na magbibigay ng, magto-turn over po ito si Sombero, Your Honor. Honestly, Your Honor, hindi ko talaga ine-expect ito, Your Honor.
One last point, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for belaboring the point. Just to make a manifestation. Attorney Agoncillo, Argosino. My apologies for not being able to pronounce your name properly. Sa totoo lang po, naghintay kayo hanggang madaling araw. Hindi nyo alam kung anong hinihintay ninyo.
Your Honor, kaya po
Kakausapin nyo si Wally Sombero sa hotel. It's not a question really, but just a manifestation. Kakausapin nyo si Ginong Sombero sa hotel hanggang madaling araw. Ihintayin nyo ng napakatagal. Nabasa ko yung affidavit ni attorney ni Ginong Sombero. Tanungin ko rin po kayo ng diretso. Sabi niya nang hingi kayo, under oath. Sabi niya nang hingi kayo ng pera, under oath. Nanghingi ba kayo ng pera sa kanya at any point in time that you were meeting? Whether at City of Dreams, whether at Shangri-La, whether at Crown Plaza, at any point, nanghingi po ba kayo ng pera sa kanya?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Si Attorney Robles, nanghingi ba ng pera sa kanya?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
And
Your
one
Honor,
last-
if I may, 2 p.m., 2 a.m. po, nakipag-meeting sa amin si Sombero. Mabuti nga ho, nandiyan po yung CCTV. Pakicheck na lang po, Your Honor. Kasi nga ho, nag-usap ho kami between 9 to 11 tungkol ang dami hong problema sa Fontana. Nandyan ho yung mga issues na ano ba, yung inquest proceedings po yan, Your Honor, kasi hindi ho maliit yung kaso na pinag-aaralan namin. So yun po yung reason, kaya ho hindi ho kami nagmamadali na i-meet siya. So nung dumating po siya ng 2 a.m., okay din po sa amin yun, Your Honor, pero you can check po sa CCTV dahil gusto ko nga ho ring malaman kung anong oras na doon. Hindi po ako makapag-sinungalin kasi may CCTV. And then, at around 4:30 po ng umaga, i-check niyo mabuti. Nung dinala po niya yung 2 bags, that was the first time na sinabi niya sa akin, Sir, meron ditong 2 bags, 10 million each. So, bigla po siyang umalis. That was the first time, Your Honor. Nung bigla po siyang umalis, dito ho siya nagtagal. Ito yung sinasabi ko na 45 minutes po ata ang inabot. Pagbalik ho niya, may 2 na ho siyang 3 bags. And then, tumayo ho ako. Actually, kinuha ko na nga ho yung bill. Kasi nga gusto ko nang umuwi ho. Wala ho kaming pinag-uusapan na pera. Kasi nga ho, nung kinuha ko ho yung bill, tingnan niyo ho sa CCTV, kinuha ko ho yung bill if I remember it right. Ang ibig kong sabihin yan, wala pa ho yung 3 bags, uuwi na ho ako. Uuwi na po ako. And yet, nung pagkakuha ko ng bill, tumayo po yan na mga 4:30 ho, sinabi, meron dyan 2 bags, 10 milyon ng isa, tapos bigla po siyang umalis. Eh di hindi ko naman po maiwan dahil nga ho, nandun yung 2 bags. Tapos nung bumalik ho siya ng 5:30, seconds lang ho, i-check niyo ho sa CCTV, tumayo po ako. Dahil nga sabi ko niyan, hindi na namin kailangan yan. And then anong sabi ni Sombero? Hindi sir, dalhin niyo lang, hawakan niyo lang ito. Ito po yung nangyari, kaya nga ho, alam ko po, naintindihan ko, meron po kaming indiscretion dito. Pero ito ho yung nangyari, 2 a.m. ko lang po na-meet yan si Sombero. And then, pagdating ho ng 4:30, kinukuha ko na ho yung bill. I-check niyo po doon sa CCTV. Pinayaran ko na ho, wala pa yung 2 bags. Pauwi na ho ako. Hindi ho magtipulaan yung CCTV. Kinuha ko ho yung bill mismo. Pauwi na ho ako dahil sabi ko, pagod na ako. Eh, nung ginawa niya, meron nung 10 bag. Sinabi ko naman ho, may 2 bag sa may kakalaman 10 milyon. Sinabi ko ho kay Atty. Robles, that was the first time na sinabi ho niya. And then nung nandoon ho, bumalik ho siya after 45 minutes. And then dala-dala na ho niya yung 3 bags. Dininay ko po yan. Ang sabi ko nga ho dito is, hindi ko kailangan yan. Kasi umuwi. And then sinabi niya, hawakan niyo lang. And then, pansinin niyo ho, hindi ko malang hinawakan yung bags na yan, Your Honor. Siya ho ang nagdala. Ngayon, kung may pagkakamali ho ako, ay yung pumayag ho ako mailagay ito sa aking kotse. Pero sinabi ko nga ho sa kanya, nung nasa elevator kami, sige, nandiyan na yan, kunin nating ebidensya. Pasensya na ho kayo dahil ang feeling ho ng publiko.
Alright, Senator Escudero.
Just a manifestation.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Just a manifestation, Mr. Chair.
This is a corruption ng public official, Your Honor. Walang nagpa-file kay Chuck Lam. For the first time, Your Honor,
Can the page please give him a glass of water, please? Senator Escudero, can you make your
Request for
manifestation?
suspension.
Sana naman po, Your Honor, pakinggan niyo naman yung ginagawa namin. Ayan na po yung CCTV. Ayan na ho kung paano nangyari. Pero not once po ako humingi ng pera. Pasensya na po kayo.
It's okay, Attorney.
I got carried away.
Argosino.
Your Honor, this is a corruption of public official. Wala po nagpa-file kay Chuck Lam ng corruption of public official. Bakit ho? Sino sa previous administration na nag-file ng kaso kay Chuck Lam? Dahil ho, kung meron man ho mga anomalies, itinatanggap nila. Kami ho, final namin, binalik namin ho yung whatever evidence that we have. Sana naman ho, huwag naman yung ganitong pinapakita sa public na guilty na ho kami. Pasensya na po kayo. I got carried away.
I understand where
I'm
you're coming
sorry.
from, Attorney Argosino. Mr. Chairman, just one last point. May we request the complete CCTV that he was mentioning a while ago. Yung complete kasi may mga fina-fast forward kanina, napansin ko. Para makita lang natin at ma-confirm yung sinasabi ni po niya kanina. To be fair to Attorney Argosino.
No, we have been more than fair. They came in at 9. I think you may not be aware of it. They came in at 9 in the evening. And they came in on the invitation of this guy, and they stayed there until 5 o'clock. That's more than sufficient time. I mean,
one last point, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
May I know if Attorney Argosino has an affidavit submitted to the committee already because it wasn't given to me earlier?
well, we were,
Complaint affidavit
ayun.
to the Ombudsman. Yun po ang sinabi niya, Attorney Argosino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. At the request of Senator Villanueva. No, Senator De Lima is next. But I think Senator De Lima is giving way to you and Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Well, you're giving way, ah? Sige. Do you want to go ahead? Proceed. Go ahead. You asked me kanina. Don't be shy. You're not shy.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to put on record that last hearing, I didn't get the chance to ask questions. So I thought I would really be given this opportunity in this hearing to ask questions. So I just wanted to put that on record. I'm not trying to, because it would appear na nauuna po ako sa iba. Ayoko lang na. Ganun.
There
Thank
is a
you, Mr.
list, as you
Chairman.
know, and on that list, that's last time, you were.
I didn't get the chance.
I even got you to speak on the
Yes,
labor case.
yeah,
right?
before the hearing, Mr.
So
Chairman.
let's not belabor that point. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you
asked
very
me
much,
if we can get
Mr.
in.
Chairman.
We did.
Good afternoon po sa atin lahat. At I tried to be very early this morning para mauna rin ho. Kaya I wanted to ask some questions. Una, Mr. Chairman, tatanungin ko po si Attorney Argosino at si Attorney Robles. Habang pinapanood nyo po yung video kanina, yung CCTV. By the way, is this the first time na napanood nyo po itong video at CCTV?
May napakita po sa akin nun. Hindi po yung first
But it's
time.
not.
It's not.
It's not the same. Pero first time ho
Hindi ko po ma-compare, sorry po. Kasi hindi ko naman po nakita yung...
Pero first time nyo nakita itong video kanina.
Opo, yun.
Kayo po, Attorney Argosino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dun sa video po na nakita nyo, gaya ko po ba, pareho nyong naramdaman at nakita na si Wally Sombero ang nagbibigay ng instructions? Saan kayo pupunta? Saan kayo magmi-meet? Saan kayo uupo? Anong kukunin nyo? Anong ilalagay nyo sa inyong mga sasakyan? Tama po ba ako?
Si Wally po lahat ang may hawak ng pera, Your Honor.
Uulitin ko po yung tanong ko. Gaya ko po ba naniniwala kayo doon sa pinakitang video na si Wally Sombero ang nagbibigay ng instruction sa inyo? Saan kayo pupunta? Sabi nyo nga po, meeting. Noong 27 sa City of Dreams, Diamond Hotel, 28, tawag sa inyo, huwag kayong aalis, huwag kayong uuwi, kahit na 8 oras na kayo naghihintay. Tama po ba na sabihin, gaya ko, habang pinapanood ko po yung CCTV, si Wally Sombero ang nagdidikta?
Hindi naman po ganun, Your Honor, kasi pinag-usapan ho namin yung mga POGO license. Nag-uusap po kami nung dumarating siya. Ang hindi ho namin napapansin, Your Honor, ay dumating siya na may 2 bags.
Kung hindi po totoo yun, sabi nyo kanina, uwing-uwi na kayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero bakit hindi kayo makauwi dahil hinihintay nyo at gusto nyo magpaalam kay Wally?
Your Honor, nung nawala siya ng 45 minutes, tinatawagan ko po siya. Ang sabi ko,
Then you
uuwi
can
na
go
kami.
home kung yun ang gusto nyo.
May
Kung hindi mo
2
sasabihin na hindi mo siya sinusunod, alis ka na.
May 2 bags po na
So, who
binulungan
cares?
kami.
Who cares? Unless you care about the bag. Unless you care about what's inside the bag.
Hindi po, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Chairman, alam mo, Attorney Argosino, kaya din ako ganito, hindi tayo humantong dito kung noong December 7, nung hearing natin, dinisclose mo na itong mga information na ito. Unfortunately, Mr. Argosino, hindi mo dinisclose noong hearing sa Committee on Labor, itong 50 million, meron ka na palang hawak. Hindi mo dinisclose December 1 to 4, nag-uusap kayo ni General Kalima. Hindi mo dinisclose nga din, at ngayon ko lang ho nalaman, from the Bureau of Immigration na meron na palang nirelease on bail noong December 3. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, kanina sususugan ko lang yung binanggit ni Senator Escudero. For the record, inaamin nyo, walang batas, walang executive order, walang IRR o department issuance na nagbibigay sa inyo ni Attorney Robles ng kapangyarihan whatsoever para magsagawa ng sarili ninyong investigasyon nang walang pahintulot ni Secretary Aguirre, nang walang pahintulot ni Commissioner Morente. Is that correct?
Honor, my opinion is different. Meron ang pagpananaw ko
Your
po, meron
opinion
po
is
ako, Your
different.
Honor.
Have you read the Administrative Code of 1987? Have you read the Philippine Immigration Act? Mr. Chairman, there is no provision of law that grants these guys any power to conduct these investigations. These laws only grant you adjudicatory powers to decide all deportation cases, as well as appellate jurisdiction over decisions of the Board of Special Inquiry. Mr. Chairman, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm sorry if I'm trying to give some
You're doing
legal
well.
advice.
You're doing fine.
Lumalabas po, Mr. Chairman, Attorney Argosino, Attorney Robles, unilateral itong ginawa ninyong investigasyon.
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Hindi. Bakit? Sige.
Your Honor, kung sa batas po yung pag-uusapan, meron ho kasing under the administrative code, ang Office of the Commissioner includes the Office of the Deputy Commissioner. And then the Office of the Commissioner has the authority to regulate entry and exit of foreigners.
Unilateral investigation ang pinag-uusapan.
Along that line po, Your Honor, so we are part
May
of
we
the
ask
Office
the
of
Department of
Commissioner.
Justice, Secretary Aguirre, would you agree with the statements made by former Commissioner Argosino that they have the powers to do so?
Well, it appears that there's no legal provision giving them the power to investigate. And so-
Unilaterally, to this extent.
Unilaterally. So, Commissioner Robles has different opinion. Commissioner Argosino has a different opinion. But since there's no provision empowering them to investigate, then it's very hard to say that they have the power to investigate.
I hope it will not
Yes, I don't
take my
think it,
time,
it can
ah.
be charged to you. I'm not sure if this can really help. Okay, so Attorney Argosino is insisting that as Associate BI Commissioner, he had the authority to investigate violations of the anti-human trafficking law.
Yun po yung pananaw ko, Your Honor.
Well, could it be that you're referring to the IACAT? Because Bureau of Immigration is under IACAT, but IACAT is chaired by the Secretary of Justice.
Nakita ko rin ho yun kasi umattend din ho ako ng meeting ng IACAT, Your Honor.
Yes, but in this particular so-called investigation of yours, and you are really pointing to possible violation of the anti-human trafficking law, then it must be within the aegis of IACAT. And if it's within the aegis of IACAT, then there must be a clearance, or ought to be a clearance, from the Secretary of Justice as chair, and therefore you cannot do it unilaterally?
Meron po kasing provision, Your Honor, doon sa anti-human trafficking na any person who has personal knowledge of the offense being committed, nandun po yun sa anti-human trafficking. How much more po ako, nandun po ako, pumunta po ako sa site ng November 25. Nakita ko po may mga minors. Tapos so, dinignan ko ho yung mga papers. Illegal ho yung kanilang mga papers. Tapos kung makikita nyo lang po kung ano po yung nakita ko, ito ho mga passports, hindi ho hawak ng mga nahuli. Ito hong passports na ito, dinala na bultuhan. Ano po ang ibig sabihin? These are acts of anti-human trafficking, Your Honor. So, along that line po.
That point has already been made.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. At babanggitin ko, hindi ho ako abogado at hindi na ho makikipagtalo doon sa usapin na yun. Pero siguro napakaklaro, Mr. Chairman, na dapat mayroong abiso, mayroong permiso, at least mula sa Department of Justice Secretary, or at least to the Commissioner of the Bureau of Immigration. Kaya nga ho kayo Associate Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, Attorney Argosino, ilan lamang pong katanungan pa. Kailan nyo po pinasya na kayo ay magsasagawa nitong unilateral investigation nyo, itong tinatawag nyo pong entrapment? Kailan nyo po ito pinasya? At kailan din nagpasya si Attorney Robles na sasama siya dito?
Your Honor, actually, bago pa ho dumating itong issue ni Jack Lam, meron na ho mga reports sa akin na ang kinikita nitong si Jack Lam ay nagkakahalaga ng 100 to 150 million a month, Your Honor. Meron na pong nagre-report sa akin na ang kina-question ko ho is...
Para lang ho tayo mapabilis, Attorney Argosino, I'm sorry for interrupting. Bago po ba mag-November 24, naisipan nyo na itong entrapment operation na ito?
Hindi po entrapment, case build-up, Your Honor.
Case build-up. Pero yung entrapment na binabanggit nyo kay
Wala
Jack
pa akong
Lam,
binabanggit na
wala po.
entrapment, Your Honor. Case build-up.
Yung pong, kayo Attorney Robles, binabanggit nyo ho kanina, na during that time na nandun kayo sa meeting, parang it appears, no, dun sa mga binabanggit nyo kanina, and please help me out understanding your, from where you are coming from. Binabanggit nyo po na that was the time na na parang dun nyo lang narinig na merong entrapment operation.
It's not an entrapment operation, Mr. Chair. Ang sinasabi niya, he was investigating, not a formal investigation maybe, but an inquiry, personal inquiry under, given the circumstances, Mr. Chair.
Nung dumating na ho yung pera, yung bag, etc., ano hong, kanina binabanggit nyo, tinatanong nyo ho kanyo, kung ito ba'y parte ng pinag-aralan ninyo na gagawin?
Mr. Chair, ulitin ko, wala po akong alam sa investigation. It was him who conceptualized that investigation because ako ho, na-invite lang doon. My presence was requested by Attorney Argosino for some other matters also. And yung sinasabi po niya, yung by accident lang
So
po.
wala siyang pinresenta sa iyo na execution na ito, ganito gagawin natin, tatanggapin natin to, itatago natin. Kailan dumating yon?
Yun po, nung binigay lang po, sinabi lang po niya sa akin that nung in-inquire ko, he will be using that in evidence against either Sombero or Jack Lam, whoever.
Kaya mo binalik yung pera?
Hindi po. In-entrust lang po sa akin yun. Hindi ko po tinake yun or inappropriate na para sa akin o para kanino man.
When did you call your brother? Kailan mo tinawag yung kapatid mo na sumama sa inyo?
Actually, di ko naman po tinawag yung kapatid kasi sinamahan niya po talaga ako kasi nakita niya na papaalis po ako.
So ngayon, nasa abroad na yung kapatid mo?
Few days after po, Mr. Chair.
Bakit siya nasa abroad ngayon?
Sipan po talaga yun, nakabook
Seaman
na po
talaga
pa siya.
Thank you. Maganda yan na binanggit nyo para hindi magmukhang nagtatago yung kapatid
Ay,
ninyo.
salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Wala siyang pinresenta sa'yo na ito yung plano natin, ito yung gagawin natin. Kanina binabanggit mo rin na you heard Mr. Ramon Tulfo's voice sa speakerphone. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun po yung sinabi ni General Kalima sa akin nung pinaparinig na
No,
yung
I'm asking you this
speakerphone.
question. Did you hear his voice on the
Yeah.
speakerphone?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And on your affidavit, nakalagay ho dito, si Mr. Tulfo, it appears, correct me if I'm wrong, it appears in your affidavit that Mr. Tulfo is trying to threaten you, that he will publish an article. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Chair. What I am saying in my sworn statement about Mr. Tulfo is that General Kalima called or TikTok with Mr. Montulfo, whom, ito naman po si Montulfo, he was saying that General Sombero informed him that we were extorting Jack Lam. Yun po ang...
Extorting money.
Extorting money from Jack Lam.
Sir Montulfo, do you have any statements on that? Because you were saying kayo ho yung tumawag to ask the questions that you raised kanina. Were you aware that you were in, or is there an incident that you were...
I was not aware that I was being wiretapped. I was,
on a speakerphone.
I just called General Kalima because I wanted to verify
Yes.
the statement from Sombero that two immigration commissioners extorted money from Jack Lam.
General Kalima, pwede ho bang marinig yung inyong panig? Kayo ho ba ang tumawag? Kayo ang tinawagan? O is it the same day that Attorney Robles talking about? Or totally absurd or hindi totoo yung sinasabi ni Attorney Robles?
Sir, Your Honor, yung unang pagtawag po sa akin ni Mr. Montulfo was yung pag-congratulate niya sa akin na sa ginawa namin na pag-operate dito sa dalawang associate commissioners. And then after, I don't know kung mga within 1 hour siguro, ito yung nag-confrontation na kami doon sa office ni Jerry Morente, and para ipakita ko sa kanila na hindi ko gawa-gawa lang yon yung sinasabi ko sa kanila. So, nakasave pa naman yung number ni Mr. Montulfo sa
So
akin.
you're not
tinawagan ko.
denying yung sinasabi ni Attorney Robles na naka-speakerphone si Sir Montulfo?
Opo, hindi ko naman dinideny, pero hindi ko rin, hindi naman po namin winertap si Sir Montulfo. It was just a speakerphone, hindi naman po kami nag-record. Baka nga, dahil magkadikit yung tawag, baka hindi lang maalala ni
And
Mr.
again,
Montulfo.
for the record, there was no threat whatsoever that Mr. Tulfo will release. In fact, na-release nga itong article na ito.
It was not a threat, he was just
Thank
making
you.
a statement, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Robles, based on your testimony, sabi mo si General Kalima told you on your meeting on December 3, kayo-kayo lang kasi, di nyo kasi ako sinama. Binanggit nyo to kay
December 2
Attorney.
po.
Ay, okay. Binanggit mo ito kay Attorney Argosino at pagkatapos nito, ang nangyari, nag-deliver na kayo ng 18 million. Is that correct?
Actually, binanggit ko po yan kay Attorney Argosino. Pero nung pong December 1 pa lang, sinasabihan ko na siya kung ano ba ang tinatanong ko na siya about yung what course of actions he will be going to take with respect to that money. And then nung December 2 nga po, nung nilapitan ako ni General Kalima, I informed Attorney Argosino about it immediately po. Tinanong ko rin po, hindi po pa ba sasabihin kay SOJ yan?
And who made that decision na magdala kayo ng 18 million kay General Kalima?
It was Attorney Argosino po.
because he asked for the money? Is that what you're saying, Attorney Argosino?
Your Honor, if I may state, I wish to tell this immediately, Your Honor. Something happened on December 8, and I think General Kalima can confirm that. Nung palis na ho ako, dinag-usap na nga ho kami doon sa 18 million na sabi na ho niya. Tinawag niya po ako. Ano sabi niya? May kinuha po siya sa bulsa niya. Tapos meron po siyang maliit na baril na pinakita sa akin. Sabi niya, "Sir, bakit hindi kayo nagdadala ng ganito?" So doon ho ako natakot. So yun ho yung isang incident na gustong-gusto ko rin hong sabihin. And then after that, umalis na po ako.
December 8 ho yun. December 9.
December 9, ibinigay ko na po yung pera sa
Kaya
kanya.
nga ho, you're saying na tinakot kayo para ibigay mo yung 18 million, is that correct?
Yun ho yung iniisip ko. Kasi hindi ho ordinaryong opisyal si General Kalima. Siya ho ang #1 intelligence officer ng Bureau of Immigration.
General Kalima, kulang ho kasi ako sa oras. Gusto ko lang tanungin yung bakit ganun katagal bago nyo... Kasi parang ang lumalabas ho ngayon, sinasabi nitong dalawa na talagang hinihintay nyo na ibigay pa yung 18 million sa inyo, lugar na meron kayong CCTV, may video kayo, you can easily call the attention of the hotel, you can probably, I would say, easy to look for someone na witnesses para magsabing nandun nga sila at naka-receive sila. Bakit would it not be enough yung ebidensya na kailangan nyo pa talagang hintayin na bigyan kayo ng 18 million?
Well, nung time po na yon, nung pinapag-aralan ko nga yung pinakita sa akin ni Mr. Sombero na ebidensya against them, nung time po kasi na yun, wala pa naman ako nung kumpleto na footage na katulad ng pinakita sa ating kanina. What we just have is yung
You should hire
footage.
Senator Gordon as your consultant.
Yes, sir.
Sige po.
Yung po nakita ko lang noong una is yung bit-bit lang nila yung bag na nandun na. So sabi ko, wala namang, that's just a possession ng bag. Kaya lang natin sinasabi na tumanggap sila ng 50 million dahil sinabi ni Mr. Sombero na 50 million ang laman nun. But standing alone, with the evidence that we have then, parang mahina pa ni ebidensya yun. Para bang sinasabi na wala namang illegal possession ng bag. And then the next is the text messages. And then the conversations. So, nasabi ko naman na po nung unang Senate hearing na standing alone, mahina ito. That's why we wanted to have a stronger case against them to close the loop. Ito yung sinasabi natin na parang body of the crime. Ito yung pera na binigay sa kanila. Kaya po, we decided to, yung phase na yun ng counterintelligence operation, is since we cannot also conduct an open investigation sa kanila, na tanungin sila tungkol dito, dahil mga abogado naman sila, and surely hindi naman sila aamin. That's why I went into yung pag-employ ng tradecraft so that I can get into their comfort zone para umamin sila, para mapagkwento sila sa akin ng komportable. Kaya nga po yung sinasabi na kinakantsawan ko sila, sinasabi ko na, sir, hindi nyo kasi ako sinasama. Yun pong pagkakataon na nakita ko na I can already accomplish yung objective ng counterintelligence operation namin was when I saw them, si Attorney Robles was so devastated nung makita niya yung what we have on them. Narinig niya si Mr. Montulfo, narinig niya si Wally, nandun ni Wally Sombero na sa NBI na, and then even Atty. Argosino was telling me already, may mga please na siya, natulungan ko siya. So I seized on the opportunity, kaya po naisipan ko na kinagabihan, I called for him for a meeting, tapos sinabi ko sa kanya na, kasi humihingi po siya ng tulong sa akin, and for me, kung baga yung term na nag-please na siya sa akin na subordinate niya, big sabihin, ripe for the na matatapos ko na yung counterintelligence operation ko. So, nilaro-laro ko siya. Kaya nga, pero yung pong sinasabi niya na I demanded money, siya po yung nag-o-offer kung paano maareglo para hindi lumabas na yung article ni Mr. Montulfo.
I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
General Kalima, no? I don't have much time here. Kaya ho kasi ganito yung pagtingin sa inyo, November 27 pa lang ito. December 20, napakadami ho nangyari, no? December 1 to 4, tapos nakatanggap na kayo ng 18 million. December 22 lang kayo nakapaghain ng complaint. But anyway, yung isang tatanong ko lang ho, binanggit nyo kanina, nag-demand ulit ng another 50 million. Anong ebidensya nyo dito?
Ito po yung meeting nila sa Crown Hotel. They met in a suite room doon, kasama si Attorney Argosino, Attorney Robles, si Wally Sombero, and I don't know kung one or two Chinese na kasamahan ni Jack Lam. And it was in this meeting where they were demanding for the release of another 50 million para po mabuo yung 100 million. At ang sinasabi nga nila, klarong-klaro doon, na kaliwaan, they have to complete first yung pagbigay ng another 5 folders or sa code messages nila is 50
Pero General
million.
Kalima,
Yes, sir.
nakalaya na po yung karamihan dito during this time.
Hindi, I think hindi pa ho. Parang December 3 po yata o 2 yung, yung mga...
Nakapag-bail na yun?
Hindi pa po. Wala pa pong nakakapag-bail nung time na yun.
Okay,
Mari po ba akong sumagot, Mr. Senator, doon sa clarification?
if the chair would allow.
Okay.
Make it brief.
Mr. Chair, palagi ko po naririnig na humihingi ako ng additional 150, 100 doon sa Crown Plaza. Actually, nagugulat nga ho ako dahil nung November 29 ho, naka-file na yung petition for bail. Now, ang pinag-uusapan ho namin dito is yung amount ng bail, Your Honor. Kaya hindi ko alam bakit palaging ina-accuse ako na nagde-demand. Your Honor, yung sinabi ko po sa kanila, Your Honor, na ito ang amount ng bail. Around 76,000 to 56,000 ang amount ng bail. 1,316 po yan. Doon ho kami nagkaroon ng pag-uusap. And then, kung i-release po nila yung something like 700 doon sa petition for bail, yun po yung aking sinasabi, kung 76,000 po yan per person. Kasi ho, this is cash bail ho ito, Your Honor, pupunta ho ito sa government. And then kung i-release naman yung 1,316, yun ho yung computation. Pero later nga ho, narinig ko kay Commissioner Morante, hindi ho pala 76 million, it's 56 million. So yun po yung sinasabi ko sa kanila. So, Your Honor, yun po yung nire-request niya kung paano po mag-grant yung, kasi alam na ho niya by November 28 na mag-grant ho kami ng bail. Dahil nga ho, nagre-reklamo po yung mga Chinese embassy as early as November 28. And then, gusto na rin ho namin silang i-release dahil wala po kami paglalagyan ng 1,316. Final po nila noong November 29 yung petition for bail. I think it's around 700. Kaya po ako, nung nakipag-usap po sa kanila, illegitimate naman po yung tanong nila, magkano yung bail na babayaran dito? So sabi ko is, based on my opinion, is around 76,000. And then, if you are going to release them all, sabi ko, depende kung ilan ang i-release ng Board of Commissioners dahil dadaan pa ho sa process. At true enough po, hindi naman ho na-grant lahat kasi hindi naman po lahat bailable. So yun po yung nangyayari. And hindi ko alam kung hindi alam ni Wally kung ano yung ine-explain ko. Tapos sinasabi, nagdidemand ako ng 50 million, ng 100 million. Pero this is in connection ho doon sa pagpaprocess ng bail, which is a legitimate questions that I ask, Your Honors. Sana lang.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm sorry, I have to say this. I had enough
Thank
with
you very much, Your Honors.
Sally and Patty. Si Sally ako, tsaka si Patty ako. Tanungin ko na lang si Commissioner Morente. Commissioner Morente, base ko dito sa mga information na nakuha natin, naririnig natin of how your bureau's officers have conducted. Ayaw pa nila ngayong tawaging entrapment nung nakaraang hearing, puro entrapment. Ngayon, ayaw na. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. And what they call counterintelligence operations, Mr. Morente, not against illegal immigration, but against each other. Mukhang napaka-challenging ng inyong posisyon. Just one question lang ho. Kung naalala nyo po nung nakaraang pagdinig, at binanggit ko rin po ito noong Committee on Labor hearing, taon-taon nagbibigay po ang DOLE ng humigit kumulang 23,000 alien employment permits o yung AEPs na tinatawag. Dole lang po, supposed to be nagbibigay nito. Mula 2011 hanggang 2015, nasa 113,000 foreign nationals na ang nabigyan ng AEPs. Mahalaga din po na maalala na kahit dole lamang ang pwedeng magbigay ng alien employment permit, ang Bureau of Immigration naman nagbibigay ng special working permit. Tama po ako doon, no? Liban
Yes, sir.
po dyan, ang economic zones, maaari ding magbigay ng kani-kanilang permit o visa para magtrabaho sa loob ng Pilipinas. Is there any way on the part of the Bureau of Immigration to monitor, or do you have the master list nitong mga nabibigyan ng mga economic zones, o ang inyong impormasyon ay dun lamang sa binigyan ng Bureau of Immigration? Kasi Mr. Chairman, no, I'm just worried about the figures that came out during our hearings, and this hearing, 91 undocumented. Kahapon lang dun sa news, merong foreign national na nandito sa Pilipinas, gumagawa ng karumal-dumal na krimen, child pornography. Ito, 91, undocumented, walang passport, walang kahit na ano, pero nakapasok dito. Kinanong nyo kanina, Mr. Chairman, paano nakapasok? Wala hong makasagot. Sino may hawak ng passports nila? Hindi rin masagot. What are they doing? Are they running or going after them? Wala din hong makasagot. Pagka ganyan, we are doomed, Mr. Chairman.
Those are excellent points. The immigration, please react, or the Department of Justice, please react.
Yes, Your
Because these
Honor.
are very serious matters.
On the issue of the alien employment permit, ang nag-i-issue po nito is yung DOLE. The main intention is to ensure that wala hong Pilipino na pwedeng makagawa ng trabaho.
Yes,
ng
because
mga apply
under
po.
Article 7, Section 10, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, and I quote, "In the grants of rights, privileges, and concessions covering the national economy and patrimony, the state shall give preference to qualified Filipinos." Kaya nga, Mr. Chairman, masama yung loob natin dahil dun sa next games na binabanggit, and I hope the DOJ will look into this, 1,000 plus ang kanilang empleyado, 11 lamang dito ang Pilipino. So sana tignan ho natin yan. Sige po, please continue.
On the case of CESA and APECO, Your Honor, ang participation lang ho ng Bureau of Immigration is the derogatory check. Dahil nasa kanilang charter po na they will be the ones to issue the CESA license, CESA working permits, and the APECO permits.
Now that gives me my question. What's the difference between AEPs and working permits? Can someone answer the question? I don't know if Commissioner can answer that question.
Yung pong working permit is issued by either the CESA, APECO, or the Bureau of Immigration. The requirement for the issuance of the working permit is the AEP, sir, for those aliens who are applying for work.
That is, Mr. Chairman, ito yung nakakagulat dito, Mr. Chairman, because during our hearing in the Committee on Labor, mismong DOLE, hindi nila alam kung sino yung nabigyan ng working permits. In fact, marami ho dun sa nasa Clark, wala din silang listahan.
But nonetheless, they are recorded by the specific zone and by immigration.
Yes, sir.
You have records.
We have records for the working
Correct.
permits that we issue.
Not
So
the
we have
AEPs.
never relinquished at any time our oversight. The immigration has not relinquished that. They still have the records of these people.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's only for purposes of doing business and employment that the CESA and the other special economic zones are allowed as an incentive. Okay, go ahead, please.
Another worrisome issue here, Mr. Chairman, is that yung mga nahuli sa Clark, if I'm correct, ang hawak nila ay CESA working permit. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor. There were 140 CESA visa working permits.
I hope
and,
that's clear, Mr. Chairman. And let
meron
me,
pong 13 from the
Yeah.
Freeport
I hope-
area of Bataan, Your
I just
Honor.
want it to be on record, Mr. Chair, na CESA yung working permit nandun sa Clark, at marami pa hong iba. Siguro dun sa second round, I will try to ask more questions. Dun lang ho sa PAGCOR, last na lang ho. Other than Jack Lam, sino pa po ba yung may utang sa inyo? At meron po ba kayong listahan nito? Dito hong mga licensees and operators, Kung po pwede na lang ho, baka pwedeng i-submit na lang po dito sa committee.
They have just submitted the list, no? But there will be more forthcoming, and we want to know whether these people are paying, these corporations are paying taxes.
And how much
And
they need
we
to
want
pay.
to consolidate this with the immigration. How many people are they actually employing in these operations, all right? Because we should not be taken for a ride.
And siguro, Mr. Chairman, hihilingin ko rin po dito sa committee na ito, tanungin din natin ng BIR. Magkano ba ang utang ni Jack Lam sa
That
BIR?
is the point.
Magkano ba ang utang sa LGU? Kasi yung binabanggit last hearing ng PAGCOR lang po yun.
No, that's the point. The BIR will have to be involved in this, and they are. They must be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. At the proper time, doon na lang po ulit tayo magtatanong.
Thank you.
Salamat
Just a
po.
caveat. I keep hearing from different persons from the BI that the Embassy of China is trying to, it's understandable that every embassy will try to protect their citizens. But it's still our decision. I don't give a damn. As far as I'm concerned, when our immigration laws are violated, that is your call, not the embassy's call. That must be made clear.
Yes, sir.
I do not like to hear that in the hearing that, the ambassador is doing this, they're breathing down your neck. That's par for the course. He should be commended by the Republic of China, People's Republic of China. But insofar as we are concerned, it must be the government of the Philippines that must determine and not be burdened by all kinds of pressures insofar as the arrest of these people. And by the way, I just got a text here saying that these people were not under extraneous or difficult circumstances, because I understand in Clark they were allowed to have, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'd like you to check this out, they were given container vans that were air-conditioned with comfort rooms, so that many of these people who were arrested are placed there. Is that correct?
That's wrong information, Your Honor.
Well,
They were housed at Fontana Convention Center. In the early phase of the arrest, we even organized a shower operations for groups to go back to their villas to take a shower, because most of them hindi na po nakaligo ng 3 to 4 days.
Don't worry about that. That's a sweet smell of success insofar as you're concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anyway, the point here is we have to make sure that, when we run a country, we have to have an adequate self-defense. When we run immigration, I commend the Department of Justice for having arrested. This is the biggest so far that has been arrested, 1,316.
16, Your Honor.
First time. Is that correct, Secretary Aguirre?
That's right,
And
Mr.
that is
Chair.
why-
The second biggest is about 1,044. 144.
And the only point I'd like to make here is that when our people do their job, they must be supported. And when other people try to thwart that by bribery, by trickery, chicanery, and fraud, we must be very quick at that. So I just want to point out that's one of the reasons why this committee has been established. We're not favoring anybody here. So, Senator Pacquiao will allow meet his match here. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, please. Pwede
Yes,
ba,
sir. Director.
Pumirit lang isa lang, sir. Gusto ko lang i-clarify, sir, kanina na Jack Lam again, ano? He came to us under what they said, voluntary protective custody. And that was at the request, Sombero rather, at the request of Mr. Sermon Tulfo. Sinabi niya sa akin na, Dante, alagaan mo ito dahil, parang ganun pagkasabi, dahil maraming sasabihin ito para sa ikalulutas ng problema doon sa BI. So,
You're referring to Jack Lam.
Sombero po.
Sombero.
So
Sombero has a lot of knowledge.
he came to us voluntarily. So this matter about voluntary...
So we will hear that when Mr. Sombero comes in. I think he
sir,
can
I'm just,
adequately
I'm
explain
just
himself.
explaining, sir, because earlier the very good Senator Escudero had told us that we have to produce Mr. Sombero, which is now beyond our rates, and for our failure to hold Mr. Sombero as if we would be held liable, because as a matter of fact, he was not under what we call legal custody for a crime he committed. It was a voluntary one. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, it's the lawyer, Attorney Contacto, who wrote us a letter. We will furnish the Honorable Committee about this, that the lawyer was asking for the release of voluntary custody of his client, and we have this letter.
Voluntary release of whom?
of Mr. Sombero.
So he wanted to be released already.
As a matter of fact, he was
If you look at
released.
this affidavit, he says he is the one now being hunted for doing his job. I have not read the full affidavit. I just got it now. And it's not my fault that I got it only now. Attorney Contacto, I think, gave it to us just now. About at one, my staff is trying to pick up from their fallen standard. It arrived at 1 o'clock, 1:15. So I just took a quick glance at it. And besides, let me just point out, I wouldn't mind Jack Lam coming here. I mean, I think if he's willing to come here, I wouldn't mind him coming here. So I don't know why we're quick to say they will be arrested. If they want to come here, they should come here. He's been in business for 10 years. If we're going to arrest Jack Lam and he's been having all these violations, we should arrest all the secretaries of justice, all the labor secretaries, all the Bureau of Immigration, all the Bureau of Internal Revenue, because they've allowed this guy to operate. You know, when the sky falls, everything falls. Dapat, nung pa hinuli, that's my point. Kung wala tayong kaso kay Jack Lam, pabalikin natin, baka may matutuhan tayo. Kung ayaw niya bumalik, then he's guilty. Simple as that. That's why we want Sombero here. I'm not judging Sombero. If he comes here, he'll be given the same privileges as everybody has been. So far, it has been a mutual entrapment society that we've heard. You know what I mean? Each one trying to entrap one another. And so far, it's been really a wild ride. Go ahead.
But Mr. Chairman, the point is we should not be entirely be faulted for.
Nobody's faulting you.
It was the.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm not faulting you.
Thank you, sir.
That's a personal. Each senator has a mind of his own here. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Will the General Marquez please? I'm sorry, General, we have not been able to ask you because you have to give us knowledge, personal knowledge on what you know. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
it
sir.
was mentioned about 3 times that Mr. Sombero sought protective custody before the NBI because General De La Rosa ordered 4 teams to hunt him. For the record, Your Honor, there was no order of such nature. Because if there will be an order, it will be coursed through me, being the Director for Investigation and Detective Management. And the only order that he gave is, we go after him if there is a warrant of arrest. But I told him there is no warrant of arrest.
Well, I can see Director of the NBI trying to pat you in the back and trying to reach out to you so you can go ahead and love one another forever and ever. Go ahead, Secretary Pascual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wala na tayong oras.
With the permission of Senator
Yes,
De Lima,
thank you,
of course.
Senator De Lima.
Because I think she will have a kilometric Go ahead.
A few question lang, and then manifestation. Tapos na ako dahil mahaba si Senator De Lima magtanong. Alam nyo, hindi lang tayo dito ang nakikinig, nanonood sa hearing na ito. Milyon-milyong mga Pilipino nanonood ngayon mula kaninang umaga. Kahit nung unang hearing dito, napapanood yung mga testimony ng bawat isa. Ngayon, sa tingin nyo, doon sa mga testimony ninyo, mapapaniwala ninyo ang taong bayan? Mapapaniwala ninyo na kayo ay inosente? Tanong ko kay kay Jaime Commissioner Jaime Morente. Yung pagpalaya doon sa mga nahuli, tumanggap ka ba ng pera doon o wala? Diretsahang sagot ito.
Wala, Your Honor. Honestly,
Sigurado ka?
Sigurado po ako.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, wala siyang tinanggap. Baka may lumutang dyan na magsabi na binigyan ka ng pera.
My conscience is clear, Your Honor. I categorically deny na may tinanggap po ako dyan. It was a board decision, due diligence was exercised, Your Honor.
Okay, dito naman sa kay Attorney Argosino. I know Attorney Argosino working with the president on time of election.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Tama?
Tama po yun, Your Honor.
Okay. Tumanggap kayo ng pera. 20 million kay Robles. Sa'yo, 30 million.
48 million po yung tinurnover sa amin ni Sombero. 48 million.
Magkano ang dinala mo?
48 million po, Your Honor.
Ang nasa position mo?
Yun ho yung tinurnover sa amin ni Sombero. Kinuha niya ho yung 2 million.
Ang 2 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong ginawa niyo sa 48 million?
Kinustody po namin as evidence, Your Honor.
Sabi mo, dinala ni Robles yung 20.
Inuwi niya ho temporarily yung 20. Pero nung 27 ho ng gabi, kinonsolidate po namin. Kasi inuwi niya ho for security reason. Pero nung pong 27 ng gabi, tinurnover din niya po sa akin. So I have with me 48 million, Your Honor.
So, ganun ba ngayon ang part ng pag-iimbestiga? Sa tingin mo, tanungin natin itong mga pulis lahat, NBI, ganyan ba ang proseso sa pag-iimbestiga? Pag nakagather tayo ng mga ebidensya, pinaghahatian? So, ikaw, you're a lawyer. Ano sa tingin mo? Tama ba yung ginawa ninyo?
The only reason, Your Honor, kaya po nagkaroon ng 20 million si Attorney Robles is for security reason, Your Honor. Kasi I apologize, Your Honor, kung I exceeded my discretion here. Pero kung sakali pong may mangyari doon sa pera, at least hiwalay po, Your Honor.
Alam nyo, yung mga katwiran ninyo, hindi papasayan sa kukuti ko. Sa totoo lang.
Pasensya na po, Your Honor.
Yung mga katwiran ninyo, kahit na hindi ako nakatapos sa kolehiyo, yung mga katwiran ninyo, hindi uubra sa akin yan. Gusto kong maging prangkahan tayo. Ang ginagawa ko dito ay pagsiservisyo ng tama. Kanina pa ako umaga na nakikinig sa mga para akong maiyak parang akong maiyak na sa galit na ayaw yung sabihin yung totoo. Anong gagawin mo sa amin? Anong tingin sa amin? Isasarado namin yung mata namin, isasarado namin yung tainga namin para maniwala kami doon sa mga testimony ninyo. Sa akin lang, kung may takot pa tayo sa Panginoon, this country is a Christian. Majority is a Christian. Kung naniniwala pa tayo sa Panginoon, matakot naman tayo magsinungaling. Magawa pa natin pumunta sa simbahan ng linggo. Tapos gumagawa tayo ng kasalanan. Laban sa gobyerno, laban sa Panginoon. Hindi ko alam kung si Attorney Robles, parang may sasabihin ka kanina na
Yes, Mr. Chair.
yung mga kinalaman mo na gusto mo pang manghugas ng kamay, na wala kang alam, hindi mo alam, that's impossible. Na hindi mo alam yung transaction, hindi mo alam yung nakikita ko sa video, sinasama-sama ka lang, pwede ba yun? Like the chair said, you're a lawyer. And sabihin mo na, hindi ko alam, nagsumasama lang ako doon. Hindi. Pwede ba yun? Mapapaniwala mo ba ako nun kahit na hindi ako college graduate? Hindi mo ako mapapaniwala sa mga ganong katwiran.
I want to hear what you have to say about that. Gusto kong marinig ko ano sasabihin yung dalawa.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Regarding the fact
Yeah.
that
Paano kami mapapaliwanag? Unang-una, pagka kayo nakahuli ng ebidensya, dapat nire-record yon. Sapagkat pag nawala, pananagot lahat. Pangalawa, nag-ooperate kayo. Wala naman kayong mission order. Hindi naman kayo investigador. Mga commissioner kayo. Ang desisyon nyo ay kung maninirahan dito o hindi yung nag-a-apply ng immigration. Paano nyo kami mapapaliwanag? Tama yung sinasabi ni Manny. He speaks for the people here. Na yung simpleng tao, kayo nag-aral, papapaniwalaan nyo kami na kinuha nyo yung pera, nakita na kayo sa TV, 9 na oras kayo doon, naghihintay para kayong susunod-sunod kayo doon, na hinihintay nyo dumating yung 5 bag, at kailan nabuksan yung 48 million? Binilang nyo ba doon? Actually, nabilang nyo lang yung later, binigay nyo. Kailan nyo binigay yung 2 million kay Sombero?
Siya ho ang kumuha doon sa sasakyan, Your Honor.
So, hindi nyo sinasabi yan? Pumasok pa sa sasakyan.
Siya po ang nagano.
Kanina sa sasakyan siya pumasok sa'yo?
Sa akin po, Your Honor.
Oh.
Kinuha niya.
Hindi nyo sinasabi lahat yan.
Nasa affidavit.
Binuksan
po, Your
yan.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Ang ano ko lang, ganito na ba tayo mag-imbestiga? Ganito na ba ang proseso ng government natin, ng gobyerno natin? Kung ganun, hindi tayo nararapat dyan. Hindi po pwede yan. Walang mangyayari sa government natin kung gusto natin ng pagbabago, kung ganyan ang estilo ng hindi natin sinusunod yung tamang proseso. Kung nag-iimbestiga kayo, pero sa testimony ninyo, sa pagtanggap nyo ng pera, pag ninegotiate ninyo, hindi nyo kami mapapaniwala dito. It's better you tell the truth. And I believe the truth will set you free. Attorney Robles.
Mr. Chair, talagang napakahirap ipaliwanag nito. And kung ako po ang tatanungin nyo, limited lang po ang pwede kong sabihin. And I don't want na mag-overlap ako sa gustong sabihin ng kasama ko. Ang paulit-ulit nga po sinasabi na ganyan, pahirap papaniwalaan. Pero napakahirap din naman ho sa parte ko na sabihin na kahit yun ang opinion niya, kahit yun po ang opinion nyo, ay pilitin ko kayo. Kundi sabihin ko lang po ano yung nalalaman ko. Kung hindi man po paniwala na wala akong alam, napakahirap po naman sabihin sa inyo na alam ko to para lang masatisfy ko ang mga gusto ng mga makarinig.
Ang gusto lang namin, sabihin nyo yung totoo dahil hindi totoo yung mga sinasabi ninyo. Gusto ko yung totoo na sasabihin ninyo dahil awan ko.
Your Honor, napakahirap pong maipaintindi sa publiko yung totoo po nangyari. Pero maski ho kaming dalawa ni Attorney Robles, hindi rin ho namin ina-expect na magkakaroon. Kasi ho,
ganito yan, no? Dinala nyo pera sa bahay ninyo, tapos binigay nyo kay General Kalima yung 18 million para ebidensya.
Maski ho, hirap na hirap ho kami kasi 4 months, first time ho namin sa government service, 4 months lang po kami. So, nung turn over po sa amin ni General Sombero, we're not expecting that this is the amount so huge that maski po kami, Your Honor, gulong-gulo rin po kami. Hindi,
Alam nyo, Attorney Argosino, ang ebidensya, pag inuwi mo sa bahay yan, wala na yung merit of evidence. You know that? Tapos sabihin nyo na ebidensya ito, tapos binigay nyo pa yung 18 million kay General Kalima. For what? Para saan yun? Para saan yung 18 million? Para ebidensya na naman. Ang sinasabi ko, hindi ganun ang proseso ng pag-iimbestiga. I'm sorry to tell you this, but ano lang eh, parang masakit kasi sa loob ko. Ayaw ko nang pinipigilan ang sarili ko na magalit dahil ayaw ko magkasala. Ang taong bayan ang pinagsisirbisyuhan natin dito, hindi sarili natin. Narito ako, nag-iimbestiga, nagtatanong sa inyo dahil yan ang trabaho ko. Ginagampanan ko lang. Gusto kong lumabas ang katotohanan. Huwag na nating pagbabago man kaya ang gusto natin. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That's why you're the champion, the people's champion. Makinig kayo dahil sinasabi niya yung nararamdaman ng tao sa labas. Yung mga masa. Katulad mo, sasabihin mo, ngayon ka na nakapasok sa gobyerno. I'm sorry. You work in the Senate. You work for Senator Mercado.
That's
You
correct,
work for
Your Honor.
Senator Esmeña, and you're telling me you don't know?
No,
You went to a very prestigious school.
after
Kaya
17
nakakainis
years,
kayo
Your
eh.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
My God, ano ba kayo? Can we have the senator from San Beda also? Who's gonna make the question again? Everybody's from San Beda here today. Secretary of Justice from San Beda. No offense, man. It's a good school. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much time do we have? We are supposed to adjourn,
I will
suspend.
tell you what time.
Thank you. Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Tama ho yun. Marami po akong tanong. So, I'll just maximize until when we need to stop. Opo. Attorney,
Actually have more than 25 minutes unless somebody comes out. So go ahead.
thank you,
Make
Mr.
our
Chair.
day.
Attorney Argosino, I respect your feelings and emotions because I know exactly what it feels to be falsely charged. But I don't think I can commiserate with you now dahil hindi pa ho ako kumbinsido na inosente kayo sa usapin na to. Pero ang nakakainis na naman po sa stance nyo is that kayong dalawa ni Attorney Robles, you were caught red-handed, so to speak, and then meron sinasabi ka po kanina na at least ngayon kami nagbibuild ng case against Mr. Lam, Jack Lam, dahil yung previous administration, hindi ho ginawa yan. Pwede ho ba iwasan natin yan na binabaliktad nyo palagi ang mga kwento nyo? Wag po kayong gaya-gaya sa dati niyong boss na banat, bawi, na hindi muna sigurado sa mga
Are you talking
sinasabi.
about President Trump?
No, sir.
What are you talking about?
I'm referring to the Secretary of Justice.
Okay.
That's their former boss. Babaliktarin niyo yung kwento sa bilibid drug trade. Ako yung nag-raid, binaliktad. Ito na naman, kayo yung nahuli. And then isisisi niyo sa previous administration. And when you talk about previous administration, you are certainly also, I think, implying that the former Secretary of Justice is somewhat remiss. But I'm not gonna belabor on that because of the lack of time. Now, punta po tayo sa November 26. But before that, tama ho siya, Chair, Senator Gordon. Common denominator po, mga bedans tayo. Pangulo, Present Secretary of Justice, former Secretary of Justice, kayo rin po. Nakakahiya ho talaga ngayon sa institusyon natin na ganyan ang nangyayari. Now, it's either both of you are too stupid or too corrupt. Stupid. May daladalang bags. At alam nyo naman yan, the CCTVs in that particular area are all over. You will play along just because yung sinasabi nyong iimbestigahan na wala naman talaga kayong authority to investigate or to corrupt. You have to convince us that it's not the second. Between too corrupt and too stupid, I don't know which one you would choose. Doon po tayo sa November 26. Yung nag-meet po kayo doon sa Shangri-La, sa Bonifacio Global City. Doon po kayo, Attorney Argosino, when Sombero allegedly made the implied bribery offer to the Secretary of Justice? You were there, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And yung sinasabing implied bribery offer from Sombero, representing Jack Lam, who was also there, ay yung maghahanap ng bagong padrino dahil matagal-tagal na nagkaroon siya ng so-called padrino. Narinig niyo po yon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ba yung immediate reaction ni Secretary Aguirre?
Sinabi niya po ni Sombero nung latter part na po, Your Honor. Kaya bigla ho siyang napatayo.
So,
Nagsimula ho siya doon sa discussion na gusto magpa-release ng then magbabayad daw.
kasasabi po, the Secretary of Justice was just there about 10 minutes or so.
That's correct.
So medyo
Your Honor.
sandali lang.
That's correct.
Pero yung pala yung nangyari, there is this implied bribery offer. Naghahanap ng so-called bagong padrino dahil matagal-tagal na. So sa tingin niyo po, based sa reaction ni Secretary Aguirre, he felt insulted? Did he manifest his displeasure in front of you, in front of Sombero, in front of Jack Lam?
Yun ho yung tingin ko po sa kanya nung panahon na yan, Your Honor. Na-offend po siya.
Na-offend siya.
Yet,
And certainly that was your exact feeling, Secretary Aguirre, correct? You felt insulted.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I know where the conversation is going, so this is against my principle, so I stood up. Sabi ko sa kanilang ganyan, wala tayong pinag-usapan. As a matter of fact, before I left, I said very clearly, do not corrupt my people.
Narinig po nila yan.
If you want to continue this conversation, narinig po ng lahat yan.
Narinig po nila yan.
Narinig po nila lahat yan. Yung nandun sa loob ng kwarto.
At sinabi nyo nga po, makulit daw po itong si Mr. Sombero. Totoo ba yun? Sinundan pa kayo sa elevator?
Hanggang paglabas po ng function room, sinundan po kami sa elevator. The ground floor was teeming with bedans. At hanggang hindi kami nakakating ng elevator, ay paulit-ulit po niyang sinasabi na pumayag na akong magninong bilang Secretary of Justice. Kasi matagal-tagal na raw walang ninong si Jack Lam, siguro. Because at that time, we were only 4 months in the office. So siguro yung kanyang 4 months matagal-tagal na.
Meron na naman ho ba kayong ini-imply niyan? Ingat po kayo dyan. But I will not gonna ask you that because of lack of time. Maybe next time. Ganun kayo binabaliktad nyo palagi
Hindi po. Kasi yun ang sabi sa akin, matagal na.
Matagal-tagal na.
Oh, matagal-tagal na. 4 months is
Do not
matagal.
argue with me.
Before it blossoms into something else that we do not want, I would suggest that the gentle lady, who is a dear friend of mine, make haste,
Thank you. Thank you. Kung ganun ho, na nainsulto kayo, dahil alam nyo nga ho na may pararating, o iba ang, na merong pararatingan yung usapin na yon na naghahanap ng bagong padrino, allegedly, ay bakit ho nagbilin kayo kay Attorney Argosino na bahala ka na dyan?
Alam po ninyo, sa totoo lang, hindi ko matandaan ako yung nagsalita ng ganon. Pero, kung ako man ay nagsalita ng ganon, yung po'y ordinary po sa ating mga Pilipino. Halimbawa, nag-usap-usap tayo sa isang meeting. Ilan lang tayo. Tapos meron tayong gustong gawin. Hindi naman natin nakuha. Uwalis ako. Bahala nga kayo dyan. Ganun lamang po yun.
Attorney
Walang
Argosino.
mali siya po doon.
Attorney Argosino, sinabi mo, narinig mo yun mismo, yung sinasabing indirect bribery offer. At sinabi mo rin, yung itsura ni Secretary Aguirre ay na-insulto. So bakit nagpaiwan ka?
Your Honor, umalis na rin ho ako after 5 minutes.
Pero di ba, in that 5 minutes, dito po sa complaint affidavit ni Mr. Sombero, paragraph 26, I returned to our meeting place, and there, outside of the VIP room of High Street Cafe, Associate Commissioner Al reiterated his demand. Itong sinasabi niya dito, nung nakaalis na si SOJ, dahil nga pumunta na siya dun sa event. Correct? On the same hotel. I returned to our meeting place, and there, outside the VIP room of High Street Cafe, Associate Commissioner Al, this refers to you, reiterated his demand and told me, quote, "Marami yan. May nakarating na offer na 37 pero hindi kami umano. Anong sa tingin mo? Magkano?" I replied to him, "Hindi ko alam ang anong idea mo." Next paragraph 27, he replied, referring to you, "Ikaw, what is your suggestion?" I responded, "Wala akong idea." He replied, again, referring to you, "Pwede bang 100? I told him, "Sasabihin ko." You deny that? There was an exchange of this mention about certain amounts after,
Yes.
immediately after, your former boss left that place.
Yes, Your Honor, I denied that. Kasi, Your Honor, I just met Jack Lam for the first time. I just met for the first time yung dalawa pong interpreters. And it's only the second time na na-meet ko ho si Sombero. So, coming from that 10-minute conversation, hindi ko ho maisip na the first words that would come into my mind is, magkano ang meron dito. Hindi ko po masasabi yun, Your Honor. 10 minutes lang po yun. And then parating nga po si Secretary Aguirre.
And yet, even after that, nakipag-meeting pa rin kayo that same night.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ilang oras hanggang umaga. And doon ang nangyari yung pagbigay ng una muna 2, then 3 bags, naging 5, umalis kayo, kitang-kita, dala nyo yung mga bags. So what was that? I mean, kasabi nyo pa lang that your former boss exhibited some displeasure nung merong indirect bribery offer. Pero nakipag-meeting pa rin kayo after that supposedly brief meeting at the Shang Bonifacio Global City.
Actually, yun na nga po yung gusto ko po talagang malaman. Kasi bago ho ako kay Presidente Duterte, gusto kong malaman bakit ganito yung tema ng pag-uusap ni Wally Sombero. Dahil si Wally po, product ko kasi ng, I'm sorry to say, Your Honor, product ko kasi siya ng previous administration. So, but I'm not accusing anyone, Your Honor. So, doon po ako nag-start na sabi ko, anong meron dito?
Alamin natin lahat yan kay Mr. Sombero, ha? Ano yung
Marami
mga
pong
ibig
salamat,
sabihin
Your Honor.
yan na mga matagal-tagal na walang padrino, etc. And then yung sinasabi mo na bata siya ng previous administration. Ingat kayo sa mga ganyang statement nyo, ha?
Wala
Now,
po akong
next.
sinasabihan, Your Honor.
Okay, Secretary Aguirre,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
did I get you right nung sinabi niyo po kanina that the very first time that you learned about the extortion or alleged extortion activities of your two previous associate commissioners, BI associate commissioners, was December 9?
That was December 9 when I first met with Jack Lam when I went to the NBI. And at any rate,
Jack Lam or Sombero?
I'm sorry, Sombero. May I read for the record, because Wally Sombero, we were asking about him, texted me at 10:55 in the morning. And may I read for the record with the
That is
confirmation?
today?
That's today.
Today.
May I be
Go ahead, please.
Sir, for the record, I'm watching the hearing. I have the same words as General Kalima texted you. I'm clearing you of any knowledge on this extortion scandal. I will be working on my best to attend the hearing. I already sent letter to Senator Gordon today. TY po.
Noted, but we will ask him again. As Secretary Aguirre, so September 9 nyo po, I'm sorry, December 9 nyo, first time ever na meron ngang extortion activities yung dalawang BI Associate Commissioner. Kasi yung una nyo pong siniwalat sa media ay yung tungkol nga dun sa indirect or yung implied bribery offer. Correct?
That's right po.
And therefore, wala kayong kaalam-alam dun sa yung supposedly nangyayari na mga whatever negotiation between them and Wally Sombero
Mayroon na
until
po.
December 9.
At meron na po, before December 9. Kumakalat na po ang balitang mayroong nangyaring ganun.
Pero,
But the first time I talked to Sombero, in order to get it straight from his mouth, was December 9.
to Mr. Sombero,
That's right.
but you never talked to General Kalima or to Commissioner Morente about it, considering
Actually-
that these two associate commissioners, former associate commissioners, were the various subordinates also, direct subordinates of Commissioner Morente.
We were texting with General Kalima. As a matter of fact, General Kalima has the record of our texts. He wanted to meet me, explain to me, because he said that I've been receiving so many unverified accusations against him. I said, yes, I'm going to meet you. But unfortunately, events overtook us, and so I was not able, unfortunately, to meet with General Kalima.
So it
I
was-
think I am also...
So it was not really a refusal on your part to meet with General Kalima. It's just that probably you did not have the opportunity to meet with him.
That's what I wanted to say, that it is not, as a matter of fact, the text, the phone records of General Kalima would show that I agreed to meet him, but events overtook us. And we were not fortunate to
I'll
meet.
take, yes, before I pursue that line of questioning, I'll take the opportunity to take advantage of the presence of Mr. Mon Tulfo. December 8 was the supposed grant of the protective custody to Mr. Sombero. There was a request, of course through you, that Mr. Sombero be placed under NBI's protective custody. And it was on the very same day also that there was this conversation between and among the BI Associate Commissioners, nung una si Mr. Robles pa lang, with General Kalima and then Commissioner Morente. Yun nga yung supposed confrontation. That's why General Kalima felt constrained or compelled to call Mon Tulfo. Alin po ang nauna? Yung pag-surrender o yung pagpunta sa NBI to be placed under preventive custody o yung pag-usap niyo po via speakerphone?
Even before I turned over Wally Sombero to the NBI, I had a talk with him, a brief talk with him at my office. And then when he was already at the...
When was this, sir? When was this?
In the afternoon. I do not recall the date now, the exact date. But
that was before December 8.
yes,
A few days before December 8? 1 or 2 days?
I cannot recall the date. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But I did. I had a conversation with him before I turned him over to the NBI for protective custody, and then after he arrived at the NBI headquarters, I had another talk with him, and then I remember calling General Kalima to verify Sombero's statement about the extortion.
That was also before December 8?
I don't recall the...
You also don't recall. But it has to be before December 8 or on December 8 itself. It cannot be after December 8, correct?
I do not recall the exact date. I'm sorry. I don't remember dates, but I remember what I did.
There are insinuations coming from both former associate commissioners that General Kalima, Sombero, and yourself are trying to blackmail, or were trying to blackmail them in exchange for not proceeding with coming out with an expose. You're a media person, and you are known to be doing exposes, and I suppose that was your intention, that you're gonna expose the information that you got from both Mr. Sombero and General Kalima?
My intention in calling General Kalima was to make verification on the statements of Wally Sombero to me that there was extortion that happened.
So it was first Sombero who told you about the extortion activities of these two associate commissioners?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you called General Kalima to verify?
Yes, Your Honor.
And during that confrontation, General Kalima was there, a commissioner was there, and the associate commissioner was there. It was sort of corroborative, further corroborative?
I didn't know that they were there. I didn't know that. I thought that I was just talking to General Kalima.
When he called you on December 8th? Correct?
What I know is that I called him twice. First to verify, and then second to ask him why he didn't arrest on the spot the two BI commissioners after they received the 50 million pesos.
After they received. So on
Yes.
December 8th, you didn't know that when General Kalima was talking to you via speakerphone?
I didn't know. I
you,
had no
You
idea.
did not know that you are being talked to via speakerphone.
I didn't.
And you didn't know that in that very moment, Commissioner Morente was there, and so was Attorney Robles.
I had no idea.
You had no idea. So what exactly did you tell each other?
I told, first I told General Kalima, I congratulated General Kalima over the expose or the discovery of the extortion. And the second conversation to...
We're still talking about December 8th, Mr. Tulfo.
I cannot recall the exact date, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember calling General Kalima on the same date.
Did you tell General Kalima that you intend to expose
Yes, Your Honor.
the two commissioners you called in your column as rapacious?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. And General Kalima knew about that?
Of course, because I had a conversation with him.
Attorney Robles, nandun ka, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So para bang, kaya nga confrontation kasi para bang dun sa'yo sinabi ni General Kalima na we have the goods on you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Was that your impression? That there were the goods that General Kalima
It all started from...
had the goods on you?
Ang message po talaga na pinaparating in totality is that they can expose us because of they knew of the videos and the recordings, and it started on December
Videos
1.
and recordings. So obviously you're referring to two matters. Videos, I think, would refer to the CCTV footages.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And it cannot be within the contemplation or the purview of the anti-wiretapping law.
Yes, Mr.
You also
Chair.
mentioned recordings.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So merong recordings.
Yes.
Sabi daw ni General Kalima.
Yes po.
Although General Kalima is telling us that style lang yon.
Yes po. Natural po. Yun ang sasabihin.
Totoo ba yung
violation.
sinasabi ni General Kalima sa kanyang complaint affidavit filed with the Office of the Ombudsman na nung ganun na, nung nalaman mo na kasama na pala sa picture si Mr. Montulfo because he intended to expose both of you, both you and Attorney Argosino, ay naglupasay ka daw,
Well,
halos maiyak-iyak, and then you even uttered something to the effect na sira na ang karir ko. Would you confirm that?
Before I answer that, I would like to state first, Mr. Chair, that I'm not ascribing any aspersion against Mr. Montulfo. What I was saying is that General Kalima talked with Montulfo over the speakerphone, and yun nga mo pinipresent that ang balita na nakarating kay Mr. Montulfo was that nang extort kami ng pera from Jaclam. Now, with respect to the
Your reaction. I need to
reaction.
know your reaction.
Yes, ayun po ang narinig ko. Takot na po ako noon because it started from December 1 yung pananakot po o how generally ma-describe it as he is operating on our fears. Noong December 8 po, yun na nga po, iniharap niya. Sabi nga po nakausap niya si General Sombero and pinapakita niya how easily he can contact Sombero. And then nakausap din niya po si Mr. Montulfo na ang message po is we will be exposed for extorting money from Jack Lam, whom I do not know. Si Sombero po, hindi ko rin naman na-meet. I went to the City of Dreams without thinking that there will be that kind of transaction, ma'am. So, hindi pa naman po ako naakusahan ng ganito ever in my life.
So you confirm that reaction from you na talagang akala mo gumuho na yung mundo sa iyo?
Kasi po, ang lalaking tao po nito nasa likod. I confirm na I could have said but I could not remember the exact words that I uttered. Pero ang nakikita ko po is, kaya nga po ako na dun sa office ni Comorentes to help. I'm asking for his help para etong mista niya sabihin, bakit ginaganito ako? I do not know anything about this.
Mr. Chair, I'm being asked to wrap up, but just my last point for now. I hope the chair understands that I still have
Exactly 2:55, we will finish. So that there will be 5 minutes for the rest to keep up.
Okay. Now, yung NBI po, you were asked to investigate by the SOJ, to investigate the alleged extortion activities when he discovered or learned about it last December 9.
That's right, ma'am.
So when exactly did you start your investigation?
Cannot remember the date, ma'am.
And then,
You must remember. You're an NBI director. You must remember when you started the investigation.
Your Honors.
Go ahead, please.
We started the investigating this case when we received a department order coming from the Secretary of
What date, please?
Justice, December 7. So that was the first department order.
are you
we
sure it's
received.
December 7? We just heard earlier the secretary saying that he learned about it December 9.
As per
I think,
excuse me,
it is not very accurate. I said I talked to Sombero on December 9, but I said I've been hearing about this extortion or bribery try even before. We check our records. I think we submitted our memorandum order for the NBI to investigate about December
Mr. Secretary, how before is before?
December 8.
September 8.
Department order number 896.
And to the
December
effect.
8, December 8.
And what does the order say?
NBI Director Giran is directed to conduct investigation in case build-up to determine criminal liability or possible violation of laws in relation to the purported bribery or extortion as the case may be, by or against Jack Lam, by the Bureau of Immigration Commissioners, officials, employees, and private individuals in collusion with civil servants.
So in that particular department order, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, in that particular department order directing the NBI to conduct an investigation, you were not really referring to both associate commissioners. It was sort of a general order for them to investigate.
We are just investigating. I could not point out in making this order to anybody. I said investigate everybody, all commissioners.
My standing question, Mr. Secretary, was when exactly did you learn about the involvement or possible involvement of attorneys Argosino and Robles? And as you answered previously, earlier, that it was on December 9.
December 9, because I talked to Wally Sombero in the morning. I talked to the two commissioners in the evening of December 9.
So that's December 9. But
Both
you issued,
December
but
9.
you have, in fact, an earlier memorandum directing the NBI to investigate. When you issued that department order to the NBI, did you know already that those who are possibly involved in the extortion and bribery allegations are these two gentlemen?
No, because we are just investigating. Per Sombrero, it was the two commissioners. Per the two commissioners, when I talked to them in the evening, they said that they were being framed up by Sombero and company. But on December 8, it is just, I'm just ordering the investigation. Otherwise, if I know already, then I will not longer anymore for the NBI to investigate.
It was a general order.
Precisely,
because of what you've been hearing.
Precisely, Your Honor.
Now, in the complaint, in the complaint filed by the NBI, we have been furnished, Mr. Chair, a copy of that, and this was filed only last January 27 before the Office of the Ombudsman, and you, in fact, recommended for prosecution not only the two former BI Associate Commissioners, but also the other personalities, General Sombero, General Kalima, and Jack Lam. So, ibig sabihin, hindi nyo pinapaniwalaan pareho yung mga version ng dalawang kampo. Kasi meron din hong version sila General Kalima. Di ho ba? Na that was supposed to be a counter-intelligence operations with the clearance of Commissioner Morente. Unlike yung sinasabing efforts naman ni Attorney Argosino and Attorney Robles on their own to investigate, that was never cleared with anyone, let alone Secretary Aguirre. So ganun ho bang ibig sabihin nito? When you recommended for prosecution everyone, Argosino, Robles, Sombero, Kalima, Jack Lam, maski yung version nila General Kalima ay hindi nyo pinapaniwalaan na di umano ay counter-intel operations ang ginagawa.
This will be the last question and we have to adjourn.
Ma'am, we were under you before as our Secretary of Justice. You know how the NBA operates. And there are reports from the media, from the grapevine, and others. But what is important to us is not basically the report from the grapevine, from whichever the report comes, but basically we deal primarily on pieces of evidence.
Pieces of evidence, correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the pieces of evidence, it's your conclusion that there is probable cause to charge all of them because they're all in conspiracy. There was direct bribery, there was extortion. Definitely all these are also violations of the Anti-Graft, Corrupt and Practices Act.
You summarizes everything, ma'am.
I'm sorry,
Thank you,
I
Your
will
Honor.
assure the lady that the next hearing she will get the priority to continue her questions.
Thank you.
We will have our next hearing.
Thank you.
On the 9th. We'd like to finish this on the 9th February. Let all be under notice. We'd like to thank everybody for coming here today, senators as well as the witnesses, as well as the resource persons. Let it be a record also that we just got the NBI letter today at about 1:15. So we're getting it late. So the chair would like to admonish everybody that when we request for something, a document, please give it to us at least 2 or 3 days before the hearing so we can adequately prepare for it. PAGCOR, you have still to submit certain things. Same with the Commissioner of Immigration and many others. In the meantime, we'd like to thank you all, and this session is suspended until the 9th of February at 10 o'clock. Thank you all very much, and mabuhay ang Pilipinas.